Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Atima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanama ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu baby subramia, baby subramia, suku sunu baby subramia, suku sunu baby subramia, suku sunu baby subramia. Ejemo, anamana, ejemeje, anamana, wanamejemo, anamu. Paratuba jodiri chukuma tukutuba jodiri ndimo eguma wego. Paratuba jodiri chukuma tukutuba jodiri ndimo eguma wego. Obodo jisike nubosi erona. Oyibo obiego.
It is everyone. Befere.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Atima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanama ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu baby subramia, suku sunu baby subramia, suku sunu baby subramia, suku sunu baby subramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies. Confuse them.
Oboda say yeah we mo, yeah we mo. Oboda say yeah we mo. No basa ye ga ponto mo iye de gugeme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kwuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
How are you feeling?
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Atima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanama ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu baby subramia, suku sunu baby subramia, suku sunu baby subramia, suku sunu baby subramia.
Asekwa nefo jabanye si akuna nyego bamukambasi ozo. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akuna mota nwa akuna koga book.
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not, and I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
And there it is. The sooner you adjust to that reality, the less chest pain you'll have when that reality comes to pass. So that is the Julius Nyerere, or what is it? Julius Nyerere, whatever his name is, the South African bald head. So that's him now speaking the language of what is going on now in Nigeria. So there it is. So there it is. So good day. What's that guy's name? Is it Malema? So remind me what his name is. Please remind me the name. Julius Malema. I think it's Malema, isn't it? Julius Malema. Yeah, so good day. Yes, I forgot to say that. So good day, one and all. Sorry about the late start of the session. You know, I do have a life outside of doing this. As a lot of you may quibble that. A lot of you will probably dispute that. But I do have a life outside of doing this. So life necessarily takes priority. So the late session. So we see how this goes. It's a slow news cycle as well, by the way. But we'll try and wrap the session around the news that we do have. So the usual protocol, click on the like button just as you're coming in. And then there's a survey going on in the comment section as well. So click on the like button and then answer that survey, because you have to do one before you're able to do the other. So click on the like button as you're coming in. Make sure you're subscribed as well. So those are needed really for the progression of the platform. And then if you want to come join us on the screen, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. That brings you into a studio space. As soon as I finish delivering the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen, engage you in a conversation. It's an open microphone session. The open microphone, the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So if you want to come and join us on the screens, then click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Your invitation to buy your host cups of coffee, that's ever there. So it only seems to be one person that takes advantage of. If he wasn't taking advantage of it, I wonder if we will still have it there. But that space really is the preferred thing. If you want to tip towards the platform, it's the preferred format as opposed to the to the dollar sign on the screen. But use the dollar sign as well if that is what is easiest for you. But really, if you want to tip towards the platform, then the link that says "Buy your host cups of coffee" is the preferred format for the platform. So do all of those. Click on like, click on subscribe. You must do those, but at your discretion. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, and only if you want to click on the hyperlink that says "Buy your host cups of coffee." 3 easy steps. It's nothing complex or complicated, the coffee thing. So to the headlines that we will be contending with. So this is now the language of enough is enough. And forget anything about any mandate. What we are seeing playing out in Nigeria at the moment is a tribal chasm. It's a tribal chasm. And I think people are now lining up along those lines. Obedience are bullies who behave like Nazis. I don't know quite what. Okay, sorry. You'll see why I paused when I share the screen in a moment. There's a misspell here. Obedience are bullies who behave like Nazis with contempt for common sense. Coalition of 121 pan-Yoruba groups. So there it is right there. So when I'm telling you that this thing has taken a tribal chasm and there's now a clear tribal tone to what is going on. So a coalition of pan-Yoruba groups are coming to caution the obedient space. So you have to note where that caution is coming from. It's a predominantly Yoruba, a coalition of, so it's not 121 Yoruba individuals, it's 121 Yoruba groups. So they're coming to caution the obedient space. But why are they coming to caution the obedient space? Because of the tribal coloration of what is going on. Obedience are bullies who behave like Nazis with contempt for common sense, coalition of 121 pan-Yoruba groups. So quite how they arrived at that conclusion, we'll find out shortly. This we'll find out shortly as well. FALEKE nominated as TINUBU'S chief of staff. So there's a lot of positions being hotly contested. This chief of staff especially so. So Fashola's name was rumored as the favorite for that space. And then a couple of days ago, we heard that that space had been yielded and gifted to Badabi Amila. But now, FALEKE now seems to be, there's even a northern group promoting his name. So FALEKE now seems to be the latest name that we're conjuring with as the chief of staff for the Tinubu administration. So a case for the defense, a case for FALEKE, we find out shortly. So we are taking a break from our politics with this headline. A businesswoman found, there are certain words that you say that trigger YouTube. So I'm not quite sure. Let me see how many minutes we are into it. I wonder if I can use this word now. So let me, okay, let me find a different word to substitute. So businesswoman found deceased after meeting a mystery man at a hotel in Oyo. So this is a commonplace story, of course, and you wonder why I'm bringing it. Well, I can bring it just off the strength of that story. But this so-called businessman, she's actually a social media influencer. So the narrative around these social media influencers that the lifestyle that they live is not commensurate with the sort of monies that they earn from whatever social. You see some girl twerking on her Instagram, and the next thing you know, she's telling you she's buying 150 million naira house somewhere in Lekki or thereabout. You know, so the monies that they earn from their known source of income is not commensurate with their lifestyle. But that lifestyle now seems to have led to the demise of this woman. Businesswoman found deceased after meeting a mystery man at a hotel in Oyo State. So we find out exactly what that is all about. This story actually has gone viral all over social media. So it's quite a headline in that space. Debate Chimamanda, not Dati Ahmed. So this is instructions from Atiku Abubakar, who is poking fun at that space. Ibadan-based influencer found deceased in a hotel. So this is that same story from another platform. So this is the story from another platform. On to the next one. Yes, Arewa youth want president-elect to appoint FALEKE as chief of staff. So as I said, a lot of people circling around that space. Distance yourself from May distance yourself from anti-May 28 handover elements. Northern youth urge Christian. So, like I said, tribe and religion are recurring decimal within the Nigerian political space. So we'll be inviting the panelists as well. That is, if we are able to gather people to tell us what they are watching in the news headline. 10th National Assembly leadership. Why Akpabio may drop Senate presidency ambition. I never even knew that Akpabio had any ambition towards the Senate, but a lot of narrative wrapped around that Senate space. Adamu Gaba has been traversing the media spaces, canvassing for a northern person to fill that slot. The argument being, of course, the president from the southeast, from the southwest, the vice president from the northeast, the northwest being the largest catchment area in Nigeria, and they are agitating for the Senate presidency. So a lot to wrap around. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, just click on the like button as you're coming in. Click on subscribe if you haven't done that already. And then if you want to come join us on the screen, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard and your invitation to the coffee, you know what to do. Let's take a micro musical break before we delve into the throes of it. You know where we're going, of course, the Kegai.
Only water, where they see my water. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chifu wẹ́lá tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ, the cockerels of the heavens don't crow yet. Iku koniriwa gbeshe, may death have nothing to do with us. No prayer is more powerful than that. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So Iku koniriwa gbeshe, as guides, I bring you this. Obedience are bullies who behave like Nazis with contempt for common sense. Coalition of 121 pan-Yoruba groups. So let's find out exactly Wagwan here. Wagwan. The Alliance, the Alliance of Yoruba Democratic Movement, AYDM, has stated that the Labour Party and its supporters, popularly known as Obedience, behave like Nazis. AYDM is a coalition of 121 pan-Yoruba civil society and artisan groups spread across Lagos, Ogun, Osun, Oyo, Kwara, and Edo. AYDM, in a statement jointly signed by its General Secretary, Popola Ajayi, and Organizing Secretary Chief Kunle Oshodi, stressed that the Obedience criticism are driven by a blind rage and fury with neither logic, reason, nor common sense. Is it high expectation to have the expectation that an obedient will have common sense, though, is really the wider question. Is it high expectations to have the expectation that an obedient will have common sense? The statement said those at so this is wrapped around the Soyinka space, of course. The statement said those attacking the Nobel laureate, Professor Wole Soyinka, over his comment on Dati Baba Ali's call for anarchy, lack a deep sense of history and are a threat to the democracy and human civilization. The group said novelist Chimamanda Adichie's letter to the United States President Joe Biden revealed a veiled ethnic agenda. So quite how this group surmises that the ethnic agenda is veiled is beyond me. The ethnic agenda is naked and being played out in open glare. So how is it veiled? It's not a veiled agenda. It's an agenda playing out in open glare. The group said novelist Chimamanda Adichie's novelist Chimamanda Adichie's letter to the United States President Joe Biden reflects veiled ethnic agenda. It noted that supporters of the presidential candidate of the Labour Party in the 2023 election, Peter Obi, are noted for a culture of banality and contempt for common sense. The statement partly reads, those attacking the Nobel laureate, Professor Wole Soyinka, over his comment on Dati Ahmed's call for anarchy, lack a deep sense of history and are a threat to democracy and human civilization. Nigerians have now learned that it would be a grave error if Peter Obi had won the election, adding that his conduct and that of his supporters indicated that they are ideologically barren, fascist, and driven by ego fundamentalism, a worst form of political... let's take that from the top again. Actually, yeah, let me take it. Sorry about that. You know, sometimes when I'm reading and I'm not feeling it, I feel the need to start it afresh. The Alliance of Yoruba Democratic Movement, AYDM, has stated that the Labour Party and its supporters, popularly known as Obedience, behave like Nazis. AYDM is a coalition of 121 pan-Yoruba civil society and artisan groups spread across Lagos, Ogun, Osun, Oyo, Kwara, and Edo State. AYDM, in a statement jointly signed by its General Secretary, Popola Ajayi, and Organizing Secretary, Chief Kunle Oshodi, stressed that the Obedience criticism are driven by a blind rage and fury with neither logic, reason, nor common sense. The statement said those attacking the Nobel laureate, Professor Wole Soyinka, over his comment on Dati Baba Ahmed, the statement said that those attacking the Nobel laureate, Professor Wole Soyinka, over his comments on Dati Baba Ahmed, call for anarchy, lack a deep sense of history, and are a threat to democracy and human civilization. The group said novelist Chimamanda Adichie's letter to the U.S. President Joe Biden reflects veiled ethnic agenda. It noted that supporters of the presidential candidate of the Labour Party in the 2023 elections, Peter Obi, are noted for a culture of banality and contempt for common sense. The statement partly reads, those attacking the Nobel laureate, Professor Wole Soyinka, over his comment on Dati Ahmed's call for anarchy, lack a deep sense of history and are a threat to democracy and human civilization. Nigerians have now learned that it would be a grave error if Peter Obi had won the election, adding that his conduct and that of his supporters indicated that they are ideologically barren, fascist, and driven by ego fundamentalism, a worst form of political philosophy that believes there are no human beings on earth except those who support Peter Obi, now projected as an Igbo candidate with an unmistaken Igbo agenda, seeking to rule a plural society like Nigeria. So the deeper we go into this Peter Obi space, the more the ethnicity of it. I don't think anybody needs any introduction anymore. That this is what we now have is just an ethnic outpouring. That's just what it is now. The whole of the obedience space, they coalesce now and boils down to their core essence, which is an ethnic manifestation. So I'm not quite sure why anybody is somewhat alarmed or surprised by this. We always knew this was what it was all about. The attack on SOYINKA, the attacks on SOYINKA are irresponsible. They show that Obi'S are violently anti-culture. They have a terrorist mentality, obsessed by democratic debate. The attack on SOYINKA are irresponsible. They show that Obi'S are violently anti-culture. They have a terrorist mentality, obsessed by democratic debate, and have the penchant for bloodletting and a rabid mindset, which the Yoruba referred to as Digolugi. So there it is right there. And we have now entered that territory. So Digolugi and a rabid mindset, which the Yorubas referred to as Digolugi, AYDM said in the statement. AYDM said Obi'S are anxious to extend their factories of terror across Nigeria through its armed wing, Indigenous People of Biafra, IPOB. So it looks as though the interaction with the Tinubu administration might well mirror the Eastern interaction with the Tinubu administration might well mirror the Eastern interaction with the Buhari administration. This is what is shaping up to be. One of such instances was the arrest of Eze Igbo in Lagos, who said he will bring armed members of Indigenous People of Biafra, IPOB, and Eastern Nigerian Security Network, SN, to fight in Lagos and other parts of Nigeria. SOYINKA was detained and held in solitary confinement for more than a year in defense of the rights of Igbos, whilst Colonel Adekunle Fajuyi sacrificed his life in efforts to protect Aguyi Irosi. All the efforts make no sense to a people that can never be satisfied except they achieve their zeal for conquest and brutal domination of others. So it's quite a thing. Now the Southeasterners have suddenly now mutated into conquistadors, at least in their imagination, conquistadors. They don't have a history of conquest, so this must be a later day found ambition. The Bologi, it was that the Bologi that really got me. All right, we carry on. We have watched with keen interest these tactless and reckless people who are desperate to set the country ablaze and set humanity against itself through their mindless provocation and cruel disdain for logical reasoning. We are ready to confront them in all shades and in all forms, even on the streets, unless they purge themselves of genocidal instincts. Obi won over 80% in many of the southeastern states. His supporters were seen in various videos, in various video clips, attacking and hounding those opposed to their beliefs. They clubbed and viciously attacked those who did not support the Labour Party. Their intention was to nationalize this criminal enterprise. In other parts of Nigeria, during the governorship election, they were resisted in the southwest in spite of the threats of armed attacks. Obi'S are bullies with no respect for alternative opinions. They are Nazis. It is to the credit of Peter Obi that he has revealed that he and his supporters lack the mental and emotional stability to get too close to power in Aso Rock. this and by the way, this is all off the back of the attack on Wole Soyinka. By the way, there are certain lines that should not be crossed because we have certain sacred spaces within the Nigerian firmament, especially within the Southwest. So somebody like Wole Soyinka, who has brought so much accolade and honor to the Yoruba race, is almost like a deified sort of a person, you know. And then some rascally Chiamaka from something or the other calling him somebody that looks like Don King, you know. Those are sort of lines that people don't want to see crossed. The ceaseless attacks on Soyinka for condemning the calls for violent insurrection by many supporters of Peter Obi represents a display of cruel intolerance and assault on democratic norms. We caution those. I'll make this the last paragraph because I think we get the gist of what this piece has to say. We caution those attacking Soyinka to beware of proportional measure of resistance from his admirers all over the world. He is not just a treasure, he's a global icon that cannot be diminished by anarchists who at gunpoint are bent on imposing their perspective on Nigerians. So it goes on and on, but actually I think it wraps up there. But what is coming through now is that because this is a coalition, as you can see from the headline, this is a coalition of 121 pan-Yoruba groups. So the Yorubas now take a stand that enough is enough. This is what is being said. Let the court make a decision, but please just keep the noise down. Enough is enough is what people are saying. But they won't heed to it, of course, because they're too gone in the head. Let's go on to the next one. Let's go on to the next one. All right, let's bring this one up. So this now to the incoming administration and the shape it will take. Faleke nominated as TINUBU'S chief of staff. So we're not going to take this as gospel because this is not the first time that they've told us somebody has been nominated only for us to find out to the contrary. It's been rumored to be in play. Excuse me. The Arewa Youth Consultative Forum on Sunday named James Faleke as the preferred choice for the position of chief of staff of President-elect Bola Tinubu. Mr. Faleke, a serving House of Representatives member representing Ikeja, was the secretary of the Tinubu-Shettima Presidential Campaign Council. He was re-elected for another term in the February 2015 election. In a statement signed by the AYCF National President, Yerima Shettima, the group explained that nominating Mr. Faleke was important, describing him as a very loyal associate of the president-elect. So let me just pause there for a moment. If you see, sometimes when you are reading these things, you have to read in between. So this is the Arewa Youth Consultative Forum, a space that has true public participation has established itself as a solid name within the Nigerian political space. So now this James Faleke, this Arewa, of course, the Northerners. So this Arewa Youth Consultative Forum, they are telling us that James Faleke is the preferred choice for them for Tinubu's chief of staff. So they have no stake in it, and I don't think they especially know James Faleke for good or bad. So this then tells you that this guy has now gone to buy them to make this comment. So this is James Faleke using the Arewa Youth Consultative Forum to apply for that post. So dollars has changed hands, essentially, is what I'm saying. So he's applying via the Northern Youth space. In a statement signed by the AYCF National President, Yerima Shettima, the group explained that nominating Mr. Faleke was important, describing him as a very loyal associate of the president-elect. This is an opportunity for the president-elect to get someone with good. If you start to look at, if you read at the endorsement, there is nothing, it's a very generic endorsement. There's nothing unique or peculiar, and no real skill set or no real standout X factor is identified. Is a good man, give him the job. So that tells you it's a sponsored piece. In a statement signed by the AYCF National President Yerima Shetima, the group explained that nominating Mr. Faleke was important, describing him as a very loyal associate of the president-elect. This is an opportunity for the president-elect to get someone with good skills of managing the relationship between him, officials of government, and the rest of Nigerians, the group advised. So I'm still looking for the killer punch. Where's the killer punch that really endorses this guy? So no killer punch. It's just so it tells you more and more that it's a sponsored piece as my light turns off. Let's see what's going on there. All right. If you've ever wondered if it was really a one-man setup, I think you wonder no more. Faleke, being a highly experienced lawmaker, can build a very cordial relationship between the executive and legislative arms of government. Following the conclusion of the presidential election in February, some key figures in Mr. Tinubu's camp have been suggested as likely candidates to take crucial roles as the president's chief of staff, and names that have been mentioned include current Minister of Works and Housing, Babatunde Fashola, a spokesman for the APC presidential campaign, Dele Faleke, and the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Femi Gbadabe-Amila. But the group, in its statement, said that Mr. Faleke stands from the emerging political class in Nigeria. Honorable Faleke represents the new generation of Nigerian political class, politically savvy and intellectually vibrant. We are in a new ideas-driven world, and Nigeria's presidency, therefore, needs a chief of staff in tune with the modern system of democratic governance. So there it is right there. So you read no more into this than this James Faleke now throwing his hat into the ring via the Arewa Youth Consultant, because they've not said anything that especially stands him out other than to say that he's also equal to the job and give him consideration. So the considerations now, James Faleke, so he's coming to the mix. We've got Babatunde Fashola, who is interested but pretends he isn't, because that has always been Fashola's technique. If you look at Fashola all the way through, he's always presented himself as a reluctant politician. A reluctant politician. He was 2 times governor of Lagos State. They say he's not really a politician. He's not really a politician. He's not really a politician. He had about 4 portfolios in the first term of the Buhari administration. He's not really a politician. He has a solid portfolio or 2 still. So he is a politician and he has political ambitions. So the names now for chief of staff, the list continues to pile. So, but which ones would you discount? So Babatunde Fashola, he's in there. Dele Alake, he is in there. Gbadabe-Amila, he's there as well, who a lot of people thought was actually already decided to get the post, but that seems to have petered somewhat, but still in consideration. And now James Faleke. Out of all that 4, I would discount Gbadabe-Amila. I'm not quite sure Gbadabe-Amila really belongs in that space. So I would discount Gbadabe-Amila certainly, but who would you discount, or who would you add to that list? So let's go on from there to the next. All right, let's go to this one. Let's take a break from politics for a moment and just do human culture sort of. So this is the girl in question. Ibadan-based influencer found dead in a hotel. So this is a case of the police in Oyo State has begun an investigation into the death of an Ibadan vendor, Adesina Olayinka, popularly known as Cardi. The deceased, who runs an online boutique where she sells female outfits, was said to have been found dead in a hotel in the Akobo area of the state on Thursday night, April the 6th. The circumstances surrounding her death are unknown. Unconfirmed report claims she lodged in the hotel with a yet-to-be-identified man and was later found dead in the hotel room by the receptionist. The spokesperson of the State Police Command, SP Adewale Oyefeso, who confirmed the incident to correspondents, said the investigation has commenced into the incident and that details will be made public as soon as possible. So there's the girl, very pretty, but then there it is. So it's the narrative of the Insta. They used to call them It Girl about 10, 20 years ago, but they call them Instagram girls now. They're this girl about town, these glamorous little damsels that sparkle all over the place, but you don't really know what their source of funding is. So that source of funding, in some instances, leads to something like this. So there it is. So there is that one. So there's that girl and what happened to her. Debate with Chimamanda, not Dati Ahmed. Atiku Pakam to Soyinka. So let's give this one a quick mention. A spokesperson of the People's Democratic Party PDP presidential candidate Atiku Abubakar Daniel Bwala has reacted to the call by Nobel laureate Wole Soyinka to debate with Labour Party LP presidential running mate Dati Ali Baba. On March the 22nd, in an interview, Dati said the country has no president-elect despite the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, announcing Bola Tinubu as the winner of the election. Dati said Tinubu will be leading an unconstitutional government if sworn in to office because the APC candidate has not met the requirements of the law. So the law of which country though? The law of Nigeria or the law of Mauritania? But that's just the thing. However, Bwala said Soyinka was not a politician, hence should challenge Chimamanda, not Dati. Tweeting, Bwala said, I am told Professor Soyinka asked to debate Dati. No, he should ask to debate Chimamanda Adichie. Dati is a politician, Soyinka is not. So it will be an unfair debate. But both Soyinka and Chimamanda trade on literature and grammar. When he tries Chimamanda, he will understand the phrase, nobody has the monopoly of knowledge. It will certainly be the case of David versus Goliath. So I wonder who will floor whom in a debate between Chimamanda and Wole Soyinka. I think Chimamanda will probably get the beating of her life. I should say. So Chimamanda to get the beating of her life. Let's go on to this one. Distance yourself from anti-May 29th handover elements. So Northern youth. So we're still with the Northern youth and their commentaries on the political space. We're never away from the Northern youth or the Northern spaces anyway. So what are they saying in this instance? Let's come here. All right. So distance yourself from anti-May 29 handover elements. Northern youth urge Christians. The Northern Christian youth professionals have urged Christians to distance themselves from any anti-May 29th handover activity. The Christian body also advised Christians to reflect on the virtues of Christ's death on the cross. And okay, I think this might well be an Easter message. The youth pleaded with Christians to also use the opportunity to reflect on the state of the nation and the challenges. According to a statement issued on Saturday by its chairman, Northern Christian Youth Professional Isaac Abrak, the body urged those who did not vote for the president-elect Tinubu to put aside their differences and support him in his effort to improve the lives of Nigerians. The statement reads in part, the Northern Christian Youth Professionals extend warm wishes to all Nigerians on the occasion of the Easter celebration. As we celebrate this season of love, renewal, and hope, we call on all citizens In light of the presidential election, we congratulate His Excellency Senator Bola Tinubu on his victory. We believe that under his leadership, Nigeria can make significant progress in improving our economy and security. We are aware that not all Nigerians voted for President-elect, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, but we urge those who did not vote for him to put aside their differences and support him in his effort to improve the lives of Nigerians. However, we note with concern the recent calls by some individuals and groups to shelve the handover of power to President-elect His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu. We strongly condemn such calls as they are enemies of democracy, peaceful coexistence, and a united Nigeria. Nigerians have spoken through the ballot, and it is important that we respect the will of the people. So this is the northern. It's just really that space now that is trying to undermine the handover process. Is starting to narrow and boil down to its core essence. So it gets to a point where the consideration has to be given that it's just time that just drop the dead donkey. Now it's getting tedious, is what people are saying. It's getting tedious. 10th NAS Assembly, why Akpabio may drop our Senate ambition. I never knew he had a Senate ambition, but let's leave that there. Let's leave that there and see if we can get a conversation going. So to get the conversation going, we've got Dewale joining us, Kenneth from Lagos, Bishop joins us, War Peace from Japan, and of course, the mighty one, Ajane Koko. So good to have you, gentlemen. So good to have you. Let me actually kick it off with you, Bishop, if you're ready to go. So Bishop, are you ready to go?
Okay, good evening, everyone, and happy Easter. Let me ask, are you hearing any background noise from my end because I'm driving?
Yeah, we can hear a bit of echo. So do you want me to give you a moment, or are you happy to? Yeah, there's a bit of yeah.
I'm ready to go. I mean, I'm driving. I have a very long way to go, so I might just as well just take it. So happy Easter to everyone, and I wish you wonderful deliberations today.
All right, happy Easter to you too. So happy Easter to you too, but let me actually start you off from a non-political space. So the one person that is not going to be having a happy Easter is a lady called Adeshina Olayinka. So she went to a hotel somewhere in Ibadan, met with a person, and then the following morning, the person left and she was in the hotel. But then, of course, knock by the receptionist and no response. Door then opened with the master key, only to find her lifeless body there. She's a social media influencer who met her demise. So a lot of speculation that she's falling victim again to this Yahoo sort of spaces, ritual money and all that.
So sad and very unfortunate. Why I would not want to attribute it to anything yet, I mean, pending the outcome of whatever investigation they're going to carry out. I would say it's sad. It does happen. But it's unfortunate. I believe they should be able to get something out of it. Who broke the hotel? Who came in first? You know what happened? What transfer? But I think it would be too early to want to speculate. It's unfortunate because a family had just lost a dearly beloved one in this season. So I really wish and hope that the police are able to come up with something that would forestall. Maybe we have someone that is a serial killer out there. So I hope there will be some what they call traces that will help the police to be able to unravel whatever is behind this. Unfortunately, it's coming from my home. I'm an Ibadan boy, so.
Yeah, I'm an Ibadan boy too. I'm from well, I'm your boy, but my homestead is in Ibadan, Faleke, from Faleke.
That's interesting.
All right. Okay, let me take you to the politics then, the hustle then for who becomes the chief of staff of the Tinubu administration. So the names, the runners and riders are lining up. So the first name to come to the fore was Fashola, who was indicating a lack of interest. And then the name Gbadabe Amila came up, who a lot of people felt was already a decision made that was going to go to Gbadabe Amila. But then Dele Alake, through his public appearances, is showing a good product for that space. But now James Faleke now he comes up as well. So who do you think? What do you think the criteria is first for Tinubu to apply to use to pick our chief of staff, and then who do you think should get that post?
Okay, thank you very much. I'll say straight away on that even though why I give it to the president-elect to be very, how do I put it now, very good in selecting his team. But what we are doing is just, to kind of add some little flesh to skeletons by speculating. And for me, I will rule Gbajabiamila out completely.
Why?
I have a few of his antecedents that shows that I will not call him a wishy-washy, but he's a very unstable individual. And we need the character of someone that is going to be a chief of staff. I believe Gbajabiamila does not possess them. The few things he's done as a Speaker of the House of Representatives did not add value to APC. I remember when the conflict of oil subsidy came up, and I remember when the issue of the ASU, it almost practically threw spanner into the wheel of progress of the negotiation and the court case with ASU, because it was after they'd gone to court, after Afghanistan had gone to court on the issue of no work, no pay enforcement, that he started negotiating with them. You could have intervened before they got to that level. You waited 8 months or 7 months. It was when they were going to be adjudicated upon, and it practically almost threw a spanner into that work. So for me, I think it's a little bit too wishy-washy character. I would say, without any doubt, except for a little glitch, I would say Fashola. But we all know after Fashola's first term, he had an issue with the president-elect, because he was almost not going to go for the second term, but for the intervention. He said it, and the president-elect also said it then that he's leading people, and it is the people that decide when they want to go. So that was why he yielded. So I don't know if they've been able to get over that completely, to be able to entrust Fashola with such a responsibility, because whether we or not,
Fashola was a pivotal part of his campaign this time around. He played a prominent role. He was on the think tank. He was in the think tank sort of strategizing. Yeah.
Very well. I listened to him. I remember they asked him something similar to that, and he, the maturity of Fashola, it leaves you a little bit confounded sometimes. He is mature and very careful with words, and I want to believe that they have gotten over it. If they have gotten over the squabbles they had there, then Fashola will be a perfect fit. Let me tell you, for whatever is worth in this conversation, when Buhari came, Fashola was the #1 person penciled for the chief of staff. It needed just a little bit of input, a little bit of push from the president-elect then, but they were still smarting up for their face-off. So it would be a very good thing if they've been able to resolve completely, and he will play that role better than any of the other names we are speculating or we're throwing about. Fashola will do a far better job.
Yeah, but do you think he has the ambition for it though? Because he seems to somewhat be distancing himself from it somewhat. His body language and public, because I think he said no thank you at some point. Maybe does he want to be finessed? What does he want?
Like El Rufai had said, I think they're just being what was the word now? But I get the word, I'll drop it. El Rufai said he's going. He started a PhD. He wants to complete. He doesn't want to have anything to do. But at some point, he realized that the president-elect made him to commit. And look, you can't go yet. And I know that he needs me. They will be adding value. if I am president-elect, 2 persons that I can easily identify now that I will not allow them to go will be Fashola and El-Rufai for whatever it's worth. So if they talk to them, yeah, he might want to go.
I agree with sorry, I was going to agree with you broadly. I too El-Rufai is necessary both for his intellect, his stubbornness, and his influence in the north. And Fashola is needed for those 2 reasons, for those reasons as well. He's a stickler. He's not a pushover. Nobody is going to bully Fashola, and he's ready to say no to you when you need to hear no. And it needs people like that around him.
You know, when Fashola, before Fashola became governor, I followed the politics there very well. When I say very well, I mean very well. Nobody gave Fashola a chance. I mean, all other contestants were running up and down. Tinubu insisted, practically single-handedly, permit me to use the word, impose Fashola. All the teams then, among the commissioners and the rest, none of them gave him a chance. All of them split over. I don't want to be mentioning their names. It was Tinubu that insisted. And by Fashola's performance and eventual, output, everybody was able to say, you know what, Bat was right. After all, he was right. Because it's very good to differ when someone comes up with a superior argument. So because of that alone, he knew what he saw in him that made him to insist that it is Fashola or nobody else. Because it was a very, very tough battle. I remember then this channels early morning something was new then, and everybody was always coming on there with this man. What's his name? The one I interviewed Professor SOYINKA a few days ago. So for me, I will pick Fashola first. I will say a big no to Bajabiamila. James FALEKE. Forget what the play around by the Northern youth, whatever. I think
hold on. Do you agree with me that was a sponsored piece by the Northern youth?
I don't pay heed to such. It's a non-starter. That's why I say those. I don't have anything against FALEKE. I have an issue with him when he lost. When he was running with Audu, the governorship candidate that died on the day of election, Abubakar Audu. Yeah, Abubakar Audu. And even though I supported him, but when the law and the party came up with this present governor, and they offered him to come and run with him, he rejected. He turned it down. Sometime I don't know why he did that. I don't know why he decided to run. Because he made some pronouncement. But if not for the intervention of some people, I thought he was going to leave the party then. And I felt he would have handled that one a little bit more maturely than he did. He's handled some other assignment very credibly well. But at times like this, you make references to, some decision. What did you do at such a critical time? Because one thing Fashola did that made him stand out when he had that spar with Tinubu was, no matter, there was nothing that reporters asked him. He never said "bim" against Tinubu. He never said a single word against Tinubu, and he made a very profound statement in the course of that. Whatever he said, may your loyalty never be tested. Are you still hearing me, Abaya?
No, yeah, carry on. We're listening.
So he made a very profound statement that may your loyalty never be tested. So give it to him. I think he had a very big heart and a very deep stomach to mold things and not to be spontaneous in his reaction to events or things. So in that area, I'll give it an edge above all of them. Is there a fourth name?
Yeah, no, there's Dele Alake as well. Dele Alake being permuted into the mix.
Alake is too combative.
Yeah, but do you not need that? How do you mean? I wouldn't say it's too combative. I would probably say it is suitably combative.
You see, there is a little bit of difference between being combative and being assertive. You can be firm and not be offensive. You can be very firm and not be dictatorial, you know, and not be rigid. Okay, let me use the word rigid. Dele Alake is a media strategist. I think he will do very well because they will need him going forward with a few things that has played out. And like I did mention yesterday, in one critical area that the Buhari administration failed, I would say woefully, was in the...
Sorry, Bishop. Are you going off the back of his verbosity against Reuben Abati to call him combative?
I mean, I know...
Is it because he attacked Abati? Is that why you want to say?
We know Dele Alake now. Dele Alake did not start today now. Dele Alake is a unionist to the core, you know. I mean, go back to his antecedent in Lagos in those days. You know, Dele Alake did not start today. It's not his first time. People that know him know. I mean, I'm not saying he's a bad man. I like him. But there are things that he's suitable for. He might not be a fit for. I don't think the president-elect will look or decide for a chief of staff. No. So himself, Bajabi Amila, I would say no.
Are you eliminating everybody only because you've already decided on Fashola? Is that what it is?
I did not say anything about FALEKE. I only expressed.
We're losing you. Have we lost you? Oh, all right. It looks as though we have lost her. He did tell us he was driving. We're losing you.
Am I still with you?
You're back now.
I'm sorry. Sorry. Maybe.
Yeah. No, we know you're driving. Yeah. Carry on.
So, will you say maybe I'm biased because probably I hold Fashola? I don't think so. I'm just trying to use available. What do you call it? Things we can reference. That's me. But like I said at the very beginning, we always defer that anybody will agree with me that the president-elect is very good when it comes to head hunting. So whatever decision he makes is most likely to be, you know, suitable for his purpose.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. So let me now take you to where we started off. Actually, let me take you to where we started off. A coalition. Sorry, I'm getting heavy. Obedience. Oh, let me mute you for a moment because I'm getting feedback from you. But let me mute you for a moment. All right, I'll unmute you in a moment. It's just a feedback. Obedience are bullies who behave like Nazis with contempt for common sense. So it's a coalition of pan-Yoruba groups. So what struck me to bring it up as a conversation is the coalition of our Yoruba groups. So now, why do you think a coalition of Yoruba groups will come out under one umbrella, 121 Yoruba groups? Why do you think they will come out under one umbrella to launch at the obedient space and invite them to exercise caution? So why do you think this group has come out in this manner? Oh, sorry, let me unmute you. Are you there?
Okay, thank you. Yes,
yeah,
please. Well, the 121 groups, let me say very clearly, I saw this coming, and I'll tell you why. And it's actually documented. I have a Twitter handle that, and I said it that the kind of bullying, the kind of vituperations that Buhari endured, both his person, his tribe, and his religion, the ferocious attacks, you know, that lasted almost 8 years. He was dead, was Jubril. The president said something recently. It didn't really got to him to be saying he was dead and he was somebody else, even though he pretended as if he confessed that he got to him. And I said it would be a very big mistake if some group of persons think they can do that to the president-elect and get away with it. I don't know how they were able to manage the Northerners. And I'm saying this very carefully. And that despite all the verbal and the physical, some selected persons, I really give it to them. The provocation got to a very, very, you know, a pitch that was so. People that saw that will come up with an ideology, which I might not subscribe to necessarily. I don't know if I can translate that. That, you know, it takes two to tango. Maybe I should just use that word, but you understand more better. So I don't know about 121 or 120 groups that are coming up, but I know very for sure, I knew way back because I had this discussion on a conversation. People will come up and they will be very, very ferocious. What they want to do is to tone it down. At some point, they will now ask everybody, you know what? Let's have a ceasefire. I think we should tone it down. And they will force people in the obedience space to talk like the president, the presidential candidate of the Labour Party. You know what? Address your members. Tell them to tone this down because it's getting to a very frightening level. So I think that's what this group is trying to do. Now, okay, if you can bring it this way, we can also meet you up this way. But at some point,
do you think, Bishop? Do you think the obedience space? Do you think it is boiling down to its ethnic core? Because if you look at the sorry, why have you unmuted yourself, Darati? There's already a lot of interference on the. Sorry about that.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, just please now. Sorry, Bishop. Sorry, Bishop. Are you still there?
Yes, I'm there. I just muted myself up. Speaking.
Yeah, because there was interference. Yeah. So I was saying that is it the case that the obedience space is now boiling down to its ethnic core? Because a lot of people that are agitating for that space now, if you remove Akin Oshitokun, who necessarily a functionary of that space, so he has to speak. If you remove him, the abundance of the people, if you go to Kenneth Okonkwo, that surrogate we saw wearing a white cap just yesterday on Arise TV. If you look at pretty much everybody that is still within that space wailing and gnashing at the teeth, the abundance of it is the ethnic core of that obedient space. Do you think the obedient narrative is now boiling back down to where it started from, its ethnic core?
Sadly and very sadly so, yes. And we have a remnant of others, and the reason why they are congregating can be easily enumerated. Number one, there are people that are saying, look, you know what? The enemy of my enemy is my enemy. Or how do you call it? The enemy of my enemy is my friend or something, you know.
Yes,
so I don't want to mention names, but there are people that are from the people that have become ethnic warriors, you know. There are people like that, and there are people that saw an opportunity and they want to latch up onto it and to gain relevance. So we have about 3 or 4 categories of persons in the obedience space. But let me be very, very sincere with you. And there's some religion, some people that were convinced based on religion. So majorly, the real stock of the obedience is purely ethnic. Let's be very sincere. It might be offensive to say to some people, but that's my assessment of it. Yes, sadly so.
All right. All right. Stay with us. Let me go from you, Bishop, and move the conversation on to Darati. Actually, let me move the conversation to War Peace if it's ready. War Peace, are you ready? We don't hear often enough from you. War Peace. All right. So we don't appear to have War Peace at the moment. So let's go to Darati. So Darati, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready, one man.
All right, brilliant. Good to have you. So you see the difference already. Bishop was driving, of course. So let me kick you off where I kicked Bishop off. Faleke nominated as TINUBU'S chief of staff. So the positions within the Tinubu administration now, the names to fill them are starting to put their names forward. They are starting to somewhat put their applications in. So now this Northern Group, Arewa Youth Consultative Forum, they've conjured up now this new, not a new name, but new to the who will get the post name, James FALEKE. And they've then gone on to write this glowing essay why he should be considered as the chief of staff for Tinubu. So the runners and riders, of course, Babatunde Fashola, who a lot of people would argue is a better fit, Dele Alake, who personally I think is a strong fit, Gbadabe Amila, who is just some Owambe guy, but now James FALEKE comes into the mix as well. So who amongst those names is the best fit, or do you have a name outside of those names that you think best fits the chief of staff for Tinubu?
Thank you, one man. Actually, if you look at those personalities that were thrown off for that particular post, we will see that they are guys that have added value to the campaign. Number one. Number two, these guys are guys that have been under the tutelage of Bola Ahmed Tinubu himself. And if you look at it very well, within the tradition, most of the times, not all, but most of the times, chief of staff is just like, I can say, is like one of the most powerful persons within the world, within the kitchen cabinet. It's like he's very close, usually very close to the president. And so most of the time, they normally pick people that they can really trust and relate with. Bishop said something, and which I will go with him almost 100%. If we are going to need somebody to do the work of this chief of staff is a role that requires a great deal of emotional intelligence. Because number one, you must not be too combative. Number two, you must not be too reactionary in your approach. And don't forget, all these characteristics, they are useful for different strata in an administration, like the one that Tinubu is planning to, or the team that is planning to put up in the next few weeks or few months. So I will stick my neck forward for Fashola. I can tell you that Fashola is more or less the most loyal of them all. Now let me take you down. Bishop made mention of something, that this was a guy that had a fisticuff with like a grudge with Tinubu. Well, you know that many people did not even really know what really went down. So just few people that actually know what went down. Because we remember very well that somebody came on board, through a kind of means whereby they had to stem down. They had to tone down the rhetoric that time. We have to save this party. I will remember sometimes that the people were saying no. They wanted somebody that is of a Christian stock or something, that probably Muslim, and he has his own candidate. He himself fought for his life for the second term ticket, and even when he was leaving, he almost had that same issue with Tinubu. But all these things did not generate too much into a bit of a problem, like we saw in the case of Tinubu and Aregbesola. We saw what played out there. But even during this campaign, some people tried to pit this guy against Tinubu again. Do you know what they asked him on Arise and on channels? Sean Okibaloye was asking him, would you say that you have not done anything, or everything that you did can be ascribed to Tinubu? Do you know what this guy did? He said that actually that many of the things that people said he did actually started under Tinubu. That he was the chief of staff. He was part of the team that went traveling virtually all over the world, brainstorming on how to put these things on ground. So, but it happened in his own time. He was, even if it's not, even let's say it's not, he wasn't lying. This guy still defended Tinubu to the core. So I will still believe that he's still under the prerogative of Tinubu. But this guy, when it comes to being a chief of staff, I think this guy, he has done it before. He was the former chief of staff. What are we talking about? He has done it with him, and he's told him. But one thing is that, don't forget, he's a son. He's a guy that can stand his ground and tell Tinubu, this thing, you shouldn't do this. And that's one thing that a chief of staff should be able to do. If you cannot do that, I bet it with that chief of staff, he's going to put his president in the problem, because his main job is to clean the hand of the president, is to make the president look good outside, is to dress the president in the right cloak in front of the Nigerian people, and even at the global arena. So when it comes to this guy being a smooth talker and understanding law, don't forget he has a background in law. He's a son. He's a smart guy, and has turned out one beautiful result in terms of governance. And I think he can do it. He can do it. I will still give it to him compared to.
But for the benefit of national cohesion, do you think Tinubu should search beyond his ethnicity for that role? Maybe find an Igbo man or a northerner even to be the chief of staff. Do you think for reasons of national cohesion? Because that's one of the criticisms of the Buhari administration. It was not full and wall to wall, isn't it?
Well, like I said earlier, Tinubu is, somebody said it not quite long. I think Bishop was saying that Tinubu is a guy that has he has that knack for choosing eggheads. We won't say that Tinubu do not have his eyes on some people outside of his ethnic stock. I know that. Just like some other predecessors of him that are choosing their chief of staff from other places. But if you look at it very well, like I said it earlier on, most of the time, chief of staff, even globally, look at Trump. He chose Jared. What's it called? What's the name of this guy? Jared Kushner, who happens to be his in-law of that is the husband of Ivanka Trump, which happens to be his own daughter. So they normally like to choose people that are very close to them, people that they can work with, or people that have how do I put it? They have done the kind of job that Tunde Fashola has done. Don't forget, when Buhari was being queried, and his former chief of staff died, he went for Gambari. Gambari is also a very cool-headed person, somebody that has a lot of experience at the global arena, at the United Nations, and at the Commonwealth and stuff like that. He had a whole lot of experience on the global arena. So, that kind of person is suited, because you need somebody that can cool down nerves. In fact, can even walk on the ground. Can even be looking at you like be laughing, and he knows what he wants to do. He knows how to disarm anybody that is coming to harm the president and so many other things. So, but one of the things that I have seen over the years is that presidents all over the world normally choose people that they feel comfortable to work with, even though we may want to say if who they felt they can work with is somebody outside of their ethnic stock, and they have a very good antecedent of that person, and the person has shown himself to be worthy of that trust, then they can give it to him. I do not think it has to be normally a Yoruba man. But what we are just looking at is that the closest person that I've ever worked with Tinubu is Fashola. He is the closest person. He has been a chief of staff before, so everybody knows that one. And from his chief of staff, he was a governor, two-time governor, and he still became. Hold
on. What are you making of Fashola's body language? Because his body language seems to be he wants a break from politics. And there's a tiredness to him sometimes when he appears on the scene, almost as though he's just wanting to round off all of his projects and go back home to Ikoyi or wherever he is that he does live. Do you think he even wants the job? Do you think he wants the job?
Well, that like you said something when you were doing the readout, that this guy is one of those guys that he will just be like, I'm not a politician. He normally presents himself as a technocrat, like a technocrat. But we know, like this guy he's a politician, but only that he's smarter about it. He's smart about it actually. So, but I would still think that this guy will still be of importance to national development. We need somebody like him. If there's somebody, the work that was given to him in the first term for Buhari and the second term, they are very big jobs. They are really crushed. Those jobs crushed him. You almost crushed him actually, but you only managed to deliver some few things, and we can see this guy did some massive project that people don't understand. Lagos Ibadan. I was hearing yesterday somebody was talking about Lagos Ibadan. Lagos Ibadan has killed. But there's anybody in Nigeria that Lagos Ibadan have not dealt with? Is there anybody in Nigeria that Lagos Ibadan Expressway have not dealt with? Either you lost somebody that is loved one or something, on that road, or you lose goods on that road, or there is an accident, or a friend of friend of friend. That road has dealt with a lot of Nigerians. So if you can deliver it, and it's about delivering Bodo, the most difficult road in the history of Nigeria. That is Boni Bodo Road, jointly built by the LNG and the federal government. I watched the video of that road. If you see the work that was going on, this guy going there alone, you know that I've been to the South before. So I understand the terrain there. So this guy is able to deliver some few things. So I think this guy will still definitely be the best.
Would you throw El Rufai's name in the mix as well for the chief of staff, or is it too much of a hothead? And
El Rufai is too much of an hothead, but El Rufai must be kept very close. I know Tinubu has already said that he wants him to be aligned, and for two reasons. El Rufai is like, there was a time like this that we were talking about the new geopolitical landscape of the world, of the northern hemisphere of Nigeria, when it comes to politics. There is a resurgence of the words of the progressives in the north coming up to tear up the space, for the progressives, gaining more grounds against the conservative north, who are naturally hell-bent of holding on power at every point in time. So, and if you look at it very well, you will see that El Rufai happens to be like the captain of that particular group, that movement, in the north. We could see. Look at what happened in the north. Look at how votes became fragmented in the north. It has never happened, like that for some time. It has never happened like that. Look at Buhari. I have the result with me. Buhari since 2011 has always been Buhari. 2011 it was Buhari. 2015 it was Buhari. 2019, 2015 was Buhari, 2019 was Buhari. Look at what happened. You can see that the tsunami will have taken out APC consumed APC from the north. But if not for the intervention of this guy from Kaduna State, that is El Rufai, he was able to. So he needs him to do that stabilizing role. And if he can get something like probably SGF or something, because I'm seeing it, if they didn't give Northwest the Senate president.
They are talking about NSA for El Rufai, National Security Advisor. Is this something you can see? Can you see that? Even though it doesn't have a military background, though, but we've had people with military backgrounds before, and what have they done?
Before, well, it's possible, but if you look at it very well, you see that. When it comes to the military part of governance, I think he has endeared himself. Probably he endeared himself with people with that knowledge. When you rob yourself, they normally say when they lives with what have a kind of romance with the soul, he becomes the soul. Probably he has some eggs around him in the security sector. So many of the time when issues of security raise its ugly head within the Federal Executive Council, and so you see this guy coming up to profess some certain solution. Though sometimes it might be controversial, but you see that if there's any civilian that has the tenacity to give that office a shot, probably it might be the only civilian that I see around within this administration that can actually do that. That has been in the governance structure. He has been in governance before, that can do the job. Except we still want to maintain the transition of making sure that somebody that has been in the military or paramilitary still fit into that. Something.
All right. Let me deviate you a little bit from topic at the moment, and I want to look at where do you think the difficulty will come from the most for the Tinubu administration? Who do you think, or where do you think it will struggle with the most?
Are you talking in terms of people or region, or I don't know.
People and region. Who do, because like Good Luck Jonathan had to contend with Boko Haram and all of that kind of stuff. And Buhari, the Boko Haram, they petered down a little bit for Buhari, but then you had the IPOB that was his contention for his administration. So who do you think Tinubu will contend with?
Well, Nigerians always have contemporary issues that normally raise ugly head against an incoming administration. Everybody, if you look back at don't go into let me just put the nail on the head of that situation. Now, I'm still going to see IPOB issue still raising its ugly head. I can tell you that, because we said something like that yesterday.
Yeah, because I want to progress that space. Where I was actually looking to go to is the chief of army staff. That's where I was going to. So that's why I wanted you to identify where you feel he will struggle with the most. Because I feel that wherever he's going to struggle with the most, he has to pick the chief of army staff from that region, so that then from within, that person can deal with whatever problem is coming from that space. So if you feel that he's going to struggle with the IPOB the most, do you think he should pick the chief of army staff from the Southeast?
Yes, it might be it might be a strategy for him. It might be. I think he can give it a shot. He can give it a shot. Now, if you look at it very well, under Jonathan, I think Jonathan broke the normal usual arrangement of not dominating the army, picked Jerika, and I think things normalized a bit in the South, and so many other things like that. They was able to placate them forward for that time being, except when they raised their ugly head again when Buhari came in. I think it could be a very good strategy. It could be a good strategy, like, come. Here we are. We have been shouting about this thing that they did not give us a chance. Now they give us a chance. Would you want me to start killing my people? I think we can negotiate this thing with the government using all the legal options that are available, plus those things that some people spoke about yesterday. Madam Zita talked about that. I think Bishop was also talking about. I think the two of them concord, and many of us concord in that direction, that there is a need to bring in IPOB leader Nnamdi Kanu, the leaders of the and some other people who did that axis, to give peace a chance, have a negotiated settlement, so that the development of that country, of that particular part of the country, can go on smooth, and peace can return, to that part of the country. I think I would like him to give it a shot. Then he can then push the other side, maybe the chief of naval staff or some other ones, Air Force to the north. That is when the tenor of the ones that are serving, goes. I know you might want to do some reshuffle, but it might be a good thing to do. Jonathan did it, and we saw what happened. At least Jonathan did it a bit. Only that we had issues with the north. I think under Jonathan, it was the north that gave us a bit of problem. We all the problems in the south came down, but we had the north to contend with in terms of Boko Haram. So, but I know there will be pressure on Tinubu in that area, because I know the northern guys also still want to retain their space, their usual traditional space of leading the army and so on and so forth. Well, so that's it.
All right.
It's a good thing to consider. It's a good thing to consider. Yeah,
because I gave you some thought that if he's going to be contending with the Southeast, which seems likely to be the case, then maybe you should just pick the chief of army staff from there. Let me take you to this space then. Outside of politics, businesswoman found dead after meeting with mystery man at a hotel in Oyo. So this is the narrative then of these 8 girls, these are Instagram babes that live this flashy lifestyle, which is underwritten by often instances a sugar daddy, and then of course the new space of ritual money in Nigeria. So this is not the first time that we've heard this narrative. Some young girl meets a guy in a hotel, and that was the last thing that she's ever done. So what are you then making then of this narrative of this pretty girl from Oyo?
Yeah, well, woman, right now, the way the country is now, our youth are they are seriously missing it, Well, I believe I read the story also this afternoon, about and besides I live in Oyo State, so I used to live in Oyo State. That's my city. I was born and bred there, so I would know that this generation has degenerated into something else. But I want to believe that something spiritual and that's something that's beyond the physical, travel, within that space. So if somebody left a room, and afterwards I think they called to ascertain whether she's there. I think she returned back the call. This is what I read. That
Actually, I've got a clip on it. Let me play a clip on it. There's a guy that narrates it excellently. So let's hear him. Let's hear this guy.
Okay.
The girl on that walk when they do.
About now is a very sad one. Hookup has finally gone wrong. Hookup don't hook this girl for neck, and she don't buy. She don't enter RIP. This picture when I show now is a picture of a young girl, and this girl's name na Adeshina Olayika, aka Candija, because her Instagram name na Candija. She was an online vendor. She dey sell things online. She dey do online business during the day, but at night she dey do hookup. Hey! Upon the things when hookup don't do so many girls. One thing is, as we dey advise they reach, I go come social media and talk, advise our guests. Yet, the ones we know take our advice, now they plenty parts. Just see this fine girl, see as get fine now. She don't enter RIP. My people, make una listen to how this matter they happen. Because now gist lover, now post this picture. Hey! But make una share this video, make una share it, so that everybody will see her and learn lesson from this video. If they say want to continue with their hookup, now they sabi anything when they see, they go the manager. According to gist lover say this Olayika, they can call her for a hotel. Say make she come see one client for hotel. And the name of the hotel now, Wetland Hotel in Akobo, Oyo State. Oh, but before she go the hotel, now she tell her friends, say, see where they go. Say anything weapons they do for this life, he must get friends when they do that thing with her. Now I tell her friends, say, man, see where they go. I want to go see one client for hotel. And the name of the hotel is Wetland. Hey! Now she take go. That was on Wednesday night. My people. On Thursday morning, now the boy when she come see, come out alone from the hotel room. And the boy want check out. So the session. So now the receptionist say, I want to log out, I want to check out, I'm done. Now I say, when the person will come see you, we must ensure. So you can't just go like that without the person will come see you, following you. But then the guy tell receptionist say, nothing to the person will come see me. She just want to relax, after which she will still check out and go. Hey! Now receptionist go carry phone. They gonna call this Olayika. As they call Olayika, according to the information, I know they're there. Now, what did they talk? Now they report to them. So, now the receptionist gonna call Olayika. Because Olayika, how far? Olayika can pick, according to the receptionist. As Olayika pick, now I say, okay, now you tell this guy, make the guy go alone. Now Olayika answer, say yes. Now me tell the guy, make the guy go alone. Later, one rest. Over. Now it's okay. All right. The guy already confirmed your exit, so you can go. Now I tell the guy move. The guy move with the speed of light. Come on for the hotel. My people now listen to this for this life. Oh, and the guy move finish now. After some hours, now one of the receptionists say the power bank when they use, they charge phone. Now the Olayika borrow and the power bank. Say they go give Olayika power bank for Olayika room. Before they will check out finally. As that one carry power bank, reach Olayinka room, they knock. Nobody they answer. He never want to raise alarm. Manager, where you dey? Manager say I dey here. See manager, think they happen for here. Where you dey? This room, nobody they answer me. I don't know. My hand they pay me. Then manager tell run come. Using the speed of light again. As manager come, manager knock. Nobody they answer manager. The door was under lock and key. Hey, you know what did the manager do? Manager go say hand when they knock the penner. Then they go look for extra card. They open the door. Lo and behold, as they open the door, they just see Olayinka lie down, lifeless. She don't go. She has gone to RIP. Hey! Now so person just go. Because of hookup. Hey! My people, as I hear this information, now I say no, it's not good. Say I keep out to myself. I still need to come out to share out to my people so that they will know the danger behind hookup. Una where they do hookup. Una they see where the hookup get they see. Una they see Amabi. Now looking at this whole story, you will find out that that hotel when they even talk about that wetland hotel, not be small hotel. Then they run generator. So how can you go borrow? I mean the recession is now. Go borrow power.
Oh, all right. So I saw that guy present it, and I thought he presented it more eloquently than it. Even what was not in the story, he added it there. But the sum total of it is this now new age of wanting to live a life beyond your means. Often instances, this is not a new story. It's just the latest incarnation of something that sadly may recur again.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. What man? Oh man, I've watched so many of these prank videos where people will even their own sister they will behave as if they want to do up, and you see the girls coming out to meet a total stranger. I've watched them. Probably the situation of the country, the economic situation of the country has made many of our girls to lose it. And they can do anything these days. They can sell they can sell themselves, they can do anything to get money. Because what would the lady be doing in an hotel with somebody that is a total stranger? So if she doesn't have anything to do what to do. So like I said, there's something spiritual that already occurred there. It might not have the reaction. The reaction might not come out immediately, to give that to show that she died before the man left. But after the man left, probably the people that were engineering the stuff from the background got their way through, and the man already, the man was saying that the guy ran away with the speed of light, knowing fully what he has already done. So it's a lesson to many of our youths, of the fact that they need to preserve their word, number one, their name, their integrity. And of course, you have to stay away from illicit means of getting money. You cannot. When power jam power, when just like the two metal or two ions meeting one another, one would definitely bend
you say it's the economic situation of the country, but often instances these girls are not doing these things just for money to subsist. It's not for subsistence money. It's not for money to eat. It's money to keep up with the
fame. Fame, the trend. To ride you see them just a few weeks, just few months into opening an Instagram channel or YouTube channel. You see them launching ML. There was a video. There was this girl that normally one FALEKE girl or something. The lady came to Nigeria, just this last December. When she came to Nigeria, you know what she said? She showed us that, come, look at the car we are driving in the UK. And I think I've seen you also in your car, in the UK on your Instagram, that you're showing around places. But get to Lagos, he said, the people that do not have good jobs, that do not have a job or something reasonable to do, they'll be saying it's ML or nothing. Is Benz or nothing. The lady was saying that even me that I'm even living abroad, I'm a loss or something. I felt I'm managing, I'm doing well. These are guys that do not have anything, and they want to drive Benz. Is it Benz or nothing? Where would they get the money? If not from hookup, if not from drug, if not from cyber crime, if not from fraud of any whatever, if not from kidnapping, and a whole lot of illicit ways by which he can get this money. So I pray God will just help the incoming administration to do more on youth unemployment. It has
no. It's not youth unemployment. It's moral decadence. Because
it's part of it.
If you've hold on. This rule. If you've already established that they are not looking for money to subsist, so that tells you then that these are glamour people. These are people that want to live. They're keeping up with the Joneses, want to be the flashiest of the flashy, the one that is popping on wherever it is that they want to pop. So it's a moral decadence rather than, she's not unemployed, by the way. She runs a successful online business, but she wants to be at the top of that social scene, and she needs to fund it by using her body.
But woman, do you know that there are still some other guys? The reason why I said what I said is that we need to understand that there are two classes. Some that the first class are those that are already at our level, but they want to maintain that class, that thing. The second class are those that do not really belong anywhere. They are coming up. In fact, they can also do what she wants to do, either to even get to our first level, then later catapult themselves to the next level of fame. So we have them in two classes. That was why I said that. So that was why I said what I said. That there are some people that are already okay and they want to move on. So that's it.
All right, let me take you to the next point. Obedience are bullies who behave like Nazis with contempt for common sense. It's a coalition of 121 pan-Yoruba groups coming to that space. So they're really coming to that space off the back of the experiences that that WOLE SOYINKA is going through with that space at the moment. So that's why they came in. But because of course the lack of understanding. Let me play you this clip just to remind exactly the space who WOLE SOYINKA is. So that was WOLE SOYINKA collecting his Nobel laureate way back then. Probably the first Black African, certainly. So that's the substance of who we're talking about, who has now become toothpick to these people.
Okay.
So that
one man, it baffles me when the children of this generation, so called some Gen Z, and some that are even above the Gen Z level, they already moved to the next the level above the Gen Z. I want to remember that's what I normally call them. They have different categories right now. Now, the WOLE SOYINKA space is not a space. It's not a space that they are supposed to even try to encroach on. WOLE SOYINKA is an epitome of of respect. He's a man that paid the price. Probably we need to understand that in 2015, in 2011, when in 2010, when President Jonathan was about coming up, as the acting president, was about to be given the presidential powers, full presidential powers. It was Senator Teslim Folarin against all odds that pushed forward the doctrine of necessity, at the floor of the Senate, and it took Professor WOLE SOYINKA to be the lead figure of the civil society organizations in Nigeria, to give a voice, add his own voice to that, transition of power, from the late Yaradua to this guy, despite the fact that we have a lot of pushback from the northern space, that it is still our turn. Let power still find a way to be retaining the north. So that is who this guy represents. This is a guy that has fought for democracy all his life. So this generation should understand some certainty that when this man talks, he doesn't just talk out of nothing. And he was a very vocal voice that fought also for the democracy, the 1993 saga, and a whole lot of things. He paid a lot of price. And he said that at the colloquium of Tinubu one time, that the role Tinubu played, the role himself played, and some other things. So they need to understand something. The fact that you lost an election does not mean that you should just get into other people's place and start to rubbish them. You know, if you lose a space, lose an election, you go back and strategize. And that's what is.
Why do you feel a coalition of Yoruba groups felt the need to come and caution the obedient space? Why is that?
Definitely, it will definitely boil down to this at the end of the day. Bishop said something the other time that the Southwesterners, they are known for two things, three things. Number one, they don't like war. Number two, they will not actually like to start war. But the third one is that when you bring war to them, they will square up with you and they will fight it. So, but in the interest of peace, I think they need to tone down, the obedience space need to tone down this rhetoric. The propaganda is getting to high heavens right now. And even after election, the propaganda is so massive that if they allow this thing to go to first run, I can tell you, Tinubu will have serious problem running the country after he's been sworn in. So I think Rabbi Bishop was saying something that his own space, the Tinubu space, will not have that ability to stomach some of the things that Buhari stomached. You won't understand. I also live in the diaspora, but within the African continent. I live in the Gambia. So what I'm trying to say is this: that I've met people that you will think should know better, that they will tell you that, come, Buhari is dead. I said, how can you believe that? How can you believe that? I did Nigerian history while I was in the university, but more than a decade ago. I know what this means. Nigeria is just not a word. Nigeria is a power in Africa. Nigerian government president cannot just die and you wish it under the word, I don't know how you want to put it. And these guys continue to, that there's this UN problem, UN vehicles that came into Nigeria. I don't know whether you heard about that. UN EU vehicles that came into Nigeria. Probably they are coming.
Yeah, no, I saw clips of it on Instagram, and I saw the narrative that was being built around it. Did you
see the narrative? They came to me at my workplace.
Okay.
And they were saying that, UN is now here to give us Biafra, and a whole lot of things, a whole lot of the propaganda is to high heavens, and there's a lot of rehabilitation that needs to be done to the younger generation. For somebody to open his mouth to even attack SOYINKA, a man that stood for democracy and good governance, it's an eyesore. Now, if you are going to be able to do something in that area, then at the point it might be fire for fire. I saw this guy on Keyamo saying that I think they have already tolerated them, and I heard Olata talking about it as well, that the Machiavellian politics might begin to play out in that space if the obedient guys do not tone down the narrative. The election has come and gone, but the campaign of calumny is still very much higher. And you don't want to distract. The president that is coming in also doesn't want any distraction. If I want to use that strategy that Kolata was talking about.
Do you think the time has come for people just to disregard and dismiss them as just a lunatic fringe, and then we just carry on with the serious matters of life and reshaping Nigeria? Because we cannot continue to entertain it, can we? So is it as the time comes for us just to leave them as just some lunatic fringe and cage them off somewhere, and then carry on with with real conversations? And because what are we talking about? We're talking about who will be the chief of staff. This is the conversation we should be having. What shape they hold on? Okay, carry on.
Continue, one man.
I was saying that the conversations we should be having now is who are going to fill important slots in the Tinubu administration. What shape should that administration take? What are the top 3 priorities that they should tackle? How should we assess the first 100 days of the administration? What sort of impact should they have regionally? And what sort of a spread to reflect national character? So this is what we should be talking about. But still we are stuck in that space of this craziness that, look, the United Nations are sending troops to come and shoot Tinubu up, should we just cast them to the field as just a lunatic fringe and dismiss them to the ethers so we can have serious conversations?
Thank you, woman. I will say this. Tinubu is one person he shares some of the few characteristics of Buhari also. Even though people may say that it's probably controversial, more controversial than, Buhari is more controversial than him. Tinubu, if I'm reading his mind, is bent on doing like 3 things, like a 3-pronged approach. Number 1, you are abusing me. Okay, I will not give you a kind of I will not give you that opportunity to distract me, but I will put some people in place. Their own is just face them, you and them. Face them. Now let me bring on my team, just like we have been talking about. My team, the next 100 days, this is what we want to deliver, and we want to deliver it straight down so that it trickles down. People begin to feel our impact, the impact of governance, and probably with time, the space that the other guys that were deployed are facing will become depleted. Probably they become tired or something, but he himself knows that he must not be distracted. So he is bent on choosing, he's putting up his team together to do well for the country, because that is the only thing that can also help him that can also help to shut up the opposition voices, so that it will not get louder than it is. But I can tell you, he will not allow them to. We saw what they did. See, for any one of us that we that were living in the diaspora, we know how much this narrative has dented the image of the country. It has dented the image of the country. Sometimes people like us probably will say that we are more patriotic than them. Why? Because we all wanted for the word to call it. He knows that he has 3 things to do. Number 1, make sure that negative news does not fly. He has the directorate to counter that. Number 2, face the main thing, the deliverables. Make sure the deliverables are there to be showcased in 100 days. Number 3, find a way to unify the country. He must not fail on that, and he understands that. But that he will leave them not to get their response, I doubt it. Just like Bishop and Kolata also said, I doubt it if the Tinubu presidency will leave them and take what Buhari took, because a lot of stones were thrown at Buhari, a lot of things, and the communication guys and strategy guys, they didn't do a good job. I can tell you, they did not do a good job. There are many good things that happen in that country that did not happen in so many other countries in Africa or even in the world, that we did not see anybody talking about them.
Do you think there's a danger if they start to engage them? Okay, imagine how they are now. Do you really want to be spending time as an administration engaging the sort of mindset that the obedience elements bring to the conversation?
Yeah, what I think is it might not be that too combative. Right now, immediately he's sworn in, it will not be too much of a combative thing. But
the experience with Buhari tells us that it's going to be combative and vulgar and just relentless.
It will just actually probably it might take a different tone, because for Buhari did not have any much of an online presence. If you look at it very well, and if you look at it, the rhetorics have been taken to the internet, to social media. Now probably there will be a very functional social media directorate that would see to that, just debunking. It might be just about debunking, except in some extreme cases that you need to come out combative. Might just be, let's just say this is the truth. let's not miss word, and people will be able to know, oh, yeah, these people is just propaganda or something. It may not be too combative like that, but I can tell you that because Tinubu is one person, he fights with results. He is a result-oriented human being, and he has his strategies. He will shut many mouths with his strategies. I want to believe he will be working. He will not lose sight. And he has said this several times that when you even try to distract me, I don't get distracted. I continue my homework, and so I think he's still going to. When everybody was shouting that time, was he not doing his homework? Was he not moving from every part of the country to another? Was he not meeting with who is who? Went to Baramatu, one of the, these are thick, the one of the most marshy part of the South South, the thickest part of South South. He went there to go and see the kings and met with a lot of people. Those votes that came out from South South, I have the stuff in front of in my front. The vote that came out from South South did not just come out like that. It was because of some guys that were working for him, and he himself, present, and he was not discouraged with a lot of things that they were thrown at him. So he continued to move. He will continue to do his job to silence them. The result, he's only a foolish man. I know. He's only a foolish man that argues with the result. But I still know that there are some people that will always be like that. They will still argue with results, even when you provide results to them. See, this is the result. They will still want to argue. So, but I've already said it. 3 things he wants to do: unite the country. He wants to focus on his deliverables. Number 3, that you are going to take me down using the strategy you used against Buhari is not going to work. Either by subtle or by combat, we will settle that. So, I think that's the way I'm seeing him thinking right now. Probably he's working in that direction, because you can see look at what happened the last 3 days. You see that they are not going to give any opportunity for anything. And if you look at it very well, I have some guys that I follow on Facebook. See, let me tell you, during the campaign, Zara Onye, there are many that I don't want to mention them. You see, when they post one thing, you go and you see that thing also on the other people's wall. So there is a network. He is going to put a strong, formidable network of guys that will counter any nonsense, any narrative that is probably unpatriotic, or that will not be good for the Nigerian state, or against his person or his administration. It may not be, as it used to be with Buhari, that allowed everything to be thrown at him, to the extent that everybody believed a lot of things about him, which are not true.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Darati. So thank you, Darati. So Darati, let's move the conversation on. Let's move the conversation on and go to Ikene, who joins us from Lagos. Hopefully still there. Ikene, are you there? Ikene?
Yeah, one man.
Brilliant. Your voice is dull today. What's happened? Long day?
Not long day. I've been sleeping since afternoon.
Happy Easter. Did you have all the jollof rice and what do they even eat for Easter? Is it fish? Is it fish that you are meant to eat for Easter?
Fish and the chicken now. That's what I like.
All right. Okay. All right, brilliant. Good to have you. So, let me take you away from politics for a moment. The narrative of that girl in Ibadan, who is a social media influencer, runs an online business. All these people that sell stuff on Instagram. So she says goodbye to her friends that she's going to meet somebody. Goes to a hotel to meet this guy, and that was the last thing her dead body found. So this is a story that we've heard before, and sadly likely to hear again. So what are you making of that space? All these young girls go to a hotel, and then the next thing you know, RIP.
Well, it's the situation on the ground. That's what we used to see. It's not the first time I'm hearing such news. So, and they have been getting warning and all that, but they seems to continue. I don't know the reason. But for me, I will put it is because of lack of contentment. So that's lack of contentment. That's the way I will put it. There is no other thing I think that will.
You don't think it's poverty?
To some is poverty, but to like somebody that is an online vendor, I heard that the girl is somehow doing well. So why not focus on what she's doing and make something out of it? No matter what you are getting from there, I believe if she's contented, then no matter the little profit she's getting, she'll be able to sustain herself. So that lack of contentment is the main reason, because they want to have everything at the same day. They want to buy big wigs. They are probably they will be the one of 5,000, but they will like to have the one of 200,000 or 100,000. They will not be contented with the little one. Maybe tomorrow they might grow and still buy the one of high price. So they don't want such life. They want to get everything the same day. They don't know that life is all about growth. Same thing in business. Business is all about growth, and not just start business today and become a millionaire tomorrow. You have to manage it and grow. You have to put everything together, arrange yourself, manage your income, manage your spending and all that before you be able to get to a certain level. So sometimes it take years, but they don't have the patience to do all those stuff now. So they want to hit it at once. So that's why you see all those kind of stuff happening around the country.
All right, brilliant. So let me take you back to politics and the back and forth between the Obedient Space and WOLE SOYINKA. So now, a coalition of 121 Yoruba groups, they've come to caution that space. So what are you making of that spat between WOLE SOYINKA and the Obedient Space, and now this Yoruba coalition jumping in? What is your take on that space?
Well, I'm obedient now, but I watched the WOLE SOYINKA interview from beginning to the end, but I never see much thing to condemn him on that interview. Because people are taking that dirty comment so personal. I had no. So that's for me. As far as Dirty did not speak anything, who am I to speak? That is my style. So if Dirty had come out to say that this and that, then I'll be able to also add my voice and say that WOLE SOYINKA didn't do well or something like that. But as far as the person he's referring to didn't respond to it, I'll just keep calm. Because
what are you making? What are you making of SOYINKA inviting Dirty to a debate? What sort of a debate could that be?
For me, it's not necessary inviting him for a debate. He has made his point. So for that one, inviting him for a debate, I don't think it's a good idea on his own side. That allowed the sleeping dog to buy. So everybody move on. So I know that after the interview, many people started bringing up many videos to show that he doesn't have the right to condemn me, to call him or whether fascist or I don't know what language he used. So like one that Sibanjo said all this and that. So but for me, he has made his point. So life continues. The nation continues. Nobody is going to crucify him. So and like I always said, it's very difficult to control the mind of millions of Nigerians. Everybody must have his opinion in this country. Everybody. So
all right. We're talking about the shape that the Tinubu administration should take. So now a lot of names are being put up to measure against certain positions. So they're talking about the chief of staff at the moment and who best occupies that space. They're talking about Fashola, Gbajabiamila, Dele Alake, etc. So your thoughts on that space, but to the wider topic, Ekene, what shape would you like to see Tinubu's administration take? And are you concerned? And would you like to see it look different from the Buhari administration, which just had one ethnicity in pretty much all of the roles? So what sort of shape would you like to see the Tinubu administration take as it starts to take shape?
Well, I would like Tinubu to succeed because this is my country and I live in this country. I love this country very much. So I would love him to succeed, but for him not to succeed is for him to follow the Buhari way. So for him to succeed, he need to change a lot of things that Buhari didn't do well and do it more better. So that is, I'm expecting a lot from him, which I did not campaign for him, but the people that campaigned for him can say that he's good in choosing people, he's good in raising men. So I want to see that happen. I really want to see that happen. That he's not biased. He choose an Igbo man during the time he was a governor. I want to see all those things play out. So that is what I want to see. Then maybe if he does well, we'll see how the second term will, because me, I didn't campaign for him because I cannot speak on that area, but the people that campaign for him has speak on that area. So what I have to do now is to say, okay, let me see whether those things they say, whether it is true. So I want to see all those things play out. Now we are looking at his appointment. So we judge him first by his appointment, the people that
what would you like to see for the first 100 days? You know they like in Nigeria to look at the first 100 days as a measure of the direction of travel of an administration. So what three key areas would you like to see Tinubu focus on, and what would you like to see within his first 100 days?
For me, I don't count days. Those 100 days are nothing. I will count him at the end of his administration, the first 4 years. Because this is governance. Governance is not a child's place. People that don't know about governance, I would say, I'm giving this person a timeline. There are challenges that he will meet. Even he has not been in the cabinet now. It's when he entered now. You know, even the issue of subsidy removal is, I don't know. That one now is the next issue now. And he made a firm promise that he will remove subsidy the first day. That if anybody wants to campaign against him, that they should do. And the NLC has already come out to challenge him. So that one is on ground now. The government has this government have they borrowed $800 million for whether for palliative or says for 50 million houses. They will share it in order to curtail cushion the effect of the subsidy removal. So and they are a work that as in they are in contact with the next administration. So that is to say that everything they are doing about the removal of subsidy, that maybe Tinubu knows about it. So you need to continue with it. So, but the heat is already coming up now in the country. It's becoming a topic, and even some people are not even ready to hear that fuel will be selling at 800 naira, 750. Because the problem we have in this country that this palliative now, some people will just corner it. People like us will not benefit it. It is people like us that will suffer it. We'll buy the fuel 750, nothing will happen. Buy 800, nothing will happen. And it is people like us that will talk. So the people that will now corner the money will now begin to come and tell us that government shared $800 million. So do you see the problem in the country? So I want to know now how he will handle it, this particular problem now, because this is the first challenge as I'm talking to you now. Immediately he's being handed over. This will be the first challenge. And he cannot continue with the subsidy. Do you understand? So governance is not all about giving somebody, even if there is I know there will be problem at that first beginning, but I will not judge him on that. I will judge him on how he will handle it, how he will be able to do it, so that people like me will not feel much of the impact, of the negative impact. Because for me, I want the subsidy to be removed. The money they're wasting there is too much country cannot bear it again. So, but I want to know, that is where I will first test his leadership skill, what he will be able to do to make the people of the country happy, so that we will not feel it much. So it's not about 100 days, then the cabinet. So that is why I say his cabinet, because the people that will advise you is very important. People that will advise you, the people that is surrounding you, the people that chief of staff, Fashola would have played a better role. But I'm telling you, I don't think that Fashola will be his chief of staff. So this one, I'm in the country, I know what is happening. So, but let's pray.
All right.
Fashola has some quality that Babaji Amela did not have. That family, but I don't know. I don't know why they're pushing for him.
All right. Let me take you to this space. There is a census coming up at the moment, and the Ohanese in Digbo, they are urging the Southeasterners to make sure that they participate. So are you monitoring the goings on in that space? And is it in discussion that the Southeasterners might not participate in the census?
It's a discussion. Many Southeast don't want to participate in the census. Especially what happened in the last election. So they said that. But for me, I don't know what the effect it will be in the legal system, or maybe in the federation. So said if they don't want us to vote, why would they want us to be part of the census or something like that? So that is why the Ohanese has come out to put out that statement for them to stay and they can see how it will play out. But for sure, many people are making statements that they will not participate. Many people.
All right. Do you know the downside to not participating in the census? Do you know the downside?
But I don't know. That is why I asked. What is I don't know the negative effects. So, but they say it's for. They said it's for revenue allocation. That the more the population, the more the state is being attracted to live in dollars.
All right, brilliant, Kenneth. So, Kenneth, your system is a bit. We were struggling to hear you somewhat, but which other topic did you want to speak to in the conversation?
There are other things you brought up now. Are you hearing me well now?
Yeah, we are hearing you, but there's somewhat of an echo there. But let me take you then. Let me take you to the obedience space. Okay, I think you've spoken on that. And then you've spoken on James Faleke. You've spoken on the girl. Okay, debate with Chimamanda, not Dati Ahmed. So this is Atiku's camp pointing to Tinubu in a different direction. So thoughts on that?
Okay, Chimamanda, not that is the Atiku camp now.
Yeah.
So everybody wants to put his mouth on what is going on in the country now. So what do you expect them to say? For me, all this is our opinion. Chimamanda made his opinion. SOYINKA made his opinion, and all these people I respect them so much, especially that SOYINKA. So I know him. He's somebody I like to listen to because of knowledge and all that. But they have made their opinion. Like I said, everybody's opinion needs to be respected in this country. Even if, no matter who you are supporting, I must always tell you, this is the person I'm supporting. You cannot kill me about that. I've made my opinion. I can still come out tomorrow and tell that I'm supporting this person. Doing it based on what I know about that person. So everybody's opinion must be respected. Whether the obedient, the ratified, the ATIKU, or or whatsoever. So if we begin to learn that, the country will move forward. So the pastor that spoke about Obi today on Arise News, I think he's a Yoruba pastor. So, but he's supporting Obi. He made his opinion. So the people that Yoruba people will not kill him because he's supporting another Igbo man. The same thing with WOLE SOYINKA. After all that interview, WOLE SOYINKA made some statement that I recognize to be fact, which I also respect him of. He made a statement that he really wants an Igbo presidency to heal the wound of Biafra. He made it clear. So why are people not discussing those ones? He said, I really want an Igbo presidency to heal the wound of Biafra. And that was why the first time he chose somebody like Kensele Moyalo and supported him. But when he was supporting him, all the people that he made the arrangement with, most of them drew back. He continued, but the thing did not manifest because a tree cannot make a forest. He made a statement there. So why people are not talking on those aspects? And the words he said, he didn't say it clearly that he's supporting Tinubu. He said that Tinubu called him to tell him about his ambition. He told him that he is too old for this. The same thing he told ATIKU. Let them withdraw back so that younger people will take over. They will see this country move forward. Is it not the same interview that he made that statement? Before he now came to that.
It was, wasn't it? Yeah.
So why are we focusing on the dirty? If we want to, anytime we want to discuss something, let us bring out the whole fact. So that let it not be as if we are killing somebody's character. You bring out the whole fact, the whole statement that person made, the key point, so that you buttress it. People will understand the person's stand. So I cannot criticize him because I watched the interview and I know what he said. He really talked about Igbo presidency and he talked about what happened in Lagos, that he condemned it. So I cannot, as far as is that interview that I watched, I cannot condemn him and I cannot say anything bad about him. Because what used to happen in our society is that somebody, after an hour interview, somebody will just go and pick out the one that maybe affect the other people negatively. They will post it on the internet. People will begin to argue it on that particular point. He said that he do this, that he do this, that he do that, that he do that. They begin to argue it, and the situation will begin to escalate. For people like me that use my time to watch the interview, know what the man said, I cannot join words and begin to. I have seen the interview. I know the point the man has made. I know what he said. He did not say it because he's supporting Tinubu. He said it clearly. That he told Tinubu not to run. So why would I condemn him? So, and that is the problem of the communication we're having in this country. We don't just talk about people anyhow. We bring out what the man has said, the key point he has made. Then we begin to buttress it one by one. That's why I said that Daddy has not made a comment. If Daddy has made a comment, then I would have have something to reply. But he didn't make a comment because he did not talk to me. He was talking to Dati. So for me, I don't have any problem in that space.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant.
And I'm still very obedient, very, very obedient.
All right, brilliant. The obedient movement, of course, coming to an end very soon after the. What happens to the? Hold on. What happens to the obedient movement after the court verdict? What happens to it?
Nothing will happen to obedient movement. What this movement is just like. We use the platform to be pushing the government of the day positively. Somebody like me positively. Do you understand? Because we cannot keep quiet now. If you keep quiet, they will start doing the same thing they are doing before. And if I want to tell you that if Tinubu wouldn't have done well before, because of this obedient movement, I think he will do well. He will need to prove us wrong now. He will need to prove us wrong. So if he doesn't do that, do you think that this election is a small election? Even though he win, do you think that next election he will have to be mobilizing another talks to fight for another election? No. He needs to do well so that the next election will be very easy for him to win. He will not need to kill himself or. So the obedient movement continues. And we will start to push. We will positively. We will begin to checkmate their achievement and all that. We begin to count things. Begin to put record. The one he has done right, I will say he has done it. Yes, he did. He tried. So you don't keep quiet as a citizen. This is our country. All I want is for this country to be good. If we start to enjoy like you people abroad, is it a bad thing?
Nobody is enjoying abroad, though. You are enjoying more than us abroad. If you think people are enjoying, you must be joking. You self, you travel now, so you know how life be abroad now. It's not all rosy. You are just in your house, work house, and then work house. That's just it.
No, forget that one. The only see this country, before you will enjoy in this country, you just have to make money, build your house, have a standby generator, if you are able to achieve that, have a very good business, then you can be enjoying. But even to achieve that now in this country, it's very hard. The economy it's not like before. Business is not how it used to be. Do you understand? So if those things begin to return, that is what we're expecting from the new government. If he begins to put things back, begins to put the economy back, if we start to enjoy, I'll come to this platform and tell you, one man, things are beginning to change. Your business is moving. It's like Baba Tinubu understand this thing. You understand? I will not hide it from you. I promise you. So if those things begin to come back, before, if you do business, maybe before like 2 months or a month, and you have concluded your business, any amount you have. But now, 4 months, 5 months, you will even be eating your capital before you will be able to conclude your business. So those things are this man Buhari has. These are the negative. That's why people like us, we don't talk about politics before. These are the issues that made us to talk about politics. Before, if you enter Alabama, nobody talk about politics there. We don't have time for that. It's this Buhari government that made us to join politics. and we really played it.
How long have you been in Alaba market?
Let's say with the years I serve and all that, about 16 years. 6 years of service, 4 years of business.
All right. Tell us about that serving. If you don't mind, though, is it a story that started from your hometown, and then you came through a relative, served him, and then he set you up? How does that system work?
Well, it's just like a culture amongst the Igbo people. So it will not be necessary your brother, but it starts from your brothers. Maybe if you are the senior one, the ones that don't want to go to school, maybe you start business before them. You can from them pick somebody. He will help you to grow the business, run the business, do all sort of things, make sure build customers and all that, maybe for like 5 years or 6 years, depending on what you people are able to achieve within that period. Then you rent a shop for that person. You either give him goods or you give him cash. The person will kick off his own life. Then you find another person that will serve you. Then you can pick another person. And so that is how it works. That is all these millionaires you are seeing, all of them, they have Oga. If you know, like one example, if you know somebody like Kostaris have Oga. He's a billionaire from Nnewi, Innocent starved one man from my village. This Innocent Motors. The man he served is from my village, Rojeni. So many of them. So that is how they start. And many of them don't go to school. Somebody like in Kostaris didn't go to primary school, just primary 4. So just through that service, he became a big businessman. So that's how we do it.
All right. And what's the more popular route in the Southeast? Is it through this business route or through education? What's more popular amongst that? What's the best route to to being a man in the Southeast? Is it through education or through the apprenticeship?
It's business, man. Through business. The education, they are trying education, but mostly business. Because in our place now, once you finish, if you manage to finish secondary school, especially the situation of the country, they'll just tell you better go and do business. So
hold on, this apprenticeship thing, when you serve somebody for 4-6 years, what happens then? Does that person then rent you a shop, stock it up, and then set you on your way? How does it happen?
That is the thing. He will rent you a shop, or maybe if you like, he will give you everything in cash. Some will say, let us do combine. The Oga will now bring maybe 5 million or 2 million and say, this is my money, this is your money, let's do combine. If it pleases you, you can still do combine with your Oga. If you don't like, you say no. So, but he must set you up. Either he will find a small shop for you, the one he can afford, then give you cash. Some people will say they don't like the line of the business. Give them cash. Let me go and learn another trade. So that is the thing.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ikene. So Ikene was a real. There was a lot of feedback on your system, but we are glad to hear that all of that from you. So stay with us, Ikene, as we move the conversation, and you can interject, of course, if you feel the need to. So let's move the conversation on and move it back to politics, and let's bring Fatai into the conversation. Fatai, are you ready? Fatai, Otis Oloni. Eh?
No, I wanted to speak before I sleep.
All right. Before I take you to the politics, it was just interesting because he's been through the process, Ekene, and he was talking us through that apprenticeship thing that is the culture in the Southeast. And for all of this, I have a PhD in XYZ that we like to boast about in the Southwest. You're a PhD, but your shoes has hole in the sole of it. But he doesn't have a PhD. He finished school cert, but look at the mansion that is built and look at his beautiful wife. So which one is the better system? These are a fickle thing that lands you only to become the driver of the person that serves the apprentice system.
Well, this is a Omar, you're asking a question about essence of life and all those things. It's how is the proverb? If you don't conduce where you take face people now different now. And different.
Yeah, but what I'm suggesting is for all of the academics that you have and they have academics too in the Southeast, by the way, that not to say that it's either or, but for all of the academics that you have in the Southwest, a lot of them, they are penniless. But for all of these so-called is a trader, is a container guy, they have mansions all over. They tell you that they own vast estates in Lagos, but the estates that they built in their own homestead is even greater. So all of this noise making that we like to make, is it just a fool's gold?
No, not really. It's like Aristotle's The Republic, right? The Republic needs different. The Republic runs on different skill sets, right? There is a space for everybody in the Republic. So the Republic will be organized around different things. Everybody will not be business people. The society will not work. And everybody cannot be academics. The society will not work. Everybody according to their ability, to what they bring to the table. And that's why it's necessary to recognize everybody's boundary, right? I think it's just because the way the society is right now. Like if the society takes a better turn, it will not be that much of an issue, right? You don't need all the money to live life, right? Sometimes there's more value. There's more value in the things of the mind than in the content of the mind than of the pocket. At the same time, also look at the condition of the country now. If you have content in the mind, in the brain, and there's no Gary to drink, it's problem, one man. It's problem. Your wife could become another person's wife. Now the problem is that now, if the society runs better, it will not be it will not be a serious debate. I think the society is what makes a serious debate.
All right, let's get to the serious debate then. And the debate then is who becomes the chief of staff for Tinubu. So now this piece in the papers promoting James FALEKE. So James FALEKE now seems to be the name that they are conjuring with. But then, of course, that piece was from the Arewa Youth Consultative Forum. It sounded like a sponsored piece for him to announce his name into the space. But this field is now starting to crowd up the chief of staff. We already have Fashola, of course, who's been spoken of, but Abia Miller was pushing hard and we thought he had landed the space. People thought Dele Alake is the best fit, but now James FALEKE. So now that space now, Tinubu's chief of staff, your take on that space?
I wouldn't totally categorize the James FALEKE. I mean, from very little, I don't know so much about him. I haven't really heard that name so much, but just a cursory look at him. I think it was maybe he schooled in the north or something like that. He had a lot of his upbringing in the north. So I think he probably had a lot of connections to that space. So I think it's more of they are trying to push somebody they feel more comfortable with. They are trying to push it, trying to play up. Because everybody wants to have a Everybody wants to have as close as possible seat on the table now. So I think it's the northern space pushing somebody they are more connected with into that area, right? They need everybody needs accessibility to the presidency, especially the way this Nigerian president. Anyway, I think all presidents actually, they have tremendous, approval power is a lot of power to influence approvals. So I think it's more of the north space trying to play him up, because he has more roots to the north than the other people on the table. I think it's probably that, but I don't. What is that guy's name? The one that was attacking Ruben Abati.
Dele Alake.
Dele Alake. Those ones, they are the attack dogs now. It's like asking Keyamo to be chief of staff. It's a waste of his talent now. It will be a waste of his talent now. Dele Alake will be in somewhere in the media, stuff like that. It will be a waste of his talent to put him. He understands the media formation and all those things now. He knows who and who. I'm sure he knows how to push up stories and who to when some kind story is running around, where to attack it and all those things. So I think it's probably been the more media situation. I think also same thing goes for Fashola. I don't see all the buzz about Fashola being chief of staff. I think it will be a waste of his talent to be chief of staff. I mean,
where would you slot Fashola in, or does he even slot in at all into the Tinubu administration?
A minister. Well, I mean, he's doing a good job. Whatever the portfolio is holding, why not? Why yank him out? Leave him there. Give him super minister.
We did not be bored of that. We did not be bored. Is that progression? That's not progression, is it?
Old man, that place there's money there now.
I think he's made all the money he will need. Though I'm not sure that.
No, it's not even whether he makes money. Where there is money, there is power now. One man. If you are running, you are the one giving out the contract and everything like that. This is how you build your own now. It's like you are a minister of petroleum. You will become powerful easily now. It's not so much even for the money. I mean, you oversee where the direction of the contract and everything like that. And those are massive projects now. All those bridges and Lagos Ibadan Expressway and blah blah blah. This one to the east that he built, at least oversaw. These are massive stuff now. These are things that give you strength in the future. I don't really see him as a chief of staff. It was because he has shown his skill. When Tinubu was governor and Fashola was chief of staff, that was in the beginning. Now he hasn't shown his skill in the public administration that time. He's oversized for chief of staff, and when you think about a chief of staff, everybody thinks like Tinubu wants a chief of staff that will, like friends say, like can tell him the truth, can tell it to his face what he has to do or whatever. That's no. I don't want a chief of staff. I have a lot of people to tell it to my face. I have advisors. They have a security chief, everything that can tell it to your face. You don't need your chief of staff to be telling you. The chief of staff is like your PA now, your personal assistant. You need somebody. The first consideration is loyalty. You will be very lucky to have somebody loyal. I think the first criteria is loyalty. If you need somebody who can tell it to your face, we already have a very good example. General Kelly with Trump. It was a disaster. He ended up a disaster, right? You don't want you as your chief of staff somebody that, I don't know, maybe he thinks that he could be a better governor than you, or people think he could be a better governor than you. I don't want that as my chief of staff. I don't want as my chief of staff. I want Gbajabe Amila. but Abiamila is not a small boy. I mean, I think he's highly underrated. Actually, he's quite smart in his own way. Quite smart guy, and he was a Speaker House of Rep. He has dealt with people from all around, right? Being Speaker. So, and it's very, I mean, where do you see Tinubu and you don't see Gbajabiamila? I mean, that's a very lucky. I mean, I will, if I would be a manager, I want somebody that close to me to be my chief of staff. I don't want somebody too far away from me. We will be learning each other. No. I want somebody close to me. Everywhere you go, you see Gbajabiamila. I think Tinubu will be lucky to have Gbajabiamila as a chief of staff. Right?
You don't think he's too? You don't find him somewhat feeble? What Gbajabiamila? You don't find him feeble?
Feeble. He's a man. He's a man.
It doesn't have a certain je ne sais quoi. There's a robustness somewhat. It doesn't have steel. You know, there's no steeliness about him like you will find with Fashola. Yeah.
Yeah, but what do you? To who do you want to use his stillness for?
To both act as a buffer between you and people that want to come and address you. You know, he has to be like a gatekeeper to you somewhat, and then he also has to be able to speak to you in a way that makes you feel uncomfortable if he feels that
No, I don't want my PA to speak to me in the way I'm.
You want a yes man? Do you want a yes man? Because Gbajabiamila is a yes man.
It's not necessarily yes man. It's not. The two are not synonyms. Loyalty and
is Gbajabiamila a yes man? Does it strike as a yes man?
I mean, he's a speaker. I mean, I don't think it will be that yes man. I mean, to become a speaker. I mean, if you are that much of a yes man, I mean, I don't think he's much of a yes man. I think I would describe him as loyal. I mean, from what I see, like I don't know, except if it's like football, they are all playing. If it's not football, they are all playing with each other. It looks loyal to Tinubu to me. It looks loyal, and it's okay. I don't think that steeliness is steeliness to his boss. You don't need steeliness to your boss when you are. It's not going to end well. It's not going to end well. You cannot have two captains in a ship now. Essentially, that's like one ship now. You need one captain, and you need somebody to, when the captain is asleep, to make sure there is no flying around. That's it. If steeliness to the outside, yes, but steeliness to the inside, it could be dangerous now. To be then, you need a loyal chief of staff now. Is the one person in the organization or administration is so close to you, you should be able to sleep with your two eyes closed. Not somebody you don't know. I mean, with his own, who has a life of his own. He's debating, he's negotiating. No, the primary goal is what is good for the principal. That's whoever is coming in, is it good or is it bad? That's what you need to tell it to your face is to tell you that there is a danger coming or something like that. Not somebody to be debating with you because he has a better opinion. Better opinion is good, but it's not in the mainstay. That's my point. They are all. I mean, I'm talking about a value chain. Like I'm talking about hierarchy of a skill set, of a responsibility. Loyalty is top of the hierarchy. That's the number one thing. It's not whether you are a boy or you're not a boy. The first on top of the list is loyalty. You know, a principal will be very lucky to have somebody as a chief of staff or as a personal assistant who is loyal. There is no downside to it. That downside, whether to tell him, he's not the advisor. He's not going to advise Tinubu on economics.
All right. Fatai, let's widen it beyond the chief of staff. What sort of shape are you looking to see the Tinubu administration take in terms of the national spread? Because of course, Buhari. Well, one of the things that stood in his way is just his ethno something that the Fulani thing that he did for 8 years. But are you looking to see an abundance of Yorubas, or are you looking to see a national spread? And are you really having the expectation that it will be surely and purely competence-based? So what sort of shape are you looking to see the Tinubu administration take? And then what 3 key areas would you like him to tackle first and foremost, just as soon as he's sworn in?
I mean, I think at this point is really there's no upside to fill all the position with Yorubas. What is the upside? I don't even think there are enough Yorubas, that like in every section they are like the top of all, right? I don't think by a way of the reality it will not be all Yorubas. I think Buhari pushed too much to fill everybody up with their. But even for Buhari, it was more of the security angle that it filled everywhere with the not people, and you can say the military is largely filled with the northerners. The top ranks is usually filled with northerners. The southeasterners are not interested to go in the military; they want to go and do business. The southwesterners. They next a big fight. This one no one carry gun. So it's only the north that are being pushed.
One more, please, sir. Good evening, sir. Good evening, sir. Let me just tell that guy that they don't allow us to go to the military. It did not turn us first.
Yeah, I know.
No. How do you mean? No, there was a time they were struggling to recruit in the southeast now.
So Fatah, say how Southeast man there, just a boss like this.
Okay, hold on. Only to go and retire the later, about 400 Southern generals I call them have been retired ever since Aisha Buhari took over the government.
But we're not a good military. That's the way talking that true. I never see any military person from my side, yo. I never see.
I remember we used to have within our we had one commander like that in and when we were in secondary school, they were always pushing us to like in the Navy. Till today, many generations, nobody joined the Navy. These are so I don't think these two. Okay, of course, I'm being cheeky. It's not. I'm not being absolute in my assessment. But like generally speaking, the Southeasterners want to do business. I mean, it's been said here already. They want to make money and go and marry Amaka or or Nadichi. And the Yoruba won't go.
What objection do you have to Amaka? We all want to marry Amaka. There's nobody on this planet. There's nobody on this planet that doesn't want to marry Amaka.
Amaka, carry my money.
What's your favorite Igbo name?
My okay. I've never thought about that actually. I think probably would be Chinyere or something like that. Or maybe
yes. I think my favorite is that Amaka. Amaka. Chidima
be my own. Chidima.
No, actually, I remember. Anwulika.
No, that's too conk now. That's too Igbo.
That's my favorite.
But this Angoleka you call shows that maybe you sabi Igbo small, because not everybody that is not Igbo will know that name Angoleka.
No, now because now you get story behind now. Now you can.
Look at this guy.
Even the way they call and say, they give me memory now.
Yeah, but back to it then. What would be the assessment of Tinubu's first 100 days? You know how they like to do first 100 days in Nigeria. What would be the assessment of it?
Tinubu, I love Tinubu, right? But if Tinubu does not remove subsidy in 100 days, if I have power, I will call for his impeachment. I don't. Subsidy go. In the first 100 days, before 100 days, who is going to be CBN governor? one man. These are the two things I really, and I don't think he can do. Okay, the credit facility stuff that will be down the line.
Yeah, what about the security space? Would you like to see him make some big moves in that space just to indicate how he's going to secure the country?
Tinubu is not a military person now. He's going to rely mostly on the advice or whatever intelligence from that area. He's not a Buhari, right? He's not going to go like whatever he has in his mind as his idea. He would have to negotiate that space. He's not a Buhari that can just say this is what I want and that's it. He would have to negotiate that place with the military side. And like I think you said whether he will appoint like a Southeastern as chief of army staff, those will not be up to him. He's not a military person. How much insight does he have into that situation in the military? Whatever he's going to do is going to rely on, even whether he's going to release Nnamdi Kanu, is going to be based on military briefing. All of those things will be. It will not be too wise for him to jump ahead of himself with regard to security, right? So it would entirely be based on what is the hierarchical situation there in the army. He doesn't really know that much there. He's not a Babangida who knows the backhand, with his backhand, everything going on down there. So you have to rely a lot on the military side.
Because security is going to determine just how successful or not his administration will be.
I think security won't be his biggest headache. I think much of
you don't think so?
No, I don't think so. I think it will have more headache handling the obedience than handling security. Those one man.
No.
And how will he handle them?
When those obedient, when they handle Tinubu, then go handle Tinubu. Those obedient where they see you. Those obedient, then they play.
So how does he handle that space then, Fatai?
He has his FFK now. He has his attack dog, FFK and co now. He will deploy FFK and co to handle them now. But I think on the one hand, he will ignore them a little bit because they cannot dictate.
You don't see this obedience space transmuting into an armed struggle.
I don't know. I think they are just loud youths. They are just, or at least even if not you or middle age or whatever, they are just loud. They're not. That's why after the election, people were like, "Oh, the country is going to be in trouble. They're going to go in the street." And no, they are. Those guys are just doing their thing. They are just doing their thing. But they are very quick. They are very quick.
Have we lost you?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can now.
Hello?
We can now.
So they are very quick on their feet. So they will be a real handful for the for the administration to handle. They would have to be. There's no secrecy going on. Those guys are not playing. There's no secrecy going on. Especially you people go and do yes, daddy. They are coming back. They are wounded like wounded lion. They are when they will come back, it will not be easy. You should have enjoyed your yes, daddy. Enjoy it very well. You just let it go like that. Okay. So enjoy it, so that you enjoy your. When they will come back, those guys are not playing. But I think the subsidy will go. I think they got a grant from the World Bank or 800 whatever.
800 million. Do you not think that's just for last? Is that not just for last minute looting? I think they're just going to loot that on the way out.
Yeah, but it's not a loan. It's not a debt. It's a grant. It's a gift. It's a dash me. It's a dash me money. It's a dash me money. Whether they of course they will eat most of it, but it's a grant from the World Bank. There are
for what purposes? For what purposes?
One man, there are all this money all around.
Because they are describing it as a palliative, and when they usually describe money as a palliative, they give it to Sadia Farouk, and then once money is given to Sadia Farouk, that is the end of it.
Yeah, no. The important thing is that it's not going into the national debt profile. That is the most important thing, because if it's going to that, it's adding to the debt, but it's not going to be adding to the debt, Because for instance, like many of the European cities now, right, when they join the European Union, right, before they join, the streets are like rubbish. After they join, because all you need to do is put up a proposal to the European Union. They approve it, they give you money, right? Because if you are going to have a design that enhances the European real estate, they are going to give you money. So if you can come up with a proposal to the World Bank, to all these multinational or whatever it is, there are a lot of grants there. It's like if you are in the academia and you come up with a proposal to do a research on something that adds to the space, they will give you grants. So there are all these grants available. That's why you need somebody with the insight, somebody with the who understand 1 + 2 to see where all the.
We've lost you again. Can anyone hear me? Hello?
Can you hear me?
Can hear you.
Yeah. No, we lost you, Fatai.
Okay. I don't know what's happening.
All right. You're back now. Carry on.
Yeah. So I think the most important thing with the money is that it's not going on. If it's going on to the debt profile, then that's a problem. But if it's not going on the debt profile, they will steal a lot of it, but a lot of it also they will actually removing the subsidy. Even all this palliative, actually you are right, just to steal some money. It's not going to, the 800 million is not going to really do any effect. Whatever increase that will happen. The market forces will recalibrate the pump price at the end of the day. So even if it goes up, in a matter of weeks, it will come down, and demand and supply forces will come into play, and the price will be adjusted. Everybody is just afraid of this subsidy situation. But you see, when it goes away now, the price will be adjusted. There's no big deal. There's the big boys making money there. They are the ones who don't want to let it go. They are even raising the argument that, oh no, like the labor union, they say, no, until the refinery start to work before they will remove it. No, the refinery will never work. It will continuously be sabotaged. So you can't wait until the refinery starts working. Because even if the refinery starts working, but what along the line, how much production before you will now be comfortable. So if you're going with that thinking, you will never remove it. Because even if the refinery starts working today, it's not going to be producing today enough petrol for everybody to benefit. So you're going to wait forever to remove it. You have to yank it and let it go. Let the market forces decide. Guaranteed, one man, the pump price is not going to go 1,000. All this is just scaremongering. It will not go to maximum. Those things will hover around 500 naira, like maximum, which already everybody is paying. You will hover around 500 naira. Will be because even the price that is being sold now is likely being dictated by people who are holding the petrol and NNPC. And all these things, it's not the real value. Even the real value might be cheaper because there is the advantage of the population, right? So, the more market you have, you can cut price all across because you have we are not like Cotonou, so you think about the cost of the logistics and everything like that. Everything you had it under the price. But since you have a lot of a wide spread to spread everything, if it's 10 naira, you can spread it for 5 naira, all because you have a big market. So I think all these things will come into play, and it will fix this whole situation. But really, like in the past few days, the path have been the discussion I've been enjoying is WOLE, SOYINKA, Adichie, and all these things.
All right, take us to that space. Take us to that space then. What is your take on it? Because and on your way to that space, coming via the headline for the session, obedience are bullies who behave like Nazis with contempt for common sense. A coalition of 121 pan-Yoruba groups. So they've come out now, and what has brought them out is the sort of language that they're hearing pointing in the direction of SOYINKA, which they cannot stomach anymore. But what concerned me somewhat is that this is a coalition not of Nigerian groups, but specifically an ethnic stock. So it's the continuing ethnic coloration of that space. So from there, go on then to the Chimamanda, SOYINKA, and Dati in between.
Yeah. Well, I think certainly, I mean, I would agree that they bully a lot. You know, I don't have a problem when they are called bullies, but I don't think they are Nazis, right? They said the first person to call Hitler, to use the word Hitler or Nazi, hence the conversation, right? It's too far. I think it's too much to call them Nazi. I don't think they are Nazi. I think they are just over exuberant. I mean, the more they start to understand that Peter Obi is not going to be president May 29, 2023, they will start to calm down a little bit. And when the economy improves, it will also calm down a little bit more, right? But yeah, I think they should let them do their thing. You know, reality teaches everybody. Reality will teach them. So there's really nothing much to it. But I think you will. I'm not advisor to the obedience, but it will have been lovely to see them channel their energy strategically, because they are just fighting everything, right? It doesn't make the fight they are picking up with SOYINKA makes no sense at all, right? So you have to choose your battle. What are you fighting, SOYINKA?
Is it that fight, that final fight that will take them over the edge? Because SOYINKA, he has a lot of sympathy for their narrative, one, and then two, he has a wide across the country presence and adoration, and he has global acclaim. So is it if they start to try to tear him apart, would that be that one misstep that goes too far?
One man, the key, we have mentioned the keyword, the global appeal, right? The obedience, they go in New York City to get audience. When you start to attack meaninglessly a global figure, right? The world sees you. They see you, they see that, oh, okay. Nobody wants to follow people making stupid arguments now. Everybody, the argument is stupid. You're not saying what is said about Baba Ahmed is wrong. You are saying, oh, well, he didn't mention also these other 10 things. Essentially, what they are saying, if you want to really boil it down, oh, why didn't he come out and speak about when MC Oluomo was singing? Essentially, that's what it boils down to now. They say he did not come out like one man. This man you were playing, I think you opened up a program at one point. He ran for 20 minutes. This man that was speaking, and he said the man died in him. Because when he didn't speak at that time, so the man died in him. That's disobedient. They can link everything. They will just link. They will just link everything to come back to their obedient situation. Which one the man died in him now? Why would the man cannot look? SOYINKA's space has always been political space. Has always been this fight against thing that displays the rule of law, military. These are things he suffered for all his life, right? So this guy comes out. If it didn't immediately even to discredit what even they are even saying. It's not like that Baba Ahmed speaks today and tomorrow he comes out and condemns that Baba Ahmed. No, it was after a long time. So that Baba Ahmed speak, and then all these things start to build up about interim government, about military takeover and everything like that. This is the thing that SOYINKA went to exile for. He went to jail for. These are things. It's not like your baby project in life. Like, no, we don't want military. So this guy comes up and says, this is a vice presidential candidate. It's not Uptown speaking, right? I mean, not the Uptown is not a big boy, but you know, so it's the vice presidential candidate speaking, and he's saying democracy will end, and then we are hearing interim government, and then we are hearing this, and so the guy takes a look at it and say, no, I don't feel comfortable with that situation, and then the killer, he says, and then the guy comes and says, no, there's no, you know, it's come predefined, and is the and is defined. There's no need. There cannot be another interpretation. Any other interpretation is a fake. No, this is the interpretation. No, because that you think is the interpretation does not mean why. That's why we have courts. I mean, even the everybody's favorite president, Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton once said, "It depends on what is." Even Bill Clinton says the judiciary should define the is. That is needs to be defined if they want to condemn him for the Monica Lewinsky. Say, oh, I don't know what you mean by is. Let's define is. Depends on what the word is. These are the people, their original language is English. The president of the most powerful country in the world is saying we need to define is. Here is Dati Baba Ahmed telling us that we don't need to define and. No, it's predefined. No. And so Soyinka comes and say, hey, this looks fascistic to me. And what's the problem? And then they are attacking him that he didn't come out to talk when MC Oluomo was singing. Excuse me. And the guy even said, I was not even in the... I deliberately, before the election, I left the country. So the guy was not around. The guy comes back. Of course, he's been hearing things. So he immediately comes back and says, this is my opinion. No, I don't think that is good for our democracy. For somebody to be saying, no, nobody can define anything. Because he is right. It's essentially judicial bullying.
They are describing him as a secret TINUBU agent.
Yeah, these guys, everybody is a secret TINUBU agent. Are they not Peter Obi's agent? All of them. Are they not Peter Obi's agent? So you can't, this is the problem. You can't speak, they will call you TINUBU'S agent. As if TINUBU is a shit. TINUBU. Some people are look all these self-surrender. That's also the problem. All this self-surrender. This thing is called the deperson somebody. And so once you deperson somebody, then anything associated with that person with that person can then be crushed. Right? You don't need to think about the reason or the logic of it. Look at what is happening to Trump now. Nobody thinks about the reason or the logic of his charges. Everybody just happy that Trump is being charged, right? It's like that now. Once you say this person is terrible, if you kick him out of Twitter, it's okay. A terrible person is a terrible person. No, he's not a TINUBU. He's not a terrible person. It's not a crime to run for office. The guy wanted to run for office. He said he's been planning to be a president. We all have a right to dream to be president. If the guy dreamed to be president, he ran for it, he wins it. What is the problem? It's not you don't get shit for body now. Look, to be a TINUBU'S agent is not a dirty word. I'm not a TINUBU agent, but I like the guy. If you like, so you think that one na shit at is that a shit? It's not something not to be. You think TINUBU don't have people that love him in his life? Of course, he has people that love him. How is it a dirty situation to be associated with TINUBU? How? So why is it a dirty situation? How is it a dirty situation? At any rate, why does WOLE Soyinka, why does it have to be TINUBU?
Because he's a Yoruba person now, and then he's gone with this ethnic stock. Have we lost you again? Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, I think we
can hear you. All right. I think we lost Fatai, but let's go on then to Ajanle Koko. Are you back?
Can you hear me? I'm here.
Yeah, you keep dipping heavily, but carry on. And from there, take us on to the space of the young influencer that met a man in a hotel, and that was the end of solo. Yeah.
I'll just wrap it up quickly. So they are the first to call somebody tribal. but they are the ones that are always thinking tribal. Why the guy comes and speak his own, then you have to link him to Tinubu, not because of anything, no, just to make it tribal. You can't make everything tribal now. At the end of the day, it will not make a sense now. If everything is tribal, nothing is tribal, right? What the man says objectively on its own, can you take it on? If you disagree that if somebody says judiciary don't need to interpret, or it is what it is, or if you disagree with that, let us hear it. No, it's like when they say they win, they win, they win. They say Tinubu don't win. Did you win? You're not putting forward that you won. Where did you win? The only thing you put forward, the numbers that you do, you have numbers different from the number that INEC announced? Because you all have the numbers. Give us your number that is different. You gave us Lagos and Plateau. The two of them are ridiculous. Even you know it. You can't tell me that Tinubu has equal popularity in Lagos and Plateau. 100,000 votes he got in both states. And then he got 10% in Lagos, Peter Obi got 90%. Those are ridiculous assertions now. Even they don't even talk about it anymore, right? Put forward your number. You are just saying the election is dirty. INEC didn't display. Mahmoud is this. Mahmoud is that. Okay, at the end of the day, it's a race. Somebody must win. Are you saying that you won? Is that your argument? Where is the number that make you win? Put it up. Are you saying you won Ogun State? Are you saying you won Ekiti State, Osun State, Ondo State? Okay, you won Lagos. The other 5 states, did you win them? Did you win all the states in the north? Apart from Plateau and whatever. Okay, so if you can't pull up this number that makes you win all these things, why are we wasting all this time, energy? INEC is not good. INEC is this. INEC. Okay, INEC is not perfect. Every election is not perfect. It's already. We will take in all your advice and use it to improve for the next election. No problem. We have to move on with life. You know, all of that. But I think Arise played up that space with WOLE Soyinka. You see the way they kept pressing Soyinka about that question. Hey. The man say I can't hear you. I even assumed WOLE Soyinka was playing. Like he didn't want to address that. But the child kept pressing it. Hey, tell us what you find offensive in that Baba Ahmed said. The man say I can't hear you. They come back again. Keep asking. I don't know. It looks to me like some things going on around that Arise space with that interview. But anyway, where I really wanted to actually go, Wole Soyinka, Adichie, and Achebe. Adichie, I love that triangle. I love that triangle, right? I mean, I don't really see all the bashing of Adichie. I think he's I think he's overplayed, right? Adichie is kind of like an artist, right? The new Washington doesn't make their plans, their intelligence plans or military plans or political plans based on what Adichie says. The paper where Adichie publishes is her opinion. Atlantic. It's not New York. It's not the New York Times, where it's heavily political. That place is like cultural, entertainment, some news stuff. Atlantic is not New York Times, where it's like heavily. And even in the article, she clearly stated, "I am for Peter Obi." So there is, and also it's like about the same time that Soyinka spoke and Adichie spoke. It's around about the same space of time. I think the international community is trying to get a feel from what the heck is going on there, apart from what the government is telling you or what the political parties are telling you. Everybody wants to have a feel, and if they want to have a feel, who are the first people they will call in Nigeria? The likes of Soyinka, if they want to have a human feel to what is going on down there. The likes of Soyinka, like Adichie. She's offered her opinion. There's nothing. I don't think. Look, Achebe was more controversial than whatever Adichie wrote. Now, Adichie went to Massachusetts, that university one time. There is this novel, Out of Darkness, Conrad. It used to be like this canonical novel, like in the literature. Achebe went to deliver a lecture, calling Conrad. What did he even call him? Blasted the guy. In fact, the whole world was shocked. Like, what the heck? This is a revolt person. he called a thoroughgoing racist and this and blah blah blah. He rubbish everything. Same thing also if you look at this guy, Noam Chomsky. Noam Chomsky, he offers political opinion, but nobody holds nobody holds Noam Chomsky to this political opinion. They hold him to his linguistic skills. If Adichie tomorrow writes a novel or write a paper, that's what they remember. The danger of a single story is what everybody knows Adichie for. Everybody know her for whatever she writes. It's like it's just her own feeling about things. That's her own feel as an artist. These people don't write like they don't write. They write how they feel.
I'm not sure that you are right to narrow Adichie to her literary prowess. That is where people really look to hear from her. I think she's a political figure. She's been a political figure for going on 20 years now. And the politics that she plays especially resonates amongst her ethnic stock. And the politics that she plays is always to her ethnic stock. But now that ethnic stock is now in the national space. So she's now still bringing that ethnic stock politics that she has to the national space. So that is what has flashed out. But she's always been political, though, always.
Yeah, no, one man, she can. That's why I say Chomsky has always been political. Nobody recognizes Adichie for her politics. Adichie is recognized for her literary prowess. That's what she's recognized for. It doesn't matter what she writes. If you look at that piece, it's more satirical. It's more artistic than it is statistical. Nobody wants to know statistics and call Adichie, right? Maybe domestically.
It's an opinion-led political piece. And what she's trying to do is to leverage her sphere of influence, which she has created. You know, she has associations with people like Hillary Clinton and all of those kind of level of people. She's on so many platforms. You see her advocating and speaking to the contemporaneous global thing. So she's established a niche within a sphere of influence that listen to her voice as a senior voice. So it is to that space that she's trying to ethnic politics to a global space, and that is where the danger is.
One man, they don't listen to Achibe for a political input. Adichie was one time in a talk sitting on a stage with Angela Merkel when Angela Merkel was the Chancellor of Germany. You understand? You listen to that, you know, Adichie does not, whatever she is in the literary space, she's like, she has no clue about politics. She has no clue about politics. She's just speaking of, that's how she feels. And it's more political artistry than political statistics.
It's more of a cultural value. She's more of a culture.
It doesn't go for cultural value.
Yes,
and what she's saying, when you interpret what she's saying, it doesn't have it's not fact-led. It's more feelings-led, and that feeling there is some element of reality to it. That there is a section of the country that feels the way she feels, and that's what our work represented. Our work is a representation. Whatever you feel domestically about it, whether you think it's ego stuff or whatever it is, but the point is the reality, and that is what art is really. Art is supposed to be able to mirror reality. What she wrote mirrors reality. Mirrors reality. You might agree with it, you might not agree with it, but there is indeed a section of the country who feel exactly as she feels. Right? It doesn't mean Joe Biden is going to base his policy based on what Adichie wrote. And it also is written in the Atlantic. If it's written in the New York Times, okay, maybe she is a lot political. She could get an opinion piece written in the New York Times now, but it's written in the Atlantic. Atlantic is not the top political newspaper in America now. It's a strong paper, you know. It's a strong paper, but it's a mix. It's a bit of politics, a bit of cultural, where actually is largely writers go to write there. Writers, cultural, news, entertainment. These Atlantic features most of the time, right? She's just doing her thing. She said, Joe Biden don't call Tinubu. Okay, what is the value of that? Has no value. That has no value, actually, political value. Joe Biden is not going to base his opinion on that. It's not, that's not an intelligence briefing. It's not an intelligence briefing. I think she's just been artistic. Of course, she loves Peter Obi. And I think she put it there in that paper. She said, I love Peter Obi. So if any world leader who doesn't take that into account, that this is partisan feeling, okay, that is not what he saw.
That love will not be today. That love will not be today. So that one, that one I agree.
You can't. Sometimes we don't choose who we love, who we love, and we don't love who we don't love. He loves Peter Obi, she loves Peter. What can you do? You cannot take it from out of her, right? She didn't call for Nigeria to be. I mean, I don't really get the point. Why except also that's where I'm trying to navigate. I mean, saying Joe Biden should not call Tinubu is the comic of it. Actually, it's so comedic. Like I look, it just makes me laugh. Like, okay, Joe Biden is not going to base his decision on Aditya's piece. So that's what I mean. That the art value in that piece, I see it as more artistic than anything. I see it and I laugh. I don't think so. Okay, I mean, the reality is when you write because of your name, people are going to respond. You know, but me personally, I think the reaction to it is too much. Exactly, the reaction to Peter Obi also is too much. To Wole Soyinka is out of that. I don't even get. I mean, I could even see a little bit of a reaction to Atiku, but I don't even get the reaction of the obedience to Wole Soyinka. I don't know where it's coming from.
All right. Take us to the young influencer that passed away in Oyo State. So give us a brief commentary on that, and then we move on to Ajani Koko.
Come on, that one passed my own pay grade, though. I mean, I don't know what to say there. I haven't this as spirituality and human condition and all of the and I don't know. I don't know who they use, who they
do you think that those things are occurring more within Nigeria, or do you think we're just hearing about it more?
One man, these things have always been with us now. And for everybody who believes in the spirituality situation now, when have we never been hearing about it? Since we were small now, we've been hearing it now. And when we were small now, are you going to go out alone midnight somewhere? You're not going to go out alone midnight somewhere. These have always been with us now. I don't know what's going on there. I don't know. Only now the people who they do and know what they do. Me, I don't know what they do. Now God will help us now.
All right, now God could help us. So thank you, Fatai. Is there anything else that struck you in the news cycle that?
I don't know. I don't really a lot of things, but I don't remember something I've deeply thought through.
All right, thank you. Let's go on to Ajani Koko. See if he's ready for us. Ajani Koko, you're up next.
What's up, woman?
Ajani Koko, we're always catching you in the middle of a meal. What time is it where you are?
I'm not eating, one man.
I thought you were. You sounded like you were. So thank you, Ajani Koko. So Ajani Koko, ladies and gentlemen, I know you've been waiting to hear from him. So Ajani Koko, let's start it off first with the chief of our staff for Tinubu, a space that unusually is hotting up, and a lot of the big names seem to want to occupy that space. So we've got Fashola in play, we've got Gbajabiamila, as you know. Dele Alake comes in as well, and now we have James Faleke. So all of these names permutating. But who do you think best fits for that role? But before you tell us who you think best fits for that role, can you tell us then what is the importance of the chief of staff that is so coveted by all the senior names?
Thank you, woman, and greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. You see, Tinubu is very lucky to have those guys around him. They've been coming a long way with Tinubu. Tinubu himself said it in an interview that Fashola has been a lawyer since he was in the private sector. When it was in Mobile. So Fashola has been his lawyer. And I know Gbajame Amila have been in the same political camp with him since the abducted Third Republic, SDP. And they were in the same political caucus in Lagos, known as Salome Group. So both of them have been coming a long way with Tinubu. And I believe that both of them are reliable partner with him in politics. And the good thing about both of them, again, is that they are both lawyers by profession. So whoever you pick will be an advantage for him in the sense that they'll be able to give him a forehand, they'll be able to advise him on any issue that carries a political, that require political advice, and as well what the political implication of any action that they are going to take or any decision they are going to take as a government. So that is number one important advantage that both of these guys will offer Tinubu. Whoever that they pick among them will be of advantage for him to advise him on the legal implication of any decision they are taking. And so both of them have that. Then number two is whoever you finally settle with. Again, if he settled with Gbajàbíàmílà will go a long way. Or rather, let me say, it will be an advantage to him in building that bridge between the presidency and the legislators. So that strong cooperation will be there between two of them. But Gbajàbíàmílà will be able to use his vast experience in legislative affairs as a former speaker to work his way, build a very, cordial relationship, build that bridge between the presidency and they can get their budget or any law or anything they want to do, you can get it passed as quick as possible, because most of these people, leadership of the assembly, I believe they have one relationship or the other. Some of them, or many of them, he has helped them when he was in the position of leader, of a speaker. So Gbajàbíàmílà will offer that important relationship. We're able to help him to build that strong relationship between the presidency and the legislative arm of government. So, and if he choose to pick the Fashola with his what he's known for as a workaholic, as an upright administrator, with regard to the way he managed government. I mean, with regard to how he performed as governor of Lagos State, and that working relationship that he had with Tinubu as his chief of staff when Tinubu was governor is going to be we're going to have another opportunity as a country for both of them to, deliver that leadership that can achieve results the way they did in Lagos. You understand what I'm saying? They both of them will be able to, give us that leadership as they did in Lagos, the way, according to them, according to what people are saying, they'll be able to transform Lagos, and they'll be able to, they were able to, improve the revenue generating drive of Lagos from what it used to be, 600 million a month when Tinubu came in, to 5 billion as at the time he was leaving. That was a remarkable achievement. So, and as at today in Nigeria, what we lack as a nation what we lack is in the management of our economy is that we couldn't generate enough revenue to run the economy effectively. So maybe both of them coming together this time with what they did in Lagos, maybe they can implement that same strategy that they implemented when in Lagos to, they can implement it at the national level and then transform the generating revenue generating ability of the country. So both guys. So Tinubu is very lucky to have both guys around him. So whoever that he finally picked as a chief of staff, I think they will deliver. They will do a good job for him. I believe both of them are trustworthy to him. They are his political, not just associate. Strong partner. So, and he can go to bed anytime. Not.
Do you think Tinubu should be mindful that his administration does not have the ethnic coloration as we had with Buhari, so it doesn't then turn it into just a Yoruba thing?
No, when it comes to the position of chief of staff, you must have somebody that you can really trust, like you have in that position. So it doesn't matter where that person comes. It's a prerogative decision of the president, and we have to leave it for the president to choose whoever. This is not a matter of maybe tribe or this thing. So those guys have been coming a long way with him before he met any other politicians around the country. So he cannot. You don't want to play a kind of don't want to satisfy people, not to look at you as you are playing as if he is not. I mean, what am I trying to say? You don't want to have a wrong person in that position for reason that you don't want people to look at you as if you are playing that Yoruba too much Yoruba government or leadership around you. No, position of chief of staff is a position that whoever must be a confidant. A confidant, and we know what that means. A confidant is a person that, you know, when you close your eye and you open your eyes, that person is there for you 24/7. So, with regard to Faleke, I don't know of.
Do you know him? Do you know his antecedents? Do you know his pedigree?
Yes, we know him as
is a rep from Surulere or somewhere. Ikeja, I think it is. Yeah.
Yeah, it's from Ikeja. It's it was in assembly in Lagos before Lagos Assembly before he went to what you call Federal Assembly, and 8 years ago he was the vice governor to the Abubakar Audu, the man that died. He was the vice governor to him, the one that died. And,
sorry, which state was that, Abubakar Audu?
Kwara State.
So how come is a rep in Lagos
Kogi
coming?
State.
Yeah, how come is a rep in Lagos being from Kogi State?
He lives in Lagos. He practiced his policies in Lagos, but he's from Ogi. His state of origin is Kogi State. So, you know, so it was Tinubu. Tinubu was the one that was sponsoring them now. So Tinubu, you know, partner with Abubakar Audu. Tinubu was sponsoring Abubakar Audu because Abubakar Audu was the political godfather of
Ajale Koko, how about this as a psychedelic idea? It's a psychedelic idea, but what if he just goes and picks an Igbo man for his chief of staff? You know, just to, but why not? He has a reputation for working with a broad spectrum of nationalities within Nigeria. Why not an Igbo man? Because, you know, when Abba Kyari died, a lot of people pushed Buhari to pick an Igbo man for that space to assuage and counterbalance the Nnamdi Kanu narrative. So why not an Igbo man? Is he not a Nigerian? Why not?
Well, it's left for Tinubu to pick whoever that.
No, but would you? Is there an argument against that for him to pick an Igbo man? Because I would like to say that as his chief of staff.
Well, like I said earlier, Tinubu is the only man that can pick whoever he likes. If he have Joe Igbokwe in Lagos as the person that will do that job for him, I believe he will choose Joe Igbokwe. You know who Joe Igbokwe is now?
We know the drainage man, the commissioner for drainage, gutter minister for Lagos State.
Is as well a confidant to him too. It's been coming. You know, I know him in before 2015. That was when you know, he was the publicity secretary of the party in Lagos State. So, and that was when his name came to prominence. So, if Tinubu feel, yeah, Joe Igbokwe, in order to, you know, show to Easterner that he loved them, this is one of your sons that I trust. He can do it. I mean, it doesn't cost horse anybody. It's his own. That choice is for him. So,
Ajale Koko, you know how they like to measure Nigerian administrations. They like to do this first 100 days thing. So, in the first 100 days of the looter from Lagos, what sort of thing do you expect him to have done? Can you pick 3 items that you feel are the most immediate that Fatai said if he doesn't withdraw the fuel subsidy within 100 days, he will campaign against him. But what sort of, at least 3 things that you'd like to see him either resolve or make strong moves towards within his first 100 days to just point the direction of his administration?
Well, I wouldn't expect him to stop, what do you call this?
Fuel subsidy.
Fuel subsidy, because that will represent, what do I need to say? That will be like a situation that person that shot himself in the foot. Because I don't think he have anything at the moment to replace that petroleum subsidy. The refinery is not working. Dangote, our refinery, Nigerian state refinery, they are not working. Dangote refinery is not on stream yet. So what will he fall back on as a way out of the problem at the moment? I don't see it. So if he should stop that, that will indicate to me that he has come to fail, because there's going to be protest after protest.
Yeah, but Ajale Koko, you know, every administration has an honeymoon period, and it is within that honeymoon period that you really want to embed unpopular policy positions. So an administration will probably get like a 6 months, let's have a look at them sort of window. So if it doesn't make big moves, then people will already have decided on the direction of the administration. So is it not that honeymoon period that really opens the window to remove the subsidy?
Before removing the subsidy, you must have something to replace it. You must have a pathway that will cushion the effect of the hardship that
But will it not just settle down through demand and supply? Because a good 60% of this subsidy is subsidizing oils being smuggled out of the country. So if it's just, it will demand and supply, not just settle the price of the oil down, you know?
Like I said, if it doesn't have the refinery working and it's not getting a regular supply, either from our own refinery or from Dangote refinery, if it doesn't get that uninterrupted supply, you know, if it doesn't do that, then maybe he wants to step into that sector and really figure out what's the problem, and instead of
you know they've set July as the removal date anyway.
Yes, instead of total removal, it can put in place a measure that can drastically reduce what we pay as subsidy. And what can it do? We know in that sector there is no metering system in the what do you call at the depot, where the NMPC and their what do you call it, and their associate company that they gave that license to import, you know, when those things comes in, they don't have a metering system where they at the depot where they have this fuel storage and store so like that. So it's like what is coming in, yes, they can claim anything, and what is going out into the system for consumption, they can claim whatever they like. There is no control system in place that can, give us a thorough auditing of what we take in and what we take out. So it's either he has to do that, and doing that, he can really capture how much fuel that we consume, and as such, they can really know it can cut down the how much we pay as subsidy, and doing that, he'll be able to save a lot of money that they can use to do other projects in the economy. So,
yeah, sorry, carry on, yeah.
Yeah, but to say he want to completely stop it and nothing to replace it, no regulars, there's, and the rate, I mean, what am I trying to say? The rate of dollar, naira to dollar, we know how expensive it is. So if we want to liberalize that market, then the price will skyrocket, and we skyrocket to unbearable for Nigerians, and that means that Nigerians will be buying that gas at a higher price, which will have adverse effect on the spiral effect on across every spectrum of the economy. So it's going to be, the effect is going to be huge. It's going to be devastating. The hardship will increase, and that is not what it should bring for us at the moment. It must be able to get that regular supply within Nigeria, so that we can save a lot of money importing this product into the country. He must be able to get that regular supply within Nigeria to
all right. Ajale Koko, the original question was, what three key things would you like to see within the first 100 days of his administration to give you a sense of the direction that he's going to follow?
Well, number one, how we like him to fire all the military top brass in Nigeria now and get them replaced with new set of military leadership that are ready to work with him, that are ready to fight insecurity in the country, particularly with the problem of terrorism and banditry that we are facing in the country now. So the headship have demonstrated to us that they are failure. They've not been able to put the situation under control. So we should have new team of leadership that are ready to lead that country well in that area of security and defense of the country. It should do that. That is number one, because for the economy to improve, we must be able to guarantee security of our border with our neighbor. The inflow of criminals from neighboring countries into Nigeria, I think it's just too open. It's just free. They just coming in freely and commit, criminality at free will. So we should be able to have new set of military leaders that can, come out with, a definitive plan on how to defeat terrorism and banditry in that country. That is number one. Then number two, it should, under number one as well, the police as well, the top police brass, the police commissioners and all the rest, what you want to talk about, it should fire them too, let them go, and have a competent person to lead the police, a competent person that can give his account of stewardship to him. Police must be able to deliver. Police must be able to, stop the brutalization of Nigerian people. So that's the military and the police that will be under him. It will be able to change the faces of leadership and put in place leadership that are ready, to work with him, that are ready to achieve results for the country. So that is number one. Then number two, it should meet with leaders of the country, leaders in different geopolitical group. I'm not talking about political leaders alone. The socio-cultural group leader, the Afenifere leader, the Ohanese, the everything. It should be able to bring all of them together. It should be able to give them, that sense of belonging. It should be able to bring them closer to him and have them to let them have a free, let them have that sense of belonging and an easy way to contact him in time of emergency if they need the presidency to respond quick to a situation, because those people have the first class information, intelligent as regards to insecurity that is going on in their geopolitical zone. They have it at hand and they can help the presidency as well when they need to furnish the presidency with some intelligent information that they can help, that they can use, act upon to achieve results. So it should bring them closer as well. That's number two. Then number three, it should be able as well to bring the workers, the NLC or what do you call the trade unions across the country. It should be able to bring them closer. Trade union and the captains of industries, it should be able to bring them closer, to know from them what is the way forward, what can we do? Because the country, to solve the problem, is beyond the politicians. Politicians cannot solve the problem of their country. They have to bring, people from other walks of life closer so that together we can start solving the problem. So TINUBU'S will bring, captains of, industries, trade union leaders. Let's come together. We want an industrial, let us embark on an industrial revolution. How can we take our, country out of this economic problem that we are going through? So it should be able to bring them closer and hear from them, let them offer their advice, and by doing that, they can get to know. They can have they can get to know more information on the way forward. So those are the three things I think it should be able to do as quick as possible, and it can get all Nigerians involved in solving Nigerian problem. Solving it is beyond politicians alone. They cannot do it alone. It is time. It should show a leadership that is ready to involve, to show an inclusive government that really want to work for Nigerian people. So that is the way to do it. Politicians cannot do it. They have been doing it all this year, and we've seen how they have failed that country. So he should lead in such a way that nobody have led before, and it has to involve people, bring them together, trade union, captains of industry. Let us save this country, and that will send signal to Nigerian people that this man is serious. That this man is serious. It really want to. It really is really serious to take this country out of all the problems that we are going through. He tackled the security matter by firing all the people that are there now, replacing them with new team, and as well as the military, firing them. Let's know what is going. So that's my three important action it can embark upon immediately it gets to government, and that will, I believe, will can really help that country. So that's my take on that.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ajale Koko. So thank you. Yeah.
One man, please. I want to push Ajale Koko. Good evening, one man, everyone.
Good evening.
Happy you guys. Yeah. Ajale Koko, you make a comment earlier on that TINUBU should or may, or if he can consider a Southeasterner for the chief of staff. Do you think they deserve it? Because there was nothing to write home about in Southeasterner voting for TINUBU. They vote for their own. So do you think they deserve that? Because to me, chief of staff is even important more than the vice president, because he has many things to do. Do you think they really deserve it? Because where you don't work, I don't think you should be eating from there. Thank you.
Okay, let me tell you, Thomas. You see, there's time for everything. And what I mean by time for everything, before the election, it was a time. During the election, it was a time. And after the election, now where we are, yes, is the time after the election for TINUBU to govern, and to govern by having every Nigerian and offering every Nigerian equal opportunity, equal treatment to all Nigerians. Every part of Nigeria, as a president, is his constituency. Whether Igbo land is going to govern over Igbo land. Is their president, whether they like it or not. And is the president of entire Nigeria, including Igbo land as well. So as is the president, no Igbo land must be left behind. Igbo should not be treated as if they are not Nigerian. Yes, they did not vote for him, but we've gone past that. It's time to bring every Nigerian together. They don't vote for him today, it doesn't mean they cannot vote for him tomorrow. Yoruba did not vote for Obasanjo the first time. Yoruba voted 80%, 90% against Obasanjo. But they later voted for him the second time. That is the way it works. It doesn't mean that because Igbo does not vote for him now, it doesn't mean that they can't vote for him tomorrow. So you can't neglect any part of
Ajale Koko, they will never vote for him. I don't think so. I'm sorry.
Look, Thomas.
Can I make a question? Ajale Koko?
Yes.
Okay, good evening. How are you once again? I think I was thinking that you were going to help us to define what is the role of a chief of staff.
Yeah, that was the original question. That was the opening question. Yeah.
Still waiting for you to make that definition because when Fatai was talking earlier on, a few minutes just before you, he made some assertions that are not very correct. I think the position of the chief of staff is higher than ministers. That's one. It's the number one in the kitchen cabinet of the president. Is extremely very powerful. He coordinates the activities. In fact, to a great extent, is far more powerful than the secretary to the government of the federation. Now, so if we define the role of the chief of staff, we will have a clear view of what kind of person. And secondly, we need to realize that there are some of these positions, there are positions in the country that are statutory by law. You have to subject them to what they call this one, that everybody has to be, what do they call it now?
Federal character. Federal character.
Federal character. The personal staff of the president, who makes about 80% of his kitchen cabinet, are not subjected to federal character. They are his personal choice. He could choose anybody, his son, his wife, his uncle, his in-law, anybody, for his personal staff. There are quite a number of them, but we have his principal personal secretary, his CSO, chief security officer, his COS, chief of staff, and his aide-de-camp. That's for them, about 8 or 9. Those staffs are not subject to, and you cannot question the president on his choice. Because many a times when we make reference to Buhari, we count those people that those are his personal staff. Unfortunately, many people count them as there should be federal character in those areas. The truth of the matter is no. So if we can have a very clear view of the members of his kitchen cabinet, I can still name a few more, and know exactly what is the role of the COS, because the COS is the coordinating officer inside that presidency. For administrative, the secretary to the government of federation interfaces with, but he does. It's like, if you are going to be very, very truthful, it's like the real engine room, and most time people take people that can actually enter into their bedroom to fill that position. So if Adalo can help us to define.
Oh, well, we lost him somewhat, but come back. You dropped out, Bishop. Yeah, but I think Ogbeni was actually defining the chief of staff in the comment section. It says managing the president's schedule. The chief of staff helps the president to manage his schedule, ensuring that the president has enough time to focus on important national duties. Liaising with other government officials, the chief of staff acts as a liaison between the president and other government officials. advising the president. The chief of staff provides advice and guidance to the president on a range of issues, including policy matters, appointments, and national security. Overseeing the staff of the presidency, the chief of staff is responsible for overseeing the staff of the presidency and ensuring that they are working effectively and efficiently. The chief of staff also responsible for managing the flow of information to the president. As the president's closest advisor, the chief of staff often involved in high-level meetings and negotiations and may also represent the president at events. The chief of staff is also responsible for ensuring that the president's public image is managed effectively. So that is how Ogbeni says it. Is that a broad description of the role, Ajande Koko?
I think Ogbeni captured it very well. Chief of staff is the gate man between the presidency and people outside the presidency. He is the man, like Ogbeni said, that keep the schedule of the president and what to do and what not to do and where to go, where not to go. Every activity of the president is the one in charge. And like I said earlier, whoever that he picked will be a very great advisor for him, particularly in the areas of any action that have to carry the legal implication and legal advice on those issues. They will offer the president with that their wealth of experience as a lawyer. So the chief of staff is the gate man, is the man between the president, is the man that manages that president on his day-to-day activity and functioning. So it's a very strong and powerful position. And that's why I said these two guys that have been coming a long way with the president, I see one of them picking up that position, and whoever that he finally pick will do a very good job. They are smart, they are intelligent, and they are well exposed to the way things are run in international world. So chief of staff is a very, very, very powerful position, and Ogbeni capture is very well. And I think we go with what Ogbeni said, and Bishop as well. He got it right as well. So that is.
But don't you think it's advisable, like, for the chief of staff to have like a military background, maybe ex-military or ex? I'm just
hold on. Why is that?
Because that office is a little bit bigger. They need somebody that can advise him more on security, because now
that wasn't what was defined. Now that wasn't what was defined. What they need is somebody is more like a diplomat that they need, or a senior administrator, or an ex-governor, or somebody like that, not a military man, because it covers a vast swathe of everything, not just security.
Sorry.
Hold on, Bishop.
It must be an administrator, a person that can manage people very well. So it's going to be managing the president and the staff around the president as well. So it must be a forthright man, a man that really have that experience in managing people and managing resources as well. So a good administrator, a good manager of both human and material resources as well. Because a lot of things that the president has to do, a lot of activities, this guy must have that knowledge on every matters: security, health, infrastructure, and those two guys,
have the experience. Fashola have served as governor before. He knows how things is run at that executive offices of governor, and now he's a minister. He knows how things is run at the federal level as well. And Bajabi Amila as an administrator, I mean as a speaker, he oversees. So.
Sorry, Ajalekoko, are you still there? Can anyone still hear me? Hello?
Yes.
Oh, all right. Thomas, can you hear me? Thomas.
Yes, I start away from my system. Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. I think Ajalekoko dipped in and out. He's back, but we can't hear him. But let me use the window to ease myself out. So let me ease myself out to hand over to Thomas. But on my way out, let me acknowledge Ayo, who does the buy the coffee thing. Not quite anybody doing the super chats today, but certainly Ayo does the buy the coffee thing. So that's Ayo doing the buy the coffee as he always does. So so that's Ayo. That is Ayo, isn't it? Yeah, that's Ayo. So thank you, Ayo. So thank you, Ayo, and thank you, everyone. Let me ease myself off. Hopefully, Ajalekoko is back to pick up from where he left off, and it's dropped again. Ajalekoko, let me send the link. But let me pass the conversation on to you, Thomas, and you. So Ajalekoko is back. So Ajalekoko then. So round up that space, Ajalekoko, and then go to that influencer girl that got herself sort of RIP'd in your state.
Okay, just like I think I dropped out. I didn't know what happened. So, like I said, you know, chief of staff is the gate man. The person to occupy must be a manager of both human and material resources, and it must have manage. You know, it must be a person that have experience in managing people. So, and those two guys have that wide experience. Fashola have managed a state before, the #1 state in Nigeria. Now he's at the federal level. He is managing a federal ministry, a super minister for that matter. So he know how, you know, human and material and every resources are managed. The same with Gbadabia Miller. Gbadabia Miller, as a speaker, I've managed the budget. I mean, the budget of the country passes through him. He oversees, you know, the passing of the budget of the country, and he knows the law that guide every sector of our economy, how it's run. You know, so he's blessed with these two guys. Whoever that he pick finally will do a very good job. But like Ogbeni mentioned in his description of the functions of the chief of staff, yes, excellent. The same as Bishop, excellent. So both guys can do the job very well. So that's my take on that woman.
Yeah, Ajalekoko, do you remember the story of the lady in Ibadan, influencer that got
influencer? Well, it looked like it's unfortunate that what happened. It's very unfortunate, but I believe that in that hotel, the hotel should be able to furnish the security. I mean, the police evidences of what happened. I believe they will have camera around. I mean, in their hallway, and
Ibadan Ajalekoko, Ibadan.
Why not? It should be. I believe there should be a law when you have a business place like an hotel where people come in and out. There should be a security camera that can capture anything that happen around there.
It depends on the star of the hotel. Is it 2-star, 3-star, 5-star?
It doesn't matter whether 1-star or 2-star. If people comes in and out, there should be security camera that can bring out what happened in case there's any situation like this. So I believe they should be able to help the police and the information of those people that came in. The man and the woman, I think they should be able to have their ID, maybe their driver license or their national ID. When you go into an hotel, before they give you a room, they should be able to have your ID to show that they have somebody as their
Do you know what they are even doing now? If you go in an hotel with a man or female, you cannot leave only by yourself. You can't say, the man said I should be going. They will say no. They will walk you back to the room to make sure that nothing has happened. So 2 of you have to leave at the same time.
Oh, that is fine. So for this incident, I think it's reported that the man left. He left that lady behind. How was he able to leave? Who saw him? Who didn't see him? How was he able to leave that premises if they have that kind of rule in an hotel that if a female and male walks in, and whenever they are leaving, they have to leave together. But in this situation, the guy left only for or the hotel worker or whoever discovered that the lady was left alone left there dead in that room.
It's
so
very unfortunate.
Yes.
The story had it that, sorry, may I continue?
Yeah, you can.
Yeah.
The story he was checking out. They asked her about the lady, and she said she will be leaving later. And they put a call through to the room, according to the story. And the lady answered that yes, she will be leaving later. And that was why it was on the basis of that they allowed the man to go.
Oh,
but that was what was reported. That he called the room, lady answered that yes, yes. That she will be. But I'm sure the CCTV thing will give a very good clue, and we need to know what killed her. It's possible it's natural causes that killed her. I mean, you never can tell.
Oh yeah.
But TV will really, really help.
Oh yeah, but I mean, since when the guy was leaving, and they called the room, and the lady answered, I don't think that guy will have any issue whatsoever with the police because the hotel worker or the receptionist confirmed that the person he left behind was alive, and they talked to that person. So,
but I'm sorry, I didn't listen to the when Wama was reading it. Where the lady was brutalized. Was she brutalized?
No, there was nothing in that report that indicated that.
Okay, so she might be as a result of natural causes or something like that. She might have a heart attack or something like that. Yeah,
that's why the police comes up with the cause of death.
Oh yeah.
Then we will now know whether there's foul play.
Oh, okay. So, well, that is it about that. Thomas. I don't think. I don't think that's a serious case. I don't see a serious case against the guy that left since the hotel worker spoke to the person he left behind alive, and so I don't know. So as long as
Can I interject?
yeah.
Yes. Madam here. Madam Sister, I'm really coming to you. Yes, you can interject. Happy Easter. How are you?
Happy Easter, everyone. I'm good today. Baba Jali Coco, you see, this thing you're saying that the man is free, I don't really think so. Because sometimes if you've been in a case where you did a lot of investigation and you hear a lot of story and you pick a lot of references and investigations on certain issues, it depends on the substance she was given. How long is it going to last? So I think an autopsy will give us a very better view of what happened to her. I don't really think it's a heart attack. I don't really think it's a heart attack.
So it might be something voodoo, or this thing might have been responsible for that. She's been used for.
No. I'm not even going to that area. Who is the guy that stayed with her? What's her relationship with the guy? It might be a substance that was served her, and then it has a time. You remember the Pakistanis leader? His own lasted for almost 12 years before he died. So it depends on the substance they gave her.
Well, Nigeria.
Most of these things these days are timed. You know, sometimes we look at Nigeria as a country that is people don't know what is going on. They don't have a thing they're doing. They don't know what is happening. Where will they get it? There are certain things I saw people do in Nigeria. I was shocked that they can bring such a thing into the country and then use it. So it depends on what the guy, who the guy is, what the guy gave her, but I think a thorough autopsy should be done on that lady. That's if the family wants to push it.
Oh yeah, if they get a very good lawyer, yeah, they can push it and they will surely investigate that guy. They will surely investigate that guy. Who is he? But if that guy hire a strong lawyer too, she could escape that case. That the person he left behind was alive. She was spoken to by the worker, and it's going to be but the autopsy we tell, like you said, the autopsy will tell.
But another thing that came into my mind, I think upside down. You see, what if the man planned it with a waitress in that hotel? And then when you call, the waitress speaks and says, I'm fine. I will come out later. Have anybody thought about that?
Yeah, but you know that...
because there is no CCTV cameras in the people's room anyway.
Yeah, there's no CCTV camera in the room. But, even the telephone conversation, they should be able to have a system that can tell the telephone call at what time or the other between the central, between the receptionist and each room. They should be able to have a way they can audit that call, how call was made, between rooms and the receptionist, and from the receptionist to that room. That can be audited if they have that kind of system that can really audit that telephone engagement between each room, and that can really tell them if he's lying. That will tell. If he's saying the truth, they can easily dictate that. Okay, you understand what I'm saying?
I understand. I
Yeah.
get your point, but
Yes.
the
Because it's done here, it's done in the United States here. If you say you make phone call here, they answer phone, they will come out with audit report that can show that there is never a telephone conversation between so room and so room, or the central point of the hotel. That's the receptionist, and
no what
those
the
room.
angle
They can
sorry
easily
to
get
cut
it.
you in. The angle I'm going in is if the man executed that erroneous crime with another receptionist, another worker in the hotel, like they killed the lady or they poisoned the lady, and the man said, okay, I'm going to leave. Your rule says they're gonna call this room. So when they call this room, you pick the call, tell them I will be coming out later.
But the
And then
CCTV will show the movement between that room, the movement of people into that room and outside that room. The CCTV will show now.
okay, unless so, if they have a
Yes.
CCTV camera in the corridor,
Yes.
that's another one. But if
Yes.
they don't,
that's it. Forget it.
Hold on, Bishop. Ajale Koko, do you remember the case of this man that killed one of a student of University of I forgot the university. One popular man, one popular man that has a university, like 2 universities.
Yes.
Yes, Adedoyin. Is the CCTV in the corridor that really reveal everything that happened in the hotel, because they saw people going into that room, people coming out. They packaged the corpse of the guy.
Can you see how dumb they are? With CCTV camera.
No. They destroyed the CCTV camera. They're missing it. They destroyed the CCTV camera.
So I'm sorry, we can't hear you. Your network is so bad. If you can go out and come back in, we can't enjoy you at all. We can't hear you. So yeah. Maybe if you can do that, that would be better. Ajale Koko, conclude your so that we can move on.
Yeah, like that I didn't you are saying. I mean, those ones they just mess up completely. You know, the phone conversation between them and some other to come and pick up the calls where everything they got it. They falsify the hotel document, register and everything. So look, Nigeria, I can't understand. I don't know why people have to kill. I don't know why some of our people want to eliminate other people in order to get money or for money ritual. I don't know why they're engaging in that. So
that is, this hotel, this is not the first time. The one for Adedoyin, people has been missing in that university. The man had and that hotel. This is not the first time. The bone of this guy just hang on this man's neck. This is not the first time. They've been having that incident. They will just sweep it under carpet because there was no any evidence to prove.
That is unfortunate. How I mean, going to Nigeria to go and stay in a hotel now, you even be afraid that. I mean, if you, let's say you live in Ibadan or you live in Lagos, and you travel out of Lagos while you're on vacation in Nigeria to any other part of Nigeria, you'll be so scared to even sleep in the car. I mean, what even you when you are going, for God's sake?
Ajale Koko, do you know what happened when we went to Nigeria? We lodged at Obi'S Island. When we are outside, me and my junior brother, we'll be talking of police, we'll be talking of Mopo, like we know big people in the presence of the waiter. You understand what I mean? Just like it's just like just to know that you are a
You
big
are well
person.
connected.
Yeah, I'm well connected. So you will be sending some sign to them that these people they are not small people. So we'll be having like fake conversation with my junior brother because yes, everybody is scared. Even though he's on Okwebi Island, very expensive hotel, very big hotel, we still have to manipulate some things. You'll be
Yes.
talking about police. Do you call you know what I mean, like fake conversation in lobby so that they will know that these people don't if they are yes, they are
Okay,
not just somebody.
So sorry, Thomas. Let me quickly add what I wanted to add earlier before I filtered off. Now, it's obvious from the story that that lady is familiar to that hotel. How? The story said when the man left and the lady was in the room, later one of the receptionists wanted to go and return the what do you call it, power bank or something that she borrowed from that lady. You won't borrow power bank from somebody that you're not familiar with. How do you know she has a power bank in her bag or something? So that she was going to return it. That was why she now went to the room and knocked, and there was no response. So there is a kind of interaction between the staff and the lady. Now the question is it that she's been coming there before, or they have, how do I put it now? They know themselves before. Let me just put it that way. That they know themselves before. So obviously, if they know themselves before, then the story of when the man was going out, they asked him, did not really add up. So there is a lot that they are not telling us until they carried out an autopsy on the corpse before. I mean, they can.
So can we suspect the lady, the wrong lady? I'm just guessing. No, I'm just guessing.
Oh, definitely she's going to be one of the suspects when police start their investigation. She's a suspect. The guy that left is a suspect as well. Whoever that those workers, those hotel workers that are around are working at that time, they are all suspects. All of them will be categorized as suspects. So it's from their statement, individual statement, that police will be able to know who they can really target, investigate further to get their fact right. So, like Bishop said, that lady, I think she has something to do with the lady that died. They have been doing some things before. Zeda, like you said, they have known each other, and
can we say that girl is the wrong lady? I'm just guessing.
It's possible now. It is
the
possible.
One that died.
Yeah, it is possible. Like Bishop, said, that might not be her first time in that hotel. That might, maybe she's a regular customer there. She brings in different men there. So she has some kind of business relationship with them. So
I think is the case of a drug overdose. What happened to her? If you know what all these Nigerian youth are taking.
War peace.
If you know what this Nigerian. No, madam. Sometimes you have to tell them the truth. Like I said, my cousin works with the World Bank. No, IMF, the African branch. You know, they are projecting. They bring out every year. They bring out analysis. They bring out how do I say it, a bulletin where people can invest in countries and region. You know, Nigeria is in a very high stake demand. In 10 years' time, there are going to be a lot of rehab home in Nigeria. It's a big market right now. Big.
Are you talking about drugs, narcotics?
Yeah, rehab. Rehab company is gonna be in Nigeria in 10 years time from now. A lot.
Who is going to build that rehab home?
People are gonna invest. They're telling you where to invest on. They're telling you
Who will be paying?
not who is paying. They're telling you where to invest in.
No, you don't understand my government. I mean, sorry, you don't. You don't understand my question. What I'm saying, when you are talking about rehabilitation of people from drug overuse and stuff like that, government have to be involved in it to, carry out that rehabilitation. So, are you talking about this? The government that we have in Nigeria?
It don't have to do with government. They're just advising people, like advising area of interest you invest in.
Oh, okay.
Like I say, invest in pear.
Okay.
Say invest in palm. Invest in this cocoa.
Okay, I got you.
They're advising the international committee the areas to invest in Nigeria.
You're right. I think I agree with you. Yes.
Yeah, is I have this thing area to invest in Nigeria, and that came out 2-3 years ago. So I think and it's getting closer. Probably not. When I say 10 years, it doesn't mean it has to be 10 years. It could be faster. It could be
what you are saying, according to information, it's getting worse. So the drug.
They said at that time, they said more than 40 million. At that time, more than 40 million Nigerians youth are hooked in hard drugs. So in the expense of 5 to 10 years, their brain will be cooked up. Then they'll become junkie, crackhead. So we have an epidemic in our hand that we're going to face in the next 10 years if the government don't. Yeah, that's why Buhari have to bring him out at that time 3 years ago to give him more hands, because the report that was coming out from the World Bank and IMF National Committee was alarming. The way they were no longer smuggling drug out of Nigeria, they were smuggling drug into Nigeria.
But can I interject?
Yeah.
Yes.
But the way they talk and the way they abuse, if you see what happened in 2023, you will know that Nigerian youth, they have lost it. It's only under the influence of drug that people will be doing what they are doing in Nigeria. Honestly, sincerely speaking. It's funny, but it's true.
Tell me what you are doing. Tell me. That sounds funny, Madam Zita.
The way these people will descend on you, sometimes they don't even understand what you said.
That's right.
In the first place. Okay.
So they are under the influence of drugs.
Yes. The way they were running in the streets of Nigeria during the election, the way they were acting, it wasn't really Nigerian. It's honestly, sincerely speaking. I sat down, I was watching it. They were not looking like my Nigerians. Honestly. I know we used to do some certain things. I was seeing them as what you used to see in the US, when you are talking to somebody in the United States, you think you are talking to a normal person, well-dressed. By the time you guys exchange the first and second sentence, you just have to abandon the conversation because you will know that this guy is not just there. That's what I saw in Nigeria. Honestly, sincerely speaking. I'm not surprised at all. Obeni, are you the one answering? Are you the one that in face?
Yes, I'm the one.
Okay. You are looking for. I said the book is writing the Biafran War. That's the
no. I think you said I won't be able to get the
original
correct one.
Yeah.
So if you have any link where I can buy the correct one, or if you can be magnanimous enough to send it to me, I will.
It's a big book. The only thing is that what I will do is I will ask my brother.
What is Ogbeni trying to buy?
Biafra. He wants to know more about Biafra.
It's the book on Biafra.
Oh, the book. Oh, okay. All right.
Talking about this drug thing, Baba Jale Koko.
Ogbeni won't read book. Every time you won't read book, Ogbeni. You won't read book of Biafra.
Ogbeni, lawyer go read book. Lawyer will not read book. He not going to anything.
Read book.
Baba Jale Koko. Talking about this drug thing. You know your candidate, Showore. That's his specialty. Oh, he's the one that wants to be serving it for everyone in Nigeria.
That is not what he said. Ogbeni, you this batifier.
You
You this
want to be
batifier.
forgetting it anywhere now.
This batifier.
Bàbá Jálè Kòkò, ẹ
Don't
mọ̀ pé
run this
ohun
over
méjì
now.
Bàbá Jálè Kòkò ohun méjì ni mo like tẹ́ bá ń sọ. You did batifier àti hold on. You don't dey laugh. Hold on, man.
But the guy, you want us to be planting it everywhere. You think all these youths will not be going there to pluck and be smoked something?
I'm sorry to interject. On a very, very, very serious note, the opioid pandemic is real in Nigeria. Very, very real. I mean, frighteningly real. The number of young people that are abusing substance now will blow your mind. And it's as bad as children in primary school are already trying out one form of drug or the other. And some of them are so ridiculously cheap and affordable that you go to children party, they are selling drugs. In Abuja, people are selling drugs in cookies. What do you call them now? They bake them with some of these, they are cookies. All manner of drugs that is killing people quietly. So the earlier government pays serious attention to that pandemic, the better for all of us.
We should go.
Hello, somebody hear me? Did I drift off?
No, I can't hear you.
Yeah, okay. Out. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I'm still on the road. I don't know. I was just emphasizing the problem. That's the drug pandemic that we are in Nigeria now. It's serious. And it's something that calls for very, very serious concern.
Yeah, thank you, Bishop. Ogbeni, check the private chat, please. There's a message for you there, please.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. It's very unfortunate. I was asking somebody with me here that what did people derive in using drugs? So I said, what are they deriving? I don't know. They said it makes, because here I have some people smoking. I said, what are you deriving in smoking?
Thomas.
They said
Thomas.
it make them feel good. Feel good for what? Yeah.
Yeah, people don't know what drug is. I have a first-class experience. My late elder sister, she was a nephew to niece to the late Olofore that died in 1987. My mom had her before she married my dad. She was practically the one, because she cannot raise me anymore. She was practically the one that raised me. Same color, dark like me. She's not living anymore. Her name was Queen. Those are the ladies that start taking British Airways to London on a Friday. They'll come back on a Sunday. Rich family. Her dad was a palm sec, then Bend Estate. Now, friend, rich life. When those are the people that Escobar got hooked up in the 80s. They started flamboyant life. When she started, it was like a joke, like a fame, high life. Then when she lost her dad, 87, my mom have to go bring her from. She came for the burial. She was in Lagos. She was working. Then it got to a point. The money was not like that anymore. It got to a point she relocated to America. My auntie Abel was calling my mom. My mom have to go to America and bring her back, put her in a rehab home. She got better. Then after a while, her friend influenced her again. She was a menace in Lagos. My mom have to go back, bring her to Benin, put her in a psychiatric home, rehabilitation. And she got better again. And after a while, she got back again in the street. It was a thorn in the flesh for us in the family. She practically passed out in my hands. 1997. I don't forget that. Before she died, oh my God, she was tiny more than, like, bamboo stick is too big. All the disgrace, menace she brought. Now she's not a junkie. A junkie. That she has committed atrocity in every family house. Ours is just like, no, it's your sister, and I can't do anything now. She will come, everything in the house will be missing, the car will go out with the car, we'll sell it, and they'll bring it back the car. It was a mess. It was a mess. But when she passed on, we cried a lot because she didn't, our generation just ended. No child, nothing. These people, drug is two things. Either you take your life or you take your wealth. But at the end of the day, it must take your life. You cannot beat it. If it doesn't take your life, it will take your wealth. But these kids don't know what they are getting into. Now it's fun. When my late sister started it then, it was fun. 20 years down the drain, it was hell. It was hell. How assist organs failed. Kidney, everything. The drug ate everything up. At that time, they were calling it banner. They had to type the white one and the brown one. The brown was called banner. Now they don't have WOST, they have SSTs, they have LAD, they have so many. Then were just two. It was hell. It was hell. Nothing we did not do. All my brothers and abroad, my dad, we did and gave up. No area don't know her in Benin. And the annoying part, she carried very, very big family name, both sides, my father's side and her father's side too. It was a disgrace for us in then Bender State and Benin. But these people don't know what they are playing with these kids these days. They don't know. For me, I don't hate it when you do drugs, but I don't get close to me because I know I have first-hand experience. That's one thing I never advise anybody to get in or do or have it as a business, whatever. When you are doing it, just stay far from me. I don't hate you, but just stay far from me because I know how it's going to end. It's not good anyway. Either way, it's not going to yield you anything. But some people are doing it for business. Well, fine. They don't know the generation they are destroying. They are destroying people's generation. And for us, they don't even know genetically, drug is not good for black people. White people can hook on drug and get out of drug. If you look at percentage of people that get turned to crackhead, blacks are the most. Black get addicted very fast. White can get into drugs and get out and start a new life. And whites can be on drugs for a long time. They don't get it's hard for them, it's slow for them to become a crackhead. But blacks, it's very fast for them to become an addict. Two things, but they don't know. Just like sugar too. White can eat sugar for a long time before they turn to a diabetes patient, but black eats sugar for a few times to become a diabetes patient. Those things is not for us. Drugs, not for blacks. Go to South Africa. What is doing to South Africa? It's a menace in South Africa right now. Nigeria is fast becoming that space.
In Nigeria, I mean, you see girls, boys of 12, 13, 14 that are getting seriously.
People take it now for like sex enhancement. That's the worst part of it now. Young boys and young girls take it for sex enhancement, mostly the ecstasy. Because ecstasy, if you take ecstasy for girls, you get them honey. For boys, it makes them continue to go on and on.
And the unfortunate thing is that it seems to be only the federal government is concerned and doing something about it through the NDLEA. The states are not, they seem to be unconcerned about it.
Because it's fun for them. They are getting the girls 3 for 1. When they're all high, they can do anything with them. So it's fun for them. It's fun for them. One of my friend in Lagos is a big dude. So his friend is a big dude. Like he was taking a girl out. He comes to town. He wants all this e-commerce stuff from Kenya and Nigeria. So he comes to Nigeria once in a while. when he came, his friend like hanging out, he brought girls and all that. So his friend gave him one piece. He should give to the girl. If the girl take it, man, if you take it, it's the blunder. It's all rap. That he's gonna. Sorry, I mean it's gonna be like crazy wild night. But he was so lucky. He was drinking whiskey straight, so he wanted to like finish his whiskey, then he would take that later. So he gave the girl one pill, he kept the other one, and the girl took it. Luckily for the girl system rejected, as in her body wasn't compatible with the drug, and that night was fucked up. So the girl ended up being in the hospital and all that.
Mind the language, please.
Yeah, sorry. So the girl ended up being in the hospital. He was not spending money for the girl in the hospital. He not called his friend like what's that thing you gave me? This I could not even have good time with this the stuff you gave me that will make me hard on and make us have a wild night. If you're making the girl sick. And the guy said, no, it's a normal stuff now. We just get you guys high. And I said, what's the name? Guess what? When the guy sent the name, what did he send? Ecstasy. The guy like, you mean what? Now they have different color, blue, green, and different colors now.
Don't let us teach our children bad things. I think we should move forward from that space.
No, we cannot. It's very dangerous, you know. In Lagos,
I know. But don't mention the stuff. Don't mention.
I know. Okay, yeah. Lagos, Abuja, Port Harcourt, Benin. The whole of North is fucked up. Go to North. Those ones who smoke cabad. Those I can even afford it. Then he cabad.
Okay, the cabad.
Cabad. Huh?
Okay. Yeah, the cabad, the one they use for what do you call it now? I just want to be sure.
Yeah, that one. They had to make it.
The panabita.
Yeah, that one I don't use. They had to use those. They'll inhale that smoke, get them high. Go to hospital, you see a lot of problem now, organ problem. This kids don't tell you what they are taking. You hear a small boy, 29 years, having a liver or kidney or wanting failure. You ask yourself why? Huh?
I said we need to pay attention to that as a people.
Very, 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 very strong attention. These areas are just called is pandemic. Edo, Lagos, Port Harcourt, Abuja, the whole of North.
Well, even in the US is the worst. US. Oh my God. US. I think they are following the footsteps of the US. That is what is going on. That is just my observation. It's more than corona. It's more than coronavirus.
Another thing that should give us concern, how do I call it now? That should be very concerned about is what happened in those years before Marwa came on board. Does it mean that our port of entries were just free? You know, people were just coming in and out with drugs. Yesterday there was a seizure. Somebody was bringing 10 kilograms of cocaine. Yesterday, the guy that wrapped them inside
condom.
Now put them perfume something, and they seal them. The NDLA guys are doing a yeoman's job this past couple of years. The number of seizure is mind-blowing. So the question I keep asking is, so what was happening before now? Because it's not just all of a sudden they started it. It means they've been going through, they've been succeeding with it. It's the same thing that got Abakari into trouble, the cop guy. What do I call him now? Yes, his name is Abakari now. Not the Abakari, the
Bishop,
staff.
let me surprise you. Bishop,
yes,
let me surprise you. If they caught you, that means you don't pay your dues. Go and write it down. If they caught you,
that was
you
there,
don't
right?
pay your,
that was
there. You betray one of the big cartel, and they want to treat your mess up. You understand what I mean? So
yeah, sure.
most of the time, they always succeed. Most of the time.
The number of seizures this recent time, the past 3-4 years, is something else. I mean, I don't know. But it's a pandemic already. It is a pandemic.
It's a real pandemic. Thank you. Do we have Madam Sira?
I'm here.
Yeah, hello.
Yes. Yeah.
Can anybody hear me?
Yo.
Okay.
Yes, we can hear
now,
you.
this problem now, I feel because it's lazy, greediness and laziness. Now, these people now are not importing this stuff from all the way from Canada, Brazil, United States, Colombia to Nigeria. Nigeria is not the big market of everything. It wasn't like that before, even early 2000. But now people are bringing it in to Nigeria. We know the people that are doing it. If we mention names now, they'll feel that we are tribal. You know, but now they are brought into the country. No, I'm not mentioning names. But they don't have. We are crying. They are crying. Everybody's crying that the country is dying. There's no money in the system, and you are bringing this thing. You bring this stuff to add to it. It's like you are adding pepper to you.
Do you remember one that was caught in a full container, like 20-foot container, with this thing we are talking about? Full. I'm talking of the CEO, the sea. You understand what I mean by the sea?
You remember the house that was busted in VGC, and the car dealer, the biggest car dealer in Ireland too, that was busted. They sold thousands. That was more than a container. And all these big boys in Lagos open well, I'm sure you're opening retreat and drink spot and all that. You don't know what you are doing. You are destroying the youth of that country.
They're already destroyed.
Huh?
But people open the car and restaurant and the rest. Madam Zita probably will remember there was a period in Port Harcourt that opening of boutique was the in thing. Every topic and Harry. That was the booming year of what do I call it now? Militancy. Kidnapping. That was the advent of kidnapping. Somebody will kidnap, get 40 million, and go and open boutique somewhere, and just everybody was just, and money was flowing like.
Come, Bishop.
Yes, sir.
2009, 2008, I stopped importing hair. I still have my license with the India company. I was importing human hair. In 2009, 2008, 2009, 2010, 2011, I stopped. Then any lady that was opening boutique in Nigeria selling hair, they are all, man, I should not degrade them, you know. They are all like this lady that died in the hospital. That was one. Two, they are all now they're called LGBT community. They are all that. Then when my head I really got exposed to those people then because I was selling human hair to them. I was like thinking, who in Nigeria that is not a gay? Abuja, Lagos, Port Harcourt was like the hub. All the ladies are there, like I said, human hair. I have boutique. Yeah, well. Olosho, lesbian. I had a governor in that river, and he's, oh my Jesus, ex-governor. He was like, I don't understand. And then I was like, it was like a mind blowing. Then BlackBerry, when BlackBerry Pink started, that now exposed it a lot. But a lot of people didn't know that was going on. That now exposed it. When this eatery of whatever drink whatever started in Nigeria, it came along with these hard drugs. It came along with this hard drug. All these skit makers in Nigeria, I tell you, they are making skits. They are peddling drugs. They'll tell you they are singing, they are peddling drugs.
You are right. They'll be making skits, and the next week, next month, 3 months later, you will see them driving almost 200,000, 200 million Benz. It will just be, imagine, is it the same money YouTube is paying them? They used to buy all those cars. They will be flaunting their houses. They will be flaunting cars upon cars.
This Okada, all this delivering. Go and look at young Okada boys. They have bought houses. Houses got 60 million, 70 million. They start with one bike because they're the one doing the delivery. Now they have like 30 bikes. People are riding bikes for them. And now they have mansions. There was a inhaler that's banned in Japan. Like people know this e-cigarette that you put different flavor. I don't know if you guys have it in your country.
Yes.
There was some flavor that banned in Japan. It was stronger than weed. Now that flavor is in Nigeria now. I'm seeing in Nigeria because it's not banned in Nigeria. It's not regulated in Nigeria. That thing is worse than the hard drug you haven't worried about. But it was banned in Japan. There was one rich guy. Why they banned in Japan? There was one rich young boy in Japan. When he took it, he drove. You can go to Tokyo Bridge. He drove to Tokyo Bridge with his Ferrari. He parked, pull off his shirt, stand on the bridge, jump into the ocean. The government have to ban it. I know it's fucking their stuff. But now they are shipping into Nigeria. People are buying. They're able to gather 5 million. Yeah, sure.
There was no time. It wasn't now. Drugs has been a part of Nigerian government during the military dispensation. They have boys that run those drugs for them, which includes some of them today that are saints. So it's been something that has been going on in Nigeria for decades. I am just shocked that now it has gotten to this grassroots and is going to be very devastating. But one thing I know Nigerian children for is that they smoke a lot of weed, marijuana. So it will be very easy for somebody who smokes a lot of marijuana to quickly move into drugs. So drugs has been there in Nigeria for so many years. I remember in those days, if you go back to Babangida's speeches, you will see him praising those boys. If you can go back to most of his speeches, he said that we are making them proud. You know, say me, I know they forget too. That's different. Sometimes when I want to study somebody, I go back to all his speeches. I pull out all the things he has been saying, and I go through them before I say things about them. Go back to Babangida's speeches. This present living Babangida, go back to his speeches in those days. If you listen carefully, you will hear him praising those boys. So it has always been there.
We thought it was 419 guys that Babangida was romancing then. You know, I know quite enough. The days of Ade Bendel. What's this guy's name? I forgot his name. I thought those were even though, yeah, we know there were allegations about the wife involved, you know, the story of Gloria Opo and the rest, which nobody ever knew. Of course, there are some dark side of those stories, but yeah, maybe you're right, but it's got into a very pandemic proportion now. I mean, the one you mentioned, the sea, it's like, how many people even see that one the first time I was privileged to even have anything close, not like I know it, but I was in the area was when I was in Apapa, Liverpool area. That's the place we used to go in Liverpool, you know, just to hang out those days. Yeah, it's not Liverpool. What's the name of this place now? They have the name, one of these, their Indian name. Just in Apapa there, I remember the name now. And it wasn't really this much. It's not like it's so accessible. Even to see the weed then, it's like hell. But now the way it's like 2 for a penny, every Tom, Dick and Harry. You see children in some schools carrying water bottle, color water bottle. You think they are drinking water. You get into some female hostel. You see hundreds of thousands of bottles of codeine.
Can I answer you?
Go ahead, please.
Have you ever come across the word? You smell the sentence like this. It used to be an adage. You smell of what you sell. Have you ever heard that before?
Yes, kind of. It's a different way to say it, at this point. Yeah.
That's what is happening to Nigeria now. Definitely, you're gonna smell what you sell. So Nigeria is about to start smelling what they sell.
Serious.
And they're gonna stink. They're gonna stink if it's not controlled.
It's a serious pandemic. It's a serious.
If this government wants to do anything, they should strengthen the what's it called, NAFDAC. Strengthen them a lot. Employ both local and
no, you mean NDLEA?
Yeah, NDLEA. NAFDAC, NDLEA. Yeah, and plus NAFDAC, because they're bringing it through the border. NAFDAC. You know another problem we are getting. This will bring in fake drugs like codeine and the rest. Our boys have found device.
But what is there are some medications they use for drugs now. They are normal medication that doctors prescribe.
They just abuse
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Yes, people just abuse them. It's not illegal.
Our boys
It's
have
not illegal.
our boys have find a way to find out that almost every drugs have a content of hard drugs inside them, like cocaine and the rest. Like your cough syrup have cocaine substance. Your painkillers have cocaine substance. So now they know now. So they are finding a way to extract them. So now
the truth is that all those medications, sorry for using that wrong, all those medications that contains, they are here too, morphine and the rest, but they are on prescriptions.
Yes, that's what I said. NAFDAC have to strengthen NAFDAC and NDLA. If you don't do that, that country will be in a mess. That can one guy will just have a finished pharmacy, graduate from having a pharmacy.
Everybody. Do you know as little as antibiotics here in Australia? It has to be doctor's prescription.
Yes,
it's not like Nigeria.
They don't
give. You just walk up to any chemist, buy antibiotics.
They don't give ampicillin to their citizens. You're not talking about before they give ampicillin. You are infected. You have an STI and all that. They don't give you. You won't just swallow anyhow. Like I was saying, one person will have a certificate of a pharmacist certificate, then you will have like 10 shops in Okota. You will have another 12 in Ikeja. People walk in and buy drugs and walk out.
That's another area you are going to. The epidemic of fake and adulterated drugs. That's another area.
After that, they have to go into NAFDAC. They have to go into alcohol. The fake alcohol is more dangerous than the drug we're talking about. It has killed a lot of our people. That's why you see kidney problem everywhere now, organ failure everywhere. If you make it to kidney, you are good. People die the next day, they'll blame the cousin or his father. If his father has 2 wives, the second wife will carry the problem.
What?
Kidney problem. I have a friend that came from Canada that died. They were saying it was poison. The guy was like burnt. When they went to do the autopsy, it was the fake whiskey he drank. It's clean in India. Every time they show in India now, the Indian government is fighting it. But sometimes 4,000 dead. Fake alcohol. Meanwhile, somebody will just be bottling it somewhere in a bar.
Can I interject?
Sorry, 1 second, Mrs. Zita. If you go to Aba, I can tell you for free, 70 to 80% of the drinks you buy inside Aba area market are fake. Go ahead, man.
The other day, I wasn't on the studio. You people were discussing about the currency regime that is going on in the world, the dollarization of the dollar. I have about 4 of my nephews and nieces and some people in this platform. They are in the private chat. They are very young. They spoke to me and they told me that you people did not treat that case intensively. And they said I should tell one man that you people should bring up that case again, that topic, and discuss it intensively. Because that's what is going on in the world now, in as much as everybody tries to put a blind eye to it. In the US, they're shouting Trump, 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 jail Trump, slap Trump. But that's what is happening now. Why I'm saying this is because this drug you people are talking about is one of the variables. You know, I had a professor of economics. He is not a Nigerian, neither is he an American. He taught me economics, my second degree. There's a lot of things he said about the dollar that I notice that most people in the world don't know. After all, he is a Japanese, if I may say. The place the world is looking, the economic expert in the US projected something to the world and are running with it. I don't really think that is what can. Maybe the day woman will bring up that topic, we will really talk about it.
Mr. Sorry, I missed something. What did you say?
Huh?
You were saying something. I just stepped out of my phone.
Okay. Where didn't you hear?
I just meant when Muhammad come, we talk about it. So I was wondering, what is that we talk about?
Talking about the de-dollarization.
Position, yes, is the other place we talk about. And
yeah, this
I was
drug
trying to
we are
ask
talking
that day.
about now, this drug we are talking about now, how it's affecting the world and how people are buying it. It's one of the variables that is for, not against, the dollar. You know, when next woman bring up that topic, because younger ones have called me that we should discuss it intensively. Maybe when woman bring up that topic again, we talk about it. And this time around with degree and in-depth. Because
Are you talking?
go ahead.
Are you talking about the Trump angle to the dollar situation?
Yeah. There are a lot of variables. A lot. I can almost count 50.
Madam Tita, please make that assertion. Then we go back to politics. I want to take you for some questions. Thank you.
Okay. I'll finish making the assertion now.
Yeah. I think you're right, madam. We should. That actually is a very. What the other day, World Peace was like, for the whole conversation went another direction that day. You know, it's a very serious situation that is going on in the world. But it's probably not in the direction. The Trump that you mentioned, I mean, when it comes to currency, confidence is a rule of law, right? It's very important. It brings confidence. What they are doing with Trump is going to affect the US dollar, because that's not rule of law, right? If you how do you make
I said drug is part of the drug. Is part of
the drug.
Drug. That is the drug. The epidemic we are talking about now.
Yeah.
It's part of the variable that is for the dollar, not against it. But the US is putting a blind eye and they're screaming Trump here, Trump here. The issue
How do you
going
mean?
on is a serious issue. That was how I mentioned Trump. Like, Trump is
Yeah,
not
I
the
get it.
issue for America. I think they have a better issue in their hands than Trump, rather.
No, Trump is an issue. Trump is because basically the US dollar is suffering from the administration, because all the Saudi Arabia, all these things, all this petrol, all these other things is an issue with the Biden administration. It wasn't an issue with the Trump administration. If Biden wins re-election, this Saudi, China, Russia coalition will get stronger.
Yeah, I know Trump is an issue. I used to tell people that I used to ask people a simple question: why are you people so scared of Trump?
I don't know why they are scared.
And they're not giving me an answer.
I don't know why they are scared of.
They're so scared of Trump. The answers they give me is not enough for you to be so scared of that person to that extent. He's a racist. He has a mental problem. He has root for 4 years. He can do this. He can do that. He didn't do it. So I'm like, the excuses you are giving me is not enough. Is there something hidden about this man that Democrats are not letting us know? Because what they are projecting, as long as I am concerned, is shenanigan. I really want to know what the problem is. I have not laid my hands on the problem.
Madam Zita, sorry, can I interject?
Yeah, sure.
No, thank you very much. Madam Zita, please, this is not Nigerian politics. There's nothing confusing about it. Trump broke the law, and then is being charged for it. It's simple as that. The guy,
No, it's
because
not that
he was
simple.
Which law?
Yeah,
It's not that simple.
It is very simple, because don't forget, he broke the law. The guy that he broke the law. Hold on, okay, let me explain. Okay, let me explain to you now. You remember his fixer, Michael Cohen, who was working for Trump, was charged for paying was charged for paying.
No. He was charged for lying under oath.
Fatai, leave him, let him land.
Hold on, let me finish what I'm saying. So Michael Cohen went to jail for that same incident, and guess who was his co-accused? His co-accused was Trump. They could not charge Trump at the time because Trump was the president. He had immunity. So when Trump left office, the New York attorney had to come back and charge him for that same case, because if two people get involved.
Hold on now. Fatai, leave him, let him land.
Okay, so what happened was he paid a porn star. He asked a fixer to pay the porn star out of his campaign fund, and he never declared that money. It's called hush money. It's called hush money payment.
No, it was his personal money, not campaign money.
No.
Fatai, hold on.
It was
Fatai,
it was
Fatai,
not
hold
his.
on.
It was not his personal
Fatai,
money. It was part of his campaign money, which he did not
You've
declare.
made your point. Can I ask you a simple question?
Yeah, go ahead.
You said somebody paid hush money and did not declare the hush money. So why pay the hush money if I will declare the hush money? You see, when you people say these things, I begin to wonder what is going on planet Earth.
What do you mean? Why declare the hush money if it's gonna be hush money? You are doing something illegal. That's why it's called hush money.
Common sense.
No.
I paid
because
hush
it is
money.
illegal.
Let me
Yeah,
finish.
because it is illegal.
Hold on. Don't start running me like a Democrat. Just hold on. You paid hush money. Hush money. Shh, keep quiet. And you said I should declare that I paid hush money in public domain. So why pay the hush money? That's the question I'm asking you.
Madam, if you look, if you are,
You've not
hold on
answered my
now,
question. Please
hold on 1 second. Yeah, this is what I'm trying to explain.
Simple question.
Yeah,
I paid hush money. Hold on. Because that case the man just made the disgrace of himself. I don't want to go there because that is the part of me I don't like discussing. When I want to talk about my color, it's a part of me being around, traveling around and seeing things. My person, my color is the part of me I don't like discussing, because when I discuss it, people actually is going to call me an asshole. Not a racist, because I'm black. You see, you can comfortably say this. I ask a simple question. Turn that thing that happened in New York, turn it the other way around. A young white boy, I have to use the word brilliant, because if he has to run on such a case, a high-profile case of an ex-president of the number one country in quotes in the world, you have to have your onions. So I put the word smart. White boy, pick up Obama, take him to court, take his hammer. What will you be saying? Racism.
What am I saying? If he broke the law, he broke the law.
No, I just asked you a question. What is the first statement? What will you push out?
Madam Zita, do you even understand what is going on in that country at all? Do you understand that? Do you understand the level of injustices that a lot of black people face in America?
Okay.
Compared to white people.
Have to drop this topic.
The fact that they even charged Trump was like a miracle to everybody. That
really?
The fact that they sum up the courage,
really?
The fact that they were able to sum up the courage amongst all the laws that Trump broke.
And he came up with nothing.
Madam, let's even get one.
With nothing.
Madam,
guys, if you don't mind, if I can seek your indulgence, I think American problem is less of Nigerian problem. If we can go back to, we have more problem than American problem.
Please
if we can go back
to the Nigerian politics.
I'll be happy. Let's leave Nigeria.
I want to talk about this chief of staff they're talking about, and this what's going on in this TINUBU snippet will be hearing people they want to put in power. I don't know what's going on, but man, I want you to talk first, because today I'm all against what I'm hearing. I need to this for time. Yeah, when it starts. So, man, I want to hear you first before I start.
On what? On which one? Please, I just stepped out.
Yeah, chief of staff. Yeah, the way they are going about this attack, they're attacking yourself, both the Patify and the labor online. The people they want to bring Sanusi, like snippet to the rumor we're hearing, people they want to they're lining up for position. So I want to hear your stake first, then before your
to bring Sanusi back as what?
CBN governor. Something FALEKE as a chief of staff. That guy for Kogi. So I don't understand this recycling of these old guards, but I want to hear this thing first. So
FALEKE is not the recycling of the old guard. Is part of the TINUBU empire. He has been with TINUBU for a very long time. I doubt if he will be FALEKE as the chief of staff. I think he's probably going to be Femi Bajamiamila.
Let me start with Sanusi. Bring Sanusi back as what?
It says a CBN governor.
Sanusi is, when you graduate from university, there is something they usually say. You are in character and in learning, right? When they're giving you your certificate, your award, they say they're giving it to you that you have passed in character and in learning. I think in learning, yes, he passed. Looking at his CV as a certificate, but that guy, I don't even know why he became the CBN governor in the first place, let alone bringing him the second time. What did he do significantly that will make them bring him back? to go and quarrel with his boss, quarrel with anybody, say, talk from both sides of his mouth. Yeah, he speaks so well. He put up very beautiful presentations. I remember when I was in Nigeria, he used to do presentations for our big shots in our company. Too much talk, little work. I don't think he's the kind of person Nigeria need now. The next one, who did you call? He said the next one is what? The man doesn't have, he doesn't have character. When you want to revive a dying economy like Nigeria, you want a CBN governor, you will need somebody who will...
Where is it coming from?
I can't, somebody is making noise at the background. I can't hear you.
It's Thomas. Thomas is driving. I think he's driving.
Okay. So you need somebody who will not feel he knows too much, even when he doesn't know nothing. You need somebody who will bring other people together, who will be able to hire best brains to work with him. You need somebody who is ready to listen. You need somebody who will see a young, fresh brain who is intelligent and brilliant as being intelligent and brilliant. I don't think Sanusi has some characteristics. By the way, is he going to be coming to the office with those his Babariga?
He's wearing both tie. He's wearing his both tie. What did he forget for CBN where he won't come collect again?
I don't know. I don't know. You see?
Can I?
Let me finish saying what I'm saying. You see, when I say I don't really like somebody messing up a seat, you see Jonathan, I always make reference to Jonathan because he is one Nigerian president I find it difficult to forgive. When Jonathan came out to contest for presidency, he was a doctorate degree holder, so we were told. He was young. He was an ex.
Madam, which one be so you were told now? Which one?
Campaigning for somebody. They have to give you the person's profile now. So that was what I was told. Later, our Baba came out and was saying that at that point he was still writing his thesis, but we were told he was a doctorate degree holder. Actually, if I can recall, in the history of Nigeria, he was one of the first, I would say, well-educated for the dispensation of the NAM. So I was so happy that for the first time, Nigeria is having a very young, well-learned, in fact, in the academic session, to be the president of Nigeria. So we went all out to make all the trouble, make all the noise for him to be there. I apologize. And when he got there, he messed up.
So, Brother Peter, you sold bad market to Nigeria, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I say I apologize. So he went there and it was unimaginable. Then comes Sanusi. I remember the first time I watched Sanusi do a presentation for my company. Whoa! Even the superior white guys in the company were screaming. They say, oh, this is the kind of person we need to head this company. Man. And what happened? Yeah, yo, yeah, yo, what? Was like, what? And now somebody is thinking of bringing him back to do what? I don't get it. Instead of me to bring him back to be the CBN, I'll go and remove Soludo from Anambra State Governor and take him back to CBN. That's if I really want to recycle. I'll go to Anambra, beg Soludo, say, sorry, I think you have to abandon this, your governorship. Come and help us with this economy. At least that's the one I'm talking about. If you want to recycle people who have been tested, I would prefer. This guy is good, but I don't know. What's this guy that is quarreling with Obedient? What's his name again? Is it Moralo or something? I think that's it.
No, Mogalu is a lawyer now. Lawyer that is trying to call himself a political economist.
Slimogalu.
Yeah,
no, the one that was was the
deputy
yeah,
governor.
he was deputy CBN governor, but he was a lawyer. But he's
he's good though. He's good.
No,
cannot be.
Mogalu is overrated now.
Completely
If you want somebody who wants Soludo, let's just put Soludo there. Let him leave Anambra. Let him leave Anambra. If you want to bring, as you said, if you want to bring somebody back, let's just bring Soludo back. It's not Mogalu, it's not Sanusi.
I don't really listen to. I look at their work and I look at their statements. I look at what they asked for when they were working, the ones that were allowed to do, the ones that were not allowed to do, and if they had been allowed to do those ones, the result we would have gotten. So when I sit down, I listen to all Sanusi's beautiful presentations. I listen to all Soludo's beautiful presentation. What Soludo is asking for, the ones he did, the ones he was not allowed to do. I listen to Sanusi. I think Soludo, I look at Soludo as a whiz-kid. I might not be right, but
no, madam, you don't see the bank consolidation that Soludo did. The economy didn't crash now. No, it's like almost seamless. Not all these things, everything they do, they crash the economy. Simple thing, do it, they will crash the economy. Is it not somebody that did bank consolidation? And he almost like painless.
That's Soludo. If you listen to him very well, he's a whiz-kid. Honestly speaking, that's my opinion. I might be very wrong, but if you go to look at all the things he has done, look at his speeches, his interviews, questions they asked him, how he had wanted to solve the problem and maybe didn't get approval, you will know that the guy is wonderful. If they want to recycle, they should go get back to Soludo.
Let's just move forward, please. I have some questions for you, please. I will start with this. Tinubu 100 days in office. What is the 3 things you expect him to do in immediate alacrity?
300 days in office.
Yes, 100 days in office. What is the 3 key things you expect him to do to move swiftly so that everything will at least that the first 100 days. What are your expectations?
First of all, I must say that I keep saying this. I heard that Buhari is leaving behind plug and play. You know what I mean by plug and play? He has put a lot of things in place. Laid foundation for a lot too. That's why I want us to bring his legacies in this platform so that we discuss it and do a fact check. I keep saying that because I don't want his job to be given to Tinubu. I wouldn't be happy. I know people do that kind of a thing and people are keeping quiet. I wouldn't like that. The guy did a lot of job in 8 years. but he has problem with communication. His major problem was communication. Now, I think number one thing Tinubu should do is this money madness that is going on in Nigeria. I heard the thing is still hitting hard. I don't know how they got there, but however they got in there, he should get it sorted out with immediate, in fact, within 3 months. Then the security situation, I heard that everything has been put in place for that thing to work. They should go into work. Because when you synchronize people's bank accounts, here I am. If you want to buy something, I'm somebody who likes using chat. Although this, I don't want to talk about that. But in this place, before you pay cash, you have to swipe your card. Then the system will ask you cash or card. If you say card, it takes money from your bank. If you say cash, it waits for you to put in the money, the cash. Why are they doing that? They want to see who is buying who, buying what, how much you're spending, and how you are spending it. These are one of the variables that is going for America in the dollarization of the world. We discussed that. When you put somebody's bank account into his social security, into his phone number, that is a lot of security check. Buhari did that, but nobody is talking about it in Nigeria. You know why? They hate him. They can say everything. You go back home, sit down and say, my number, phone number. These people don't know how far technology has gone. That you're talking on your phone, the government can listen to what you're saying. But Nigerians don't know. Your phone is connected to your bank account, is connected to your social security. And probably it have a clue of where you live. And I heard he's about to do zip code. Wow. So the security is already on ground. All these kidnap, pay money, do this, do that. He should get it sorted out. Maybe he has to fire all those security chiefs. Look for very young people in that department who wants to show, to make a name for themselves, and put them in those jobs to get something done. Because what they need to get something done is already there. Then the third one, I think you cannot be talking about human capital development. I heard some people saying that a particular candidate invested in human capital development. And when I look at his state, I laugh. You cannot be talking about human capital development without infrastructure. I think he should get that electricity problem sorted out. I heard everything he needs to sort it out is already on ground. I heard. So he's going into plug and play. I hope he make appropriate use of it. Thank you. Hello?
Where's Thomas?
Thomas is driving. He's making background noise.
Okay. As I was going to say, regarding the issue of the electricity, I don't think there's much for the presidency to be doing this time around with electricity because of the new law that's been passed now. Because in my own opinion, I think the government needs to spend less. The federal government now need to spend less resources on electricity now, and let's push it to the state to do more, because they now have the power to bring in. They don't necessarily have to use the state money. They can bring in investors to come and invest in the power sectors in their states. And if it's even better now that if one state cannot do it, another state can do it, and then sell to the other state or sell to 3 states. So if Lagos can generate more more power than they need, then they can easily just transfer to Ogun State and transfer to Oyo State as well, those states that are close to them.
Yeah,
So
but can I interject? I thought
yeah.
they said he has decentralized it already.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The power has been decentralized, so governors and states can now take full control of power in their state. So I don't know.
I don't
For
think
me,
it's
I don't
full
see.
control. I
Sorry?
don't think it's full control. I don't think it's full control. They all have to plug into the national grid.
No,
It
no, no,
can't
no, no.
just be. No, they
No, no,
have
no,
to
no.
plug into national.
No, they don't have to plug to the national grid at all.
They can generate on their own,
Yeah,
but
generate,
everything
transmit,
has to
and
still be under the layout of the national grid.
what do you mean under the layout?
You can't just generate. You can't just develop your own grid in your own way, because it's going to create systemic problem now.
No, you can. You can generate electricity. You can transmit
You can
electricity, and you can
generate.
distribute.
You can
You
generate.
can
You can
generate. You can
transmit.
transmit, and you can distribute.
You can do all of that, but you
Exactly.
have to plug into the national grid.
No, you can't. I don't know why.
What? Someone is breaking up there. But you're breaking up.
Bishop, we can hear, but you are breaking up. You are dipping in, out, in and out.
You are dipping in and out, yeah.
Let me go. Come back.
Okay.
So
okay, that's a
you
national
can-
grid. I think you can they can generate, but maybe on some capacity, because you need to be controlled.
Because
No,
the
it's not
law,
even that. Yeah.
the law specifies that. I don't remember exactly the how they word it. They knew this thing they passed. It says it still has to be like under the umbrella of the national grid. The states can
No,
generate.
what they are
under the
saying is
national
that
umbrella.
what they are saying is area where you have national grid. That's what they
No,
say. It's not like before. It's
can
not
I
like before
get
where
in?
you have
Can
to transfer the power onto the national grid for them to distribute. No, this time the state will be in charge of the distribution of that power. They will be in charge of generating
Can I
transmitting
You know
and
why
interject?
it's not.
distributing.
Can
You
I
know that
interject?
electricity. Yeah, electricity is a security also problem, right? You hear many times they said China wants to hack a national grid, the US electric. This is it's not something they just leave it to somebody in their village because you are a state. You do everything. You still have to, in some level, plug into the national grid. The national architecture will be there. You
Can I
can generate,
interject?
yeah.
You know, in Port Harcourt, in 2013, 2014, Amechi, in collaboration with Schneider, that's the name of the company, I think it's a German company, they did a lot of work on Port Harcourt electricity. They actually wanted Port Harcourt to be having 24 hours power supply. And then he was Shell and Schneider that he used, the way they behave in Port Harcourt to do. So I happened to have a knowledge of what was going on. Actually, then, I don't know for today, but I heard Buhari passed a bill. Nigeria sold, like, privatized generation and distribution. That's what we are meant to understand, but not transmission. Transmission is to the end user. Then it was in the hands of the government. So you can generate, you can distribute.
Madam Sister, what is the point of generating and they can't transmute it? What is the
That
point
is the
of
thing.
generating it?
That is the problem now. I'm coming to that. So you generate, all those companies, you can generate as much as you want, you can distribute it, but you cannot transmit it. So when Schneider generated, they distributed to those transformers because Amechi bought brand new transformers. They distributed to that those transformers. Then to transmit, they need approval from the federal government. I'm saying this in a global platform. Maybe where Jonathan is, he's listening. That's why I said he's one of the presidents of Nigeria I will never forgive. They went to get the approval for transmission. Jonathan refused, just simply because of politics. He doesn't want Amechi to take that glory that in Port Harcourt, there are 24 hours of power supply. And that's just it. Because he was having problem with Amechi. They fought this thing, Shell Road, Slided Road. That was it.
That is your own subjective view. You don't know why. I think that is your own subjective view. You don't know why.
Well, that's what Snyder and Amechi told Shell. But the important thing was that they sat on the approval. They never got that approval up to today.
Okay, Madam Zita, can I come in, please?
Yeah, go in.
Okay. Initially, before we have a situation whereby that was during NEPA. So during NEPA, it was all government owned. Government was generating, was transmitting and distributing. So everything was government run under NEPA. So the year you're talking about now, you said you said 2003.
13 and 14.
So which means they've already done the privatization of the electricity then.
Yes.
So
distribution and generation and distribution.
So when they did the privatization, government was still in charge of the I think the transmission of the electricity
Yes.
at the
Right.
time.
Yes.
So but the privatization created those discos who were in charge of distributions of power.
Right.
So
right.
So part of that deal guarantees those companies that bought into the deal. So for Amechi to be able to just transmit power, that would be breaching that deal that
I
breaching the
agree
law that
with
was
you.
passed, the privatization law. So
Listen.
that is I don't think that have anything to do with Jonathan. That is the law of the land at the time. So even if Jonathan was to say, okay, Amechi go and
No.
Madam Zita, one second. Even if Jonathan was to say, Amechi go and transmit power, that company can sue the federal government, can sue them because of the breach of the law that they've passed to privatize them, because whoever that was in charge of power distribution in that area, like in Edo now, you have the Edo Disco. So I don't know who is in charge of the one in Port Harcourt. So that those people now they can easily charge these people to court and sue them for huge amount of money. So that one has nothing to do with Jonathan. That was just the law. It was a bad law that they did at the time because they did not put those things in the hands of capable individuals. They just gave it to friends and family to run the business at the time. Even some of them had to took bailout from the federal government at the time.
Okay, even let me ask you a question.
Even in Edo, the ones that are in charge of Edo, they had the same problem with the governor as well. The governor went to bring in a private company to generate electricity. I think it's only recently now that the company will be able to now transmit and distribute and transmit that electricity now because of this new law. But before, what the government just do is they just use the power to power the governor's office, the high court, the hospitals, the street lights. That was what they were using it for before now. So with this new law that comes out now, I think they'll be able to start distributing it to people's home.
Let me ask you a question. Do they transmit electricity in Nigeria?
Yes.
Do you know how they do that?
No, I'm not an engineer, so I don't know how they transmit.
What was the...
The government gives approval for transmission. I repeat again. The government gives approval for transmission. So those discourse we are talking about, they have the ones that have contracts for generation, they have the one that has contract for distribution. When it comes to transmission, it's only the government that turns it on. So when you finish generating and distributing, all you need to do is to ask the government to turn it on. Maybe I used the right word, the wrong word, approval. Turn it on. That's what we were asking for in Port Harcourt, in River State. Put it on. It is ready to run. So it has a lot to do with Jonathan. A light is on. It's already in the grid. Turn it on. You say you will not turn it on. Which one is if you turn it on, the other companies will disagree. Are they not turning some on for them? So
No,
why
the
would they disagree?
distribution. Look, you see the facility to distribute that power in that area is under the control of those discos. So even if you turn it on, which facility are you going to use to transmit it?
No, I was part of this job. You can go back, maybe Bishop, you can go back to Shell. The work, go back to Snyder, the work is still there. If you walk into that company today, they will give it to you because everybody was angry over this. Not only Amechi, although Amechi will say it's because he doesn't want me to get the approval. I don't know what went wrong, but what I know is that they refused to turn it on. That should be the right word.
Can I come in a little?
Yes, Madam Peter. Hold on, please. I have another question for you. A group has came out to condemn the obedience. A Yoruba group has came out to condemn the obedience. How they went AYA on WOLE SOYINKA. That WOLE SOYINKA is one of the respected Yoruba man that's still living. So what's your take about that? Thank you.
They went to condemn obedience.
Yes, they condemn obedience for insulting WOLE SOYINKA on the Dati Ahmed interview on channel.
Yes, it's good you use the word insult. I really want a thought force. I've been saying this in Nigeria. I want a thought force. But I don't want a thought force like Jubilee, Sudan. I hope I'm making sense. I want a thought force, but I don't want a thought force like Jubilee, Sudan, where you be dishing out propaganda, dishing out lies, something that never happened. But if it is a thought force that can criticize everything everybody is doing, objectively, sometimes subjectively, I wouldn't mind. But this howling, insult, abusing people, not even having, you say things, something is wrong. I overheard you people earlier in the day when I was passing. I think it was Fatai that was saying, you say your mandate was taken. Can you tell us where those mandates are? That is the problem I have. I don't have problem with somebody criticizing the government or criticizing somebody for saying anything. But the insult, howling insult, abusing people, they seem to sound like people who are under the influence of drug. You are saying somebody is lying and you don't have the truth. You are saying what somebody is saying is wrong, but you cannot say the right one. That is the criticism. I really want those obedient to be
Madam
accountable.
Peter, did you see the interview of WOLE SOYINKA? Did you see anything wrong in what? Let's just forget the obedience. We know many of them are young heads. You as a person, did you see anything wrong in the utterances of WOLE SOYINKA throughout that interview? If you have seen the
We are saying the same thing in a different way. He
interview.
said,
Thank you.
I told him that if he doesn't take his time, his followers, due to the way they abuse people, will make him lose the election. There is nothing wrong in that. The followers, because of who they are, if I were them, but God forbid I will never be them, I would have said, no, it is not us that made him lose. It is this, is that made him lose. But they won't say that. All they need to do is start throwing insults at you. And that's what happened. They don't have anything in their head to tell you except insult. And that's actually the area I have problem. I think we better start talking to them. Honestly, sincerely speaking, we better start talking to them. And there are some of them that are in your platform. Did I meet them in the studio? They will not like you. You know, sometimes people think they are the only ones that have monopoly of insult. They think. We are all struggling to be civil. It's not easy, but we try. And I will always advise them to try too. Now, the way they insult people is way beyond imagination. That's why I said earlier today that what I saw in 2023 election, I knew that drugs had entered Nigeria. They will not even understand what you're saying in the first place before they start insulting you.
But Madam Sister, can't people have conversation without insulting or call you out?
What did Soludo said that they almost killed him? No, now look at Soludo's own. The first statement he made before he wrote that epistle, it was the insult that brought out the epistle. The first interview he had with Seun, what did he say wrong? I didn't know Nigeria even have such people around, honestly. I didn't know Nigeria have such people. I'm telling you.
Maybe they are on drugs, as you rightly said. Maybe they are on drugs.
I'm telling you, I didn't know Nigerians have such human beings. So, well, I lie. This one is becoming on. You won't even understand what somebody is saying before the moment you hear somebody's voice, you start insulting the person. But must everybody think the way you're thinking? Are we robots? I even have the right as a human being to be wrong. So why the insults? I don't get it, but I don't think there's anybody. All this one, your Yoruba brothers are talking. They can't beat them in that game. Those guys are expert in insulting people. Expert in them. I want a thought first, but when you see somebody who is 19 years old or 23 years old calling Soyinka a fool, you will know there is trouble now. Am I not making sense? When you see a 23-year-old Nigerian calling Soyinka a fool, there is trouble now.
Trouble in the jungle. Trouble in the jungle.
That's when you know there is a lot of trouble now. It's not a joke. Come on, it's not a joke. When an 18-year-old child, I call them child, we come out and type, Soyinka is a fool. He's an idiot.
Well, now that Soyinka, you know, make them clear. Say they're not serious. They're not serious at all. What they are, but I don't even know when I even think everything that they do. So I just laugh. Say, okay, up till now, maybe I can still follow you a little bit, but this one I don't get you. I don't even understand what you're talking about.
Okay.
I don't understand what you're talking about.
Madam Speaker, they said when Fioluomo is threatening the Igbos in the north, in Lagos, why did the professor didn't come out?
Didn't talk, come out to talk.
The man has always been condemning violence. I don't know where they got that one from. But let me say this. When somebody says something, that's why I tell you, it seems as if they are on drugs. There is an adage in Igbo land that says, sorry heals the wound. Udo na lonya. What it simply means is that, you know, when you hit your leg or something, the pain will come very, very, I don't know. And then somebody will be saying, sorry, sorry, sorry. Actually, the pain is not going off, but your mind will be coming down. I think that's what it does. But people say sorry calms the pain. It doesn't actually calm the pain, but it calms you down. But if somebody say, no, good for you, at that point, it's as if the pain increases. The pain did not actually increase. It's that your anger in your mind increases, thereby affecting the pain. Now, SOYINKA, when MC Olomo said that, whatever they said, he said, he came out, made a video, apologized. Somebody came in, a woman, to say, oh, please, oh, you people should be sorry. If you think he's talking to the general public, he's talking to me. I play with him, I laugh with him. At that point, I think that should end the matter. If he's really threatening you and he's not bold enough to own it, then let it go. But will they let it go? No. Somebody says something, came back and apologized. But he's still holding, right? He's still holding. Now, some people will say, Osibajo said they will form a parallel government in 2015. I agree with you. Osibajo said that before the election, during the campaign, before somebody was elected. The moment somebody is being elected, for those of you who are Democrats in the United States that believe Trump committed a crime, listen carefully. The moment the electoral body who owns the power to announce who has won the election, the moment they announce it, it's automatically president-elect. Somebody has won. It's like a closed chapter. Any other thing you are saying after that time, if you are not careful, might be seen as treason, might be seen as felony. So what, you know, these children, they need to be taught something. They are not learning, and they don't want to learn. Osibanjo said whatever he said during the campaign, when they were campaigning, whatever that is going on. They do all manner of madness during that period to hold their support. The moment the person, somebody is announced, and that goes to say that kind of a thing, that is treason. It's not right. Somebody has been announced. All you need to do, go to the court at that point, if you don't like it. But will they listen? But
madam, even after he said what he said, then they started to call all these things with interim government. Yeah, all this starts to build up. Interim government, military takeover, blah blah blah. I mean, so like there is there? I mean, so people start to form a link. Is there a link between what he goes to say and all this cry about military government, interim government, blah blah blah? So I mean, so it's more serious. When Oshibanjo said whatever he said, there was no military takeover being on the table. Now
no,
you said democracy will end.
He said it before.
Yeah. He said it before the election. Yeah, I
Before
understand.
the
Yeah. I
election
take your point. It's a different spaces now. It's different situations now. Whatever that one said, there was no military takeover being talked about. Now you go on television and say democracy will end, and we all started hearing military will take over, interim government, blah 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 blah.
But if you listen to that man,
there are different things now.
If you watch that interview carefully, you will see that that guy was speaking as somebody who was sent to say that. Because you see him repeating himself like he's owing what he's saying. But I can assure you, it's only a Mauritanian that can say that in Nigeria. If an Igbo man said that, they will pick him up. I'm telling you, I won't say it's
If
only
Peter Obi said it, he will be in trouble. Oh.
If
If
it's an Igbo
Peter Obi
man,
said it, he will be in trouble.
if it's an Igbo man or a South person or a Southwest person that said that thing, I think by now he will be with DSS.
Thank God it was not Peter Obi, because now we will have obedience saying they are attacking Peter Obi and this and this. Thank God it was Dati that said it. It's not
Yeah,
Peter
but
Obi.
Look, I don't understand why people are attacking SOYINKA, because what he said was not different from what I said on this platform, was not different from what any sensible human being will say. That Baba Ahmed, his comment in that interview was outrageous, was stupid, was dumb, it was an idiotic way of talking. This guy is an election rigger who got sworn into the Senate after he rigged the election. Okay, all these things that he was talking about, they were not applied to him when he was sworn in. Why did he not say the day they sworn him in, that was the end of democracy? Why did he not say the day he was sworn in, that was like a military taking over Nigeria? He rigged the election. The court said it, and he was kicked out of the Senate after 1 year. Did that idiot, did he refund the salary he got in that 1 year after he was kicked out? He did not refund a shishi. He did not refund a penny of the money he got paid during his time in the Senate. And these are the people who are coming to take the high moral grounds. And people are running after them, talking about, how people are election riggers. You guys are supporting election riggers, people who rig the election, who are confirmed election rigger by the court of law. That guy should not be in the public space talking anything about election rigging. He should hold his hand, he should hold his head in his hand in shame. That guy is one of those. I don't even know why we're talking about Dati Baba Ahmed. From before now, who know Dati Baba Ahmed? This is the problem I have with some people.
He's a vice president. He's a vice president candidate now.
Before Obi picked him, how many obedient know who he was? No, till today, some of them they don't even know that this guy was a former senator. They didn't even know that he has contested election. These people did not even know that Dati Baba Ahmed was under the CPC, the same party of President Muhammadu Buhari. A lot of these people don't even know nothing about Dati Baba Ahmed, and yet they still think, Dati Baba Ahmed, these are the honorable people on earth. Shut the fuck up, man. You don't even know what you're talking about. You don't know this guy. Okay, it's okay, you can say, but these people, you don't know this man. This guy come on national television and he was talking stupidness. He was talking rubbish.
Can I come in? Most of them that call themselves obedient, they don't know Obi. When I mean they don't know Obi, they don't know Obi like knowing Obi. Sometimes when you are passionate about something, that's why sometimes professors will advise you, study what you love. Because when you are passionate about something, you go into it deeper and deeper and deeper, and you want to perfect in it. But I noticed that this will be dent, or whatever you people call them. The name self is repulsing. I noticed that they didn't learn. They didn't study. They did not investigate Obi and Dati. They don't know them. That's why I always say the drugs in Nigeria is up to the baby. Because if you watch what happened in 2020, I don't know whether you people watch that thing closely. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Because if somebody can come and tell you that Obi and Dati are new breed, that are young people, new breed in politics, then you know that there is drugs somewhere talking, not that person. Then when somebody will tell you, you tell somebody that the reason why PDP refused to use Obi again as their vice president is because that before they used him, it was a South-South versus North that contested. And they won massively in the Southeast. I mean, South-South versus with a North won massively in the Southeast. Now, a North and the Southeasterner went into that same competition and they lost massively in the Southeast. And PDP, good reason, they said no. If that is the case, we're not going to take you again, which is a good reason. Then you are telling an obedient that is one of the reasons they gave, they did not take. Do you know what he will tell you? He is not in the ballot, then drug is talking. It's now that he's in the ballot. I mean, I don't understand. He will tell you, no, that time he was not in the ballot, though. He wasn't the one in the ballot. And in Bayelsa State, because of a deputy governor, election was thrown out. And these same people are telling you that the man is not on the ballot, though. That is now that he's in the ballot. Brother, you people don't understand these guys. So I don't mind.
No, the thing is just, you know, some of them you can a little bit excuse them because it's anger at the established party. But the thing is, even if you're angry, when you see the truth, you still have to say it. In that interview, on that same interview, Wole Soyinka was asked about the elections. He condemns what happened in Lagos. He criticized how people were being stopped from voting in Lagos. He even specifically mentioned the word how Igbos were stopped from participating, and he critically condemned it. When people was talking about, they asked him several questions, which this guy answered, and he spoke very well. But on that comment of Dati Baba Ahmed that he criticized, these people want. They're asking him to put his head on the table so that they can chop it out. Look, I read a tweet on online, and I was going to read that tweet here. This is what is going to happen now. Yeah, let me see if I can. Okay, look, there's this guy that posted a tweet. He said, "Oh, I love the Yoruba conservative nature of social media interaction. Just one picture or video from history will destabilize your peace and cancel your months-long propaganda. The mob are always taken off guard. We, the Abokis, are now resting as spectators." So it's almost like during Buhari, all of this propaganda was hitting Buhari from left and right without any response. And that is the kind of mindset that you now see the Northerners are now having, that, okay, the battle is no longer with us anymore. It's now with them in the South. These people need to understand that the people they are fighting are people who have years of experience in the media, people who are established media operators, people who will fight back, not just fight back, they will fight back ferociously. The Yoruba people, when you say people have bad mouth, these people have bad mouth. So they're not just going to lie down and take it like the Northerners did during Buhari. Every time you try to go after Tinubu, they will see it as you coming for them, and they will fight back. So it's up to us in the South now, whether we want to continue to be at each other's throat, or we're going to give it a peace, allow the system to take its course. Whatever the court judgment comes out, everybody, you shake your swords, and then we let peace reign. But I want them to understand one thing. If you continue the media propaganda, you're going to get it 2 times back. You're going to get it 3 times back, because the people you are engaging now are no longer the Northerners. They are the Southwesterners. This is their day. This is their breakfast. This is their lunch. This is their dinner. They know how to do it better than anybody. Media propaganda is their food. So they will fight back hard. And what you will have will be a battle between 2 southern regions. And that is not going to help us in the South. It's not going to help anybody. So we have to come together. We have to stop all this nonsense that is going on. where people are not calling. If you see the way they were talking about SOYINKA, Wole SOYINKA, Professor Wole SOYINKA, they were talking about him as if he's some nobody.
That's what I was saying now. When a 18-year-old or 23-year-old child will write boldly, Wole SOYINKA is an idiot. He's a fool. It's only by the power of drug you can write that. Because you cannot be calling somebody you have not taken time to study.
Madam Zita, you know why they are attacking SOYINKA? SOYINKA is a look. The SOYINKA criticism has global teeth. So they have they can't let that SOYINKA interpretation to hold. The thing hit well, because and the way it described as fascistic. In the West, the West don't like fascism. We say Mussolini, this, blah blah blah. That is, nobody will listen to them again in the West now. So SOYINKA's interpretation, it really hit home. So they have to, they will lose global appeal now if they are painted as in the global eyes as being fascist, as they are the fascistic group. That will really, that's the end of their movement. That's the end of the teeth of these audio. That's why they attack Wole SOYINKA now.
For Fatai, with all due respect, you cannot lose what you don't have. They never had any relevance in the first place. So let's start from there, just to clarify. They never had any relevance. So you can't lose what you never had.
I'm not talking within Nigeria. I'm saying like they are going to Washington, they are going there, they are going when before Joe Biden wake up. Before Joe Biden wake up, they go to knock his door. Hey, our election is rigged. Everything.
Now, Fatai, listen to me. Please listen to me very well. Every day in front of the White House, different interest groups from all around the world protest there almost every day. If you've been there, you know what I'm talking about. It's nothing new. Nobody cares about some guys with placard about Obi. Trust me, they are irrelevant.
No, I'm not saying they pay attention to them. I'm saying they are gunning for the appeal.
I'm
not
saying they never had the appeal in the first place. They never had. There's no appeal anywhere.
Are you seeing the attack on Wole SOYINKA majorly targeted? They are just targeting Yorubas, or they are just targeting Wole SOYINKA's personality?
Is the sharpness of Wole SOYINKA's interpretation. That is what hit home. The sharpness of the interpretation is what hit home. Look, there was a parliament woman in the UK that was raising the issue to in the UK parliament. They are knocking the door everywhere. You know, whether they listen to them or not is another story. They are going global. That's
wait. Nigeria has one of the largest deposits of gas, like natural gas right now, that everybody wants, especially Europe. You really think that they're going to jeopardize their relationship with Tinubu because of these people? Are you kidding me right now? This
no, I mean they jeopardize relations with Russia. If the thing is really bad, of course they can cut anything. They cut the tie with Russia.
I'm saying
anybody can cut any tie.
Forget what they say on TV. Behind the scenes, it's diplomatic language. You can come on TV and say, I'm with you. Behind the scenes, it's about what can I get from these people. I don't care if that person got there illegally, legally. I don't care if he rigged. What can I gain from that country? That's the way they deal with Africa. They don't care about how people got into power. It doesn't work that way.
No. That's no. You know, I'm not saying the European or the American they are sitting down and say, "Oh, Peter Obi, tell us whatever." I'm saying the marketing is the marketing, right? If you are going to knock people's door and you are disturbing people, you are doing it. The action is going on, right? And I'm saying Wole SOYINKA's interpretation. Put it in the perspective that hurts the narrative. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying anybody is taking anybody seriously.
How does it hurt the narrative? It was perfect. It was very right the way he described them. There was nothing wrong
That's
with
what
what
I'm
he
It's,
said.
saying
it's
now. That's what
spoiled
I'm.
their narrative now. That's what he's saying.
Oh,
That's what
oh, oh,
Baka
sorry,
is
sorry,
saying.
sorry, sorry. Okay, okay,
Yeah.
okay, okay, I get. Okay, sorry.
I just wanted to tell you people this one that are standing in front of Washington DC with the de-dollarization. You people will be standing in front of China in 2027. You'll be standing in front of China, right?
Maybe they will soon go
yeah.
Moscow now.
Eh?
Why
They
did
will
we?
soon go
Why,
stand
why
for
did we?
Kremlin.
Why did we
No,
They will soon
always?
go stand
then
for
China
Kremlin.
will be ruling the world. You people will stand for.
And they never know where they go. They are banner. Where they go still carry. They never know.
Number two,
Father Lord,
people,
these guys will
people
not
have
kill me.
Yes, sir.
people have been staging protests in diaspora for I can't even remember how many years. Has it ever swayed the government they are protesting against that the Western world will come to their aid? Let me cite an example. Biafran people have been doing their shenanigans in diaspora, including the Yoruba nation, disgracing themselves in the diaspora. Has it changed anything? Has the Western world coming to their aid to solicit for them to get their country?
Yes, it has.
How?
It has been noted.
Noted.
Yes.
Noted for what?
Yeah, now when they had demonstrated, those people took note. We
Oh.
hear you.
Yeah. My point is this. Remember, for my last super chat to the channel, I was talking about diplomatic language when I was writing about Chimanda. If they understand how amongst countries how these things work, diplomacy work, they wouldn't even bother to go protest. That's not how you get what you want. So I think they need to brush up on their on how diplomacy really works amongst countries. America has built a $500 million embassy in Nigeria with multiple investments. You really think that they're really gonna care about your position? No. Whoever wins is they're going to deal with. That's the way they operate. It's not about what you want. It's what they can get from whoever is there. So I don't know this whole put. Number one, your guy came third. So by the way, guys, Thomas, uh, Atiku was second, right? If I right, Atiku was second. So
The last time I checked, yes.
so why are they not discussing PDP also rigging the elections? Was it just according to them? Is it just APC? Because
No, no,
if you say no, Thomas,
Babati,
if you say APC
all
rigged
the
the elections,
votes,
no,
all
wait,
the
wait.
votes they got is legitimate,
So Thomas,
but
Thomas, wait.
all the votes Tinubu got is
I know.
illegitimate.
But I'm saying that if you say, okay, Tinubu rigged to get those votes, by default, then the winner is PDP there. It's not you. You came third. So you're fighting on behalf of PDP, or I don't get this whole
Thomas,
yes.
let's do a mind rubbing question. Do you think
Bring it up. Bring it up.
if let's say assuming INEC said okay, let us cancel all this election and do this presidential election again, do you think Obi will get that number of votes he got?
Let me start. Let me kick it off. I think you brought the question up. I think his number will be depreciating. Why did I say that? Many things have come into limelight how he got those votes. So people are more enlightened now. And by the way, I heard that more audio is coming out that will even finish Peter Obi. I don't know how far it's through. But now we know the guy rode on religious sentiment. That cannot be taken away if only if we are deceiving ourselves. So I don't think so. I was wrong the last time because I said he's not going to get 3 million votes. He got maybe 6 point something million votes. But this time too, I may be wrong. I'm just permutating. He will not get that huge vote. I can even break the votes into two. maybe 3 million, 4 million thereabout. It will be even, it will still be told distance. That is what I think is going to happen because many things people are common now. Now people have opened their eyes. They saw what this guy rode on to get what he got, even though he didn't win the election. But moving forward, I don't think so. He's going to get this vote. If he goes to come third, I've said it thousands of times on many platforms. Peter Obi will become distant third. PDP and APC will still win election in Nigeria, come rain, come shine. So let's hear from do we have WOLE, please?
I'm here.
Yeah, WOLE, please. Yeah, do you hear the question?
I'm here, but let Akin go next. Sorry, I will come after him.
Yeah. Thomas, what I was going to say was that I asked somebody a question recently. If you said the Labour Party won the election, that they were rigged out. Okay, let's assume that you said it was the APC that rigged the Labour Party out. Among the 36 states in the election that was conducted, how many states was the battle between Labour Party and APC? That was in Benue, in Lagos, and in Rivers. Every other state, it's the battle is either between Labour Party and PDP or PDP and APC. In only those 3 states that you have a battle between Labour Party and APC. If you go to the core north, 13 states in the core north, the battle was purely between APC and PDP. Labour Party, apart from Kaduna, where they get about 21%, they were non-existent in the rest of in that area. So, and if you look at the result that came out of that 13 states, I think APC only won 3 states, which is Zamfara, Borno, I think Jigawa as well. They did not win in Kaduna, they did not win in Kano, they did not win in Sokoto, they did not win in Katsina. That is the northwest. That's normally their stronghold, where they have governors in all of these states. PDP won all of those states. No, except for Kano, where NNPP won. If you go to the northeast, ATIKU dominated the northeast apart from Borno State. So how would APC rig election against you in states where PDP won? How can
that's a big question, my brother.
because the progressive, you remember, also if you ask them, remember, one of the indicators of rigging is that the numbers of voters will be more than the numbers of people that were accredited for the elections. That's one of the way you can judge. So if they really rigged it, there will be more people that voted than people that actually were registered, unless they are discussing voter suppression. So, but if you ask them, okay, how many? What is the because remember they didn't even have enough polling booth agents for Labour Party. They didn't have enough to even sign off on some of these places. So I'm saying that even if you remove those states that you mentioned, they still don't have enough numbers for number one for enough spread, and number two to get the majority votes that will even force a runoff. So the man does not even qualify for a runoff by metric. He doesn't qualify. It doesn't have the spread. It doesn't have the numbers. And even if you give them Rivers, Benue, and Lagos that they want, they still don't have. They are still lagging behind the PDP. So if you just present facts to them, then that's talking about that irrelevant things that don't even make any sense. So that's the issue.
They'll start telling you about INEC did not follow the law. INEC did not follow the this. INEC did this. INEC Yakub Mahmoud this that. They will start telling you all sort of nonsense.
But
it doesn't
can
make
I come in?
sense.
Progressive Nigeria. Let me ask you, what business, even if you are saying voter suppression, voter this, voter that, but in those days, APC did not win now. It's PDP that won. So they should be contending with PDP, not APC.
That's what I'm saying. How is APC rigging the election against you in state where PDP won?
Oh.
But if you look at their lawsuits, are they even going against the PDP? No, they are fighting APC. So let's even say they win against APC. Guess who's going to win? PDP. You still lose. So what's the argument about?
The progressive, it sounds very ridiculous to me. I'm very sorry.
It doesn't make sense. Look, even the case they have in court, right? I said to somebody, let's take the case one by one. You said Ashwaju have fake certificate. Okay, let's assume they disqualify him. The judge will hand over power to the second person on the second who came second, which is ATIKU. That case does not favor you. You said it was involved in drugs, that they should disqualify him. Okay, they disqualify him, they will still hand over power to ATIKU.
Oh, no, that means, hold on, sorry to come in. That means you don't understand what is going on. They said they prefer ATIKU. If it is not them, ATIKU should go in. You are not getting the point.
AI. Sorry to cut you short. Then that negates everything that they claim they stand for. I thought they were against establishment, against the old guys, and against cabal. So how can you be against Tinubu but then vouch to support ATIKU?
But I told you down drugs.
Abi, you say, we don't want establishment, we don't want all these old people, we don't want all these old guys. Then you say, okay, if we lose, okay, ATIKU then we. So
yeah, but they said it even in one man's platform here that if Peter Obi doesn't get it, he should go to ATIKU. They said it, and these are the people that tell you they're voting Obi because he's new. He's young. He's a new establishment. He's the youngest. He's a smart brain. Then you say if he doesn't get it, he should go to ATIKU. I don't. That is it.
You know what? I've made up my mind from now on. I've decided not to engage anybody that labels themselves an obedient for my own sanity and my mental health. So once you say you're an obedient, I will not engage you in any discussion.
But you can't do that.
No, for
guys,
my own
I have
sanity
to go
now.
now.
It's for my own mental health.
Hello.
Okay, Madam
Thank
Sita.
Thank you, Madam
Sita.
Sita.
Why are you leaving when I'm just joining out?
They were married now. You have 4 wives. You remember? You're alone now.
I don't just understand.
Bye you.
Madam Sita, it's just it can't
marginalization. They are trying to marginalize you.
Do you know, once I joined the show right from the beginning, then I left, came back again, and then everybody kept like I say, you know what? I went to do my own business.
I'm being honest. Yeah. I'm not going to engage anybody that says that.
Why not? You see, what I found out.
Because it is exhausting, mentally exhausting. I'm sorry, I'm tapped out. I can't do it anymore. You
know what I found out, Babati? There are still some good obedience that are willing to listen. I don't know if they have their own sentiment, but they are, kind of, have a listening here. You know, all those knucklehead online that have no regard to their own peers. Those are the ones that I will advise you not to engage, because good morning is FU to them. And if you go to Twitter is the worst place. I mean, that's a bully space. It's the worst place you can engage somebody in a good conversation. Those folks out there, they are not. They are just not. They're not the type of people that you should be, engaging with, because they will drive you nuts. Before now, I was watching China's News, where the supposedly new Labour Party chairman was being interviewed by Seun Okinbaloye.
Lamidi?
Yeah, Papa Lamidi. Oh my goodness.
You
needed to go and check the comment section of that video clips on YouTube. They were calling this man Babalawo.
Mr. Adewale, let me tell you something quick. Yeah.
Yes.
You see, it has got to a point whereby even if you accuse a Labour Party member of serious allegation, these people will turn around and say, no, it's the work of the APC. It's the work of the APC. We know what they are trying to do. There's nothing nothing goes against them anymore. Anything you do is you plotting against the Labour Party. I thought this was all just Peter Obi. Why is it not a Labour? It's not a Labour Party movement. It's no longer Obi. It's not the old. These people, I don't understand, man. It's crazy. Common sense reasoning. You want to have a one-on-one conversation with somebody. Common sense. Okay, let's sit down. Let's discuss the election. By the time you are making your point, they will start going, "Oh, INEC did not follow the law. Which law? It's supposed to transmit the result. Everybody's supposed to see it live. What are you talking about? Everybody's supposed to see it
that's
live."
a valid grievance. But there's always a venue to address those grievances. And then if you're now started putting it into proper context,
go to court.
You said?
I said go to court.
INEC did not transmit the result. Does not translate that election was rigged across Nigeria.
Yeah, but
I just make an example.
The thing is,
I just made an example now. In the 13th state, in the 13th state in the core north, the battle there was between APC and PDP, except in Kano. Labour Party the only state where they did reasonably well was Kaduna, where they have about 21% of the vote. Every other state in that region, Labour Party was nowhere to be found. And guess the dominant party in that region? It was PDP.
It was PDP.
How is APC rigging an election against Labour Party in the state where PDP won?
I think they were banking on the River State election.
How many votes is there in River State?
Oh well, you're thinking that they had more
not only Rivers,
and Lagos State as well.
They were also delusional that they have about 1 million votes. They did not count for them in Lagos.
Remy.
What is the number?
How much did we get in Sokoto? 10,000 votes.
In fact, I want to say something about the. Sorry, please. I just want to quickly say something about the transmission of the result. Actually, they did not say that result will be transmitted in real time. And on the 25th of February, the result started transmitting by 9 p.m. that day. 9 p.m. Not all of them, but at least they still transmitted some result at 9 p.m. that day. They started transmitting the result. But the problem we have in Nigeria is this. I think when the total population of Nigeria are not highly educated, or maybe uneducated illiterate, or educated illiterate, anywhere, whichever way it goes. So a lot of Nigerians, they don't normally sit down, even including our politicians, to look at the rules and procedure very well. Some of them really understand it, but they try to twist it around to suit their own ego. For example, when we talk about the petition, there's nothing in the petition. If you look at the appeal court judgment about TINUBU'S certificate, there has been a judgment about it. They have thrown it out. Even about Chetima, that you said double nomination, the appeal court has already thrown it out again. So what are you going there to do again?
But this is the same. Chetima withdrew his.
So Adewale, let me give the number of Obi in Sokoto. He had a good number in Sokoto. 6,568 votes.
How can you call that one a good number?
It's a number.
Mr. Remy, I understand what you're saying. When the INEC chairman himself came out and said we will transmit the result live, that as the counting continues, each polling booth will start uploading those results. I think that's what they are, they're holding on to. Not necessarily they knew what the guideline.
Adewale, I disagree with you. Adewale, 3 days to the election, Mahmoud came out and said the election may not be transmitted electronically. It's documented. It's out there. Everybody knew that.
Then the another one they are holding on to now. That the declaration of Tinubu was illegal because of the 25% in Abuja.
That is nonsensical.
Progressive. The question. This is the question: is Abuja a super state or a super town? Does their vote more than anybody else?
Okay.
So what
Okay, listen to
are they
this.
arguing about? I don't get.
Okay, listen to this now. They are saying that it was illegal and they should not have declared Tinubu. Why? Because they say the constitution say and Abuja.
You have to look at you have to progressive. You have to look at
No, just hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. I want to clarify something.
I just want you to take this into consideration. Buhari was declared president, I think, in 2015. He didn't win Abuja. So what was
he win Abuja?
No, it's not winning. It's not winning. 25%. 25% they're talking about. So no, what I'm trying to say is this. Right?
I mean, Buhari did not get 25% in Abuja. That's what we're saying.
Progressive, before you apply, let me just tag this into it. So let's say this: if I win 34 states and I lose Abuja, or I don't get 25% in Abuja, does it mean I didn't win the election?
No, you don't. That's what they are saying now. That you know you
how
didn't
does that
win the
make
election.
sense? How does that make sense?
No, so this is one. This is the two questions that I asked. Right? One, so if a candidate is popular around the country and for some reason they don't like him in Abuja, so he keep winning 35, 36 states, and the other candidate is only just winning Abuja and is not getting 25%. So how long should we conduct a rerun for? Because Abuja people did not vote for one person, they will continue to do a rerun and a rerun and a rerun. If we do the election 3 times, we produce the same results 3 times because of Abuja. Does that even make sense to anybody?
Everybody knows the truth. That is just to hide.
There's I believe in law. There's always the technicality aspect of it that they want to explore, and they want to explore it to their own advantage.
No, they are accusing INEC. That INEC should not have given him the certificate of return. And I'm saying this, that look, it is subject to interpretation. INEC have already interpreted it the way they seem suit.
Yeah, but
you go to court and challenge INEC interpretation. That is how it should be.
From the court, even though the umpire already make that determination. But like I said, they have the right to go to court and say, "Court, please help us look at this." Even look, sometimes you might be the I don't know if you have any lawyers in there. You see, sometimes you take somebody to court, the person might end up winning the case if you're not careful.
Nobody is saying that. This is my point. You can go to court. But why can't you at least wait for the court to interpret that law first before you start jumping?
Exactly. Why are you saying INEC commit illegal? What INEC did is illegal.
Then wait for the court.
You cannot say it's illegal until you go to court.
In every situation or every electoral process like this, you always have the court of law and the court of public opinion. And sometimes the court of opinion should shape the outcome of the court of law. So sometimes
I disagree. No, Adewale, forget it.
About to shield the judge. Sometimes some sentiments also
play. No. Public opinion is irrelevant.
I know it's irrelevant, but sometimes you can't take it away. That's why in America, the jury system, they try as much as possible to shield the jury. But you know, sometimes most of these people come home, they watch news, they listen, they talk to their family member, and that will also shape their opinion on how they're going to judge the case. But in our situation, we don't have jury. We only have judges that sit down and make decisions. But nevertheless, these folks also go online, they read news, they watch interview. Sometimes the public comment could also shape how somebody view.
Otobadewale, let me ask you, isn't this very dangerous? Let me give you an example now. The case is in court right now, and you have a pastor introducing Peter Obi as the president of the country. This is what I'm talking about. These are the kind of things that I gets me worried. That's why I don't want to discuss these people anymore.
You know, I was watching. Yeah, I went back to watch.
If they arrest him now, you say there's a war against Christianity.
If they arrest him now, they are fighting the Igbos.
I was watching some of those platforms and reading the online comment where they are trying to paint Professor WOLE SOYINKA as somebody who is in support of Tinubu. You know the funniest thing is that Peter Obi was Soyinka's candidate. But this man would never come out to say, "This is my candidate." Mind you, this man said during his interview that he had warned Obi that his followers. See, these things are we are not privy to how these things goes. This man had already talked to Obi, right?
Privately.
Privately. That shows the Obi have access to him, so they must have talked, right? Tap his brain and seek for any advice. So for that, these are the information that wasn't in the public domain before. Warned him.
But Adewale, sorry for cutting you. We always say on those platforms that the obedience is the one that will cause Obi the election. We that is our position. That is my position. I always reiterate it.
Against.
Sorry, I just want to interject. Sorry, Adewale. Thomas, even with obedience, even with obedience supporting this election, is not going to win. It does not have.
I will know, but they cause more damage.
Look,
they cause more damage.
I'm one of his sympathizers. I'm one of Obi's sympathizers. The reason why I'm sympathetic to his cause is not because he's a saint. I just hope that one Hebrew person will become a president in my lifetime. That's the only reason why I was sympathetic to him. I was silently praying that he wins the election. So at least our brothers and sisters from the southeastern can also at least have this sense of identity to be and say, you know what, in their lifetime they had have an Igbo man as a president. Not that he's coming to wave one magic wand, but you see, there's a way you.
They want to just say that is my point. Even if you say we want an Igbo president because it's our turn, I will vote for you. But to not hide behind, it's not about tribe, it's about policy and other BS is what I should stop lying.
So when Obi went on to choose all his leaders in Sokoto, in Borno, and everywhere, choosing Christian to be the chairman in Sokoto, and everybody was telling him that time, does not believe. Those people kept quiet. They waited for him.
It was what? So the chairman in Sokoto and Zamfara, they were both Igbo. So
that's what I'm saying.
Imagine in Sokoto State, your chairman, your campaign is Igbo. Are you serious?
It's already know what is going on. This is a traditional. I mean, he's just looking at his own people. Actually, majority of the obedient now, they are those people behind IPOP that always abused Buhari before.
Let me dig the hole. He dug. Peter Obi dug the hole and he got into the hole by himself.
I'm sorry to say this. My God. Peter Obi pretend a lot, and he thought sentiment can make him become a president. I want a brave man, a courageous man to be the president of Nigeria. I don't want a weakling. I see him as a weakling.
You remember what Kashim, Kashim, when he was describing Pastor Shibajo. Good people do not come to politics. They don't go to politics because they should be selling ice cream. Look, there's nowhere in the world that you will find good people in government. No. Look, this is
oh my God.
It is. I'm telling you, even in America, forget about all those things you see on television. When they go behind the curtain, you know what they say to each other? They curse each other's out.
Because you must be ruthless. It's for ruthless people. It's not for nice people.
In business world, you have to be ruthless. In politics, you have to be ruthless. In religion, you have to be ruthless. It's about one biting each other from their feet.
Don't say thank you, Daddy. Thank you, Daddy. Yes, Daddy. Thank you, Daddy.
Yes, Daddy. Thank you, Daddy.
Who is that again? Come on.
Thank you, Daddy.
That is Beto by week.
There's no way you find yourself.
Imagine that this guy was the president and then this tape came out. I would be ashamed of him, man. President of Nigeria. Yes, Daddy. Thank you, Daddy.
Progressive. I had concerns where I'm like, this one is going to be a puppet to, OBJ likes controlling people in power now.
Listen, if that guy had won, OBJ would have picked every single member of his cabinet, every single one.
Yes, not even OBJ, all the pastor, all the Pentecostal churches. They are going to be controlling everything.
In politics, you must have been tested, trusted, for you to have been anointed by the godfathers and the godmother, for you to be able to even win an election. Because if you don't, see, people's interests are at stake. So you must be able to protest those interests. Because if not, if there's any little idea that you cannot be trusted, they won't let you get in there, because number one, you are coming to disrupt their interest, and two, they won't trust you because there are some secrets, or there are some things that is cannot be open to the public. And some of these politicians, that's where they feed their family, and that's where they eat. So if you come in and you say you're not giving shishi, that means their source of livelihood is going up in flame, and you think they're going to sit back? In some cases, they will have no control over things, but they will find a way to inject to the public some, some what do you call it now, propaganda or some things, and let it try for some period over, with the hope that it will be able to change the discourse of the politics. But at the end of the day, they always have a way to control how things goes in.
Adewale, do you have YouTube on your screen?
Oh, YouTube, yeah.
Yeah, read the last comment on the comment section. Did you see it?
Caesar music. I mean, that is his view. That is, this is the thing. This is the thing. Look, when this issue of drug issue came up, we discussed it on this channel before, and some other platforms too. But
almost
the funny thing
4
is
or 5 times.
people don't get to understand this. I'm not saying Tinubu is not culpable, okay? For the fact that you are being hounded and fined, and you have to forfeit, shows that you haven't done some things right. Because if you've done some things right, you would need no reason to forfeit fund, right? But it has not gotten to the criminal level. Number one, he wasn't charged, not even misdemeanor. It was mainly investigation. As at the time the investigation was concluded, Tinubu was living in Nigeria. It was already.
Adewale, let me do something. Adewale,
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not. And I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
Our brother has gone mad again. Tinubu will say this, but he will say it behind the closed door to his ally. Somebody.
You can say that. Yeah.
Thomas, take me back. You guys were discussing about the chief of staff earlier, right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Mama was discussing chief of
FALEKE. Do you know the FALEKE?
And do you guys know who FALEKE was, or still is? FALEKE has proven to Tinubu that he can be trusted, that he will have his back anytime, any day. Even when others were doubtful, FALEKE stood. This is what I said. FALEKE was already an administrator. He was already working. I think he was working in the financial sector before. He was doing well. It was Tinubu that brought him to politics. Okay? And then over the time, he became a seasoned politician. And to balance being a technocrat at the same time, the politics, you must be very, very good, And at the end of the day, he was able to maneuver, and he was able to establish himself as a good politician, even though he was in the House of National Assembly. Now, even during this campaign, he took a prominent position. Right from day one, he never jumped ship with Tinubu. So I believe Tinubu will benefit, picking him as a chief of staff, because this is already a good politician.
Who?
FALEKE.
Oh, okay.
But if he chooses FALEKE,
Adewale, sorry for cutting you. That is my quibble about Oshibajo the last time, when I said they don't burn Oshibajo well to come out to oppose Tinubu. To want to come out as the president, because I think loyalty in politics is the most important thing. You can't joke with. If you are loyal, you are loyal. This guy is a loyal man to the core. And like Bajamia, yes, FALEKE, yes, to Tinubu.
All these Bajamia are Tinubu's boy. He brought them to politics. Where was even Gbajabiamila? I think Gbajabiamila was House of Assembly in in 2007. Yes, I think so. But he needed, but Tinubu himself is a very good politician, right? But you needed somebody who will be super active and be able to maneuver and placate or cajole some of these politicians. Because number one, you are the one running the government, so to say. You are like the CEO or CFO. So having Fashola, I wouldn't. There are a lot of politicians that surround Tinubu that are also super good, like super good in administration, like Fashola. But I don't see Benjamin Amina leaving National Assembly because if you look at the composition of that assembly, this coming 10th assembly, it's going to be a lot of drama over drama. I foresee a lot of 1999, post 1999 era playing out again.
Oh, that author is really big wahala.
No. 1999 when what is his name? Obasanjo was deeply involved in selecting the principal officer of the National Assembly.
They were for the sake of God, it means that we cannot afford the Saraki again.
But if you look at the oppositions, we see that at least APC has 165 out of 300 and
they have half of the
but if you had the oppositions together, one thing you will not pray for is to have a gathering of opposition against you.
Sorry, Adewale, to quickly inject. I don't think it's going to happen. Nigerians are known to go out for themselves. When APC started cajoling them with position or appropriation chairman, you will see all of them will change immediately. That's how it works, especially those first timer.
Because nobody wants to be in the minority.
But there's some. You should also remember there are some radicals there now that are coming from opposition, like Labour Party.
Are they truly radicals?
No. I just use that term.
Let me give you a name. You see that Labour woman in Abuja, Kingibe. I give her 6 months. She will jump to APC very soon. Just watch. She's going to jump to APC very soon.
But the thing is, but the thing is that
you can go ahead first.
Okay, I think the reason why I said I foresee that playing out is because you see, in a democratic setting where there's separation of power, an executive shouldn't be getting involved in what transpires in the legislative arms of government.
But they always do.
Yeah, but this is the way, because that's why you have allies in the National Assembly that will help you to propagate your agenda. Now, when the optic is what you don't want to have, when you now is completely known that an executive deeply involved, because that means you have become the emperor. You control everything. In the days of Obasanjo, then he was doing as he likes. Changing Senate presidency like a rapper every second. What he did to Chupa Ogadipo.
What my concern is this: I don't want a repeat of that Saraki showdown where you hijack the policy and you then start to antagonize the party. That we don't want we don't need a repeat of that. So I rather have Tinubu have his way than have a Saraki repeat.
The way I see it, Pansa, is that in the Senate, either of Southeast or South, one of them is going to lose out. How is Tinubu going to how is he going to give them another position?
Appease them, appease
against them. One of them is going to lose out.
But
let me finish, please. Unfortunately for APC, if to say Nnamani have won in Enugu State, it would have been a very good case easily. But when you compared to Abia from this place, why are you going to now give them
Enugu compared to Abia? Enugu is smaller to Abia.
Yeah. I don't know what they are thinking over there, because now the other part, the other region of Nigeria have a very good case. The North Central, the Northwest, they have a very good case.
Right.
We voted for you.
Let's take North Central out. Let's focus on Northwest.
But but guys, you know that that post was actually meant for Ken Inamanis, who they wanted to give it to. But this obedient, they kicked him out. They did their thing for him, and it was space. That was the person that they really wanted.
Yeah, but Inamani was once a president of Senate. So.
That's
but at least
he
has the experience, and they thought that this is the person that we can really
trust.
trust.
But Ken Inamani is an experienced politician. You see, so one thing you can't afford to do is to put somebody who you know is a master at this game, because everybody have their own ambition, ego driven. So when you have somebody who you know for a very fact that can change your mind at any second, then you can't afford to put that kind of person down.
I'm saying that they compare to who else is there. They don't trust Kano. What's his name? The one that went to jail.
Oh, but they gave him what is the position they gave him? Yeah, but he was given.
I'm saying for Senate president.
But there's another senator from Southeast you guys are not talking about. No. It's also one. It's also in contention, mind you. There's another one people are not really talking about. His name is Nazo. He has been a senator before. He's also a ranking senator. He's also in contention.
Yeah, but also you guys should also remember that your opposition also will have confidence in wherever APC is bringing to the front.
Yeah, we know, but in terms of two-top position, they will just schedule them with some good application.
Let me ask you them. So, who do you think gets it then? Who do you think gets it?
I think at the end of the day, if they are zoning it to the Southeast, I see that is an answer to get it.
No. Forget zoning. Who do you think will get it eventually? Like, regardless of where they put, who do you think, if you look at the landscape, will get it?
To me, I'm rooting for that guy.
Give it to what is the name?
You guys, Adewale, hold on, please. Yeah, did you guys think even Southeast they deserve this position in the first place?
That's what we are saying, just for fairness, or maybe just to bring the country.
There's no fairness in politics.
If we are talking about that, they do not deserve it at all. That is what they
don't deserve
it. Thomas, I get your point, because the data they said they gave you Rivers now, that you owe them as well in the South.
Yeah, the South.
That's the thing. They say, according to reports, Pablo is out of the race. Is the highest ranking senator from that area, if I'm not wrong, right? In that area. So I don't see anybody else in that space that can fill that position. So that's I'm like, it might be Southeast just to appease them. But I don't think any of them.
But this guy is going to the Senate. What is this guy's name? This guy from
the Igbo governor.
Ebonyi. Yeah,
he's a first-time senator now.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't. No, there's there's no law or even in-house policy.
They do. They have a standing rule. They have a standing.
They do. You must be ranking. You cannot just be first time and it doesn't work that way.
Let's say in Nigeria, let's give it to the crook, give it to this former Abia governor, and let's also give it to
no. That guy.
The problem that guy is having is too numerous. First, the Southeast caucus of APC, they don't want him. And if the caucus of your region, they don't want you to be Senate president, you don't have a shot. So that is just the picture.
I don't trust him, because he never.
Me too, I don't trust him.
He was supporting that current senator. He was against Tinubu during the primary. So
Ahmed Lawan.
Yeah, that was his guy.
I am not. You can support anybody you like, but when it comes to presidential election, you do not support your candidate.
Ahmed Lawan is from the Northwest, right?
Yeah.
Ahmed Lawan is from Northwest.
And the man never campaigned for.
I think he's from Northwest.
The man never campaigned for Tinubu when he came around his state. He never campaigned for Tinubu.
Who?
Kanu. Uzo never campaigned for Tinubu.
But he was a supporter of Shibajo now.
So why would I, no? The guy said on TV.
Yeah, but apart from that, Oji Uzokalu, for me, I wanted the Senate president to go to the Southeast, but Oji Uzokalu's incident during the governorship election, I don't think you can give him that Senate presidency based on his based on his behavior. You have to be 100% a party man if you want to if you want to attain such position within your party. This guy did not support his party's governorship candidate in Abia because his brother
Really?
was running on a different ticket.
Wow.
You can't do that.
Really?
Yes,
Yes.
yes.
But what happens then in Abia was an unfortunate incident. This guy was boxed into the corner. Look, party loyalty is number one, but you have your own biological brother that was leaving the party.
Who cares? Who cares about my biological brother?
Hold on now, hold on. This guy.
Hold on, Madewale. Hold on. You please hold on. The party in general is bigger than your brother. Who is your brother?
Of course. When his brother was leaving, he left with significant number of followers. And they didn't even know that Obi'S fever will come like this. But he told them, look, let us salvage this issue. You don't have to promise him governorship. Give him a position so that those people that support him will also have something to feed on. But because of how the party at the state level was constituted, they were totally, completely against, and the federal executive has no power over what happens in the state. Even if they give them directive, they're still going to do what they're going to do because that is the strength of the party in the state. So he has no options. That, of course, he didn't publicly declare that he was going to support his brother, but of course, the opponent.
No. In public, that was even the problem, Mr.
No,
Dewale.
he didn't campaign for his brother publicly.
No, but I heard him. I have a live video of him where he was saying, "Look, his brother is his brother, and it's not going to hurt his feeling that he's going to support his brother." That was what he said.
Well, I've never seen him where he campaigned for his brother. Yes, he could say all that, during interview and all that.
So
But the opposition, what is it, Oju Zakalo, and the opposition of his brother already at the loggerhead, because simply that one has zoomed that of course he's going to follow his brother. So maybe your Kalu was expecting him to come to him and talk to him and all that. That never happened. Even the state chairman of the party was also supporting decided to not excommunicate, but decided not to even talk to Kalu himself. So the party.
Mr. Dewale, that is the problem now. That is the problem because
Did the brother finally win?
No.
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 No. So that means Ojo Zakali is playing blood is thicker than water. So as an active politician, he's supposed to know his brother did not win. So he must also accept if he loses the Senate presidency for this. I think it's fair.
Well,
so you supported your brother did not win, and the people are also against you. If they're against you not becoming Senate president, I think you should just take it like that also.
But we should also remember that Ojo Zakalo has been in National Assembly since 2007.
That's not Mr. Dewale. That's not the point. For a political party, it's very important.
The man has too many baggages now. The baggage is just you can't. He must be a party man to the core because they are there to galvanize the troops now. You can't put in there. I'm sorry.
Well,
if he's already doing anti-party issues when he's not even the senior president, just imagine this man will go across. It will go across the line. And go and work with other parties.
Saraki 2.0.
Yeah, he will just go across the line and work with other parties.
Yeah, but it doesn't have. Even if he decided to cross carpet to opposition party, he still would not have enough numbers. The only reason why you cross carpet if you have been promised or you have the numbers. You don't have the number because if you look at the oppositions are divided into like 3 or 4 now in National Assembly. There's no possibility that all of them will decide to, gang up together. But it's possible. It is possible. It depends on how you are.
No, in the Senate, even if they gang up, it still won't make the difference. But if he could take some APC senators on his side, then that would be it. Can take some APC senators and take it to the other side.
So what do you want? No APC senator will follow him. He does not have that clout at all.
So why do you want the headache? Why do you even want to go through that at all? It's not worth the headache.
No, look, initially, to be honest with you, I would have not been against him. But from when he participated, once you do that, the party have to be very careful because At convenience, you will do it again. At any
And,
point
and
of convenience, you will do it again.
and in
And
addition,
then
it does not totally believe that Tinubu will win that election from his body language.
No, he does. I
So
mean,
I don't think he
he
believes.
hopefully campaign for it.
No, he doesn't campaign for
No,
Tinubu.
no, no, no. Diwali, he never
He never
campaigned
campaigned
for
for him.
Tinubu.
He never, even
Even
when
when
they
Tinubu
went
came
to
to their
Abia,
state, he never, Diwali, even when Tinubu came to his state, he was not there on stage with him.
he was not there. He never
Come on now.
campaigned. He didn't
I, mean,
believe at
I
all.
want him to give you Senate president.
Yeah,
Come on,
but
who does that?
every interview that he granted is always,
No.
point to
Remember, Diwali, go and watch his interview when Tinubu won the primaries.
But you know the funniest thing, what relevance is
Diwali, wait.
even
Diwali, wait. He said it will because the Igbos did not get the ticket of APC, that he will rather support somebody from the north, since they will not get
Yes.
it. That the Yorubas don't give it to them, that they will rather vote for somebody for ATIKU from the north.
Yeah, but I've already watched one of his interview that he.
You can't say that is the point as a party man. You can't say that.
Yeah, but I have watched one of his interview where he also attests to the fact that the dynamic of selection and electing a leader, that the Southeast doesn't have that.
Wale, I'm saying the damage was already done. This was after all that. You can't. The damage was already done. It was in this after.
But it was never so. Okay, it was. I think it was later on that the party suspended him at the state
That's
level.
my point. But before,
if this continue, I see the South picking the Senate presidency.
Then give me a name. Them Akpabio, who else do they have down there?
Yeah, that's the only guy they have. Yeah.
So what would now be
Oshomole is there as well, but Oshomole is
the first time senator.
So what would now be the reward of the Northwest?
Northwest can go for speakership.
Speaker, they will give them speaker maybe.
That speakership is going to be tough, because the people.
Yeah, because the North Central are also laying claim to it.
Yeah, but North Central.
Wase wants that speakership, man.
Unless the APC chairmanship resign.
To be honest, I think it has to be according to the state that votes for APC. But I know it's not going to happen. Some states where they have at least more than 25%.
Because the current deputy speaker is from the central, right? I believe.
Yes.
It's a central guy, and the one after him is from Borno.
Can you imagine if Tinubu had picked somebody from the North Central, or somebody from even Northwest?
You can't scheme out. You can't scheme out the Fulani now because you have a Kanuri person.
Because if he had skipped it and go to Northwest, Borno would have gone to PDP and they would have cleared the entire that region.
Yes.
You know how the significance of that number? Man, that guy is an enigma.
You have to give it to him. It's a political strategist. He plans ahead. It's just like a chess player.
Remy, can I ask you something? Because maybe a few months ago I put this out there, but people didn't believe me. I feel like Tinubu might have nudged Obi to run in Labour because I
said it, but
it's possible.
Hey.
It's possible. Nothing can be ruled out in politics or continue to
not directly,
yes,
but indirectly. Because if you look at party, told me
you
can use people to persuade, someone.
Yes. You can see they let him game that momentum for like 3 or 4 months before APC really come on board.
Right.
It's a game plan. So let him give that momentum. The momentum
to cross the PDP. Because without PDP, APC had no chance, and that's how it is. They will have
yes, they don't have.
Let me surprise you here. I spoke to somebody who works very closely with the APC, and this guy said part of their strategy as APC members was to support Labour Party in area where PDP were strong in the south. He said him personally he donated financially to the Obedient to the Obi campaign.
You see life.
He said he donated to the Obi campaign. He said part of their strategy in-house was to support Labour Party in areas where they felt that PDP was very strong in the south.
But the renegade G5 too, that was their plan too.
Yeah.
So that they will split
If
the
you look at all the 16 states in the south, PDP only won 2, Osun and Akwa Ibom. That's over.
That's all.
That's all. So it's a very good play. I think we should just encourage our
they won
young.
by yes too though.
We should start studying Tinubu kind of politics.
So that's what I'm saying, Remy.
We should
I
start
believe,
studying it.
I
If you want to
believe
play
that the man had a hand in that labor prop up. There's no way labor just came from nowhere. Tinubu had
You
a
know
hand
what?
behind
The
the
most thing that surprised me is that this man is so courageous and continue to tell people, believe we are going to win. I'm sure I'm going to win. I've never seen somebody so bold.
Amadigo. Amawale.
Somebody who they smoke it go.
Yeah, so bold. Why the others one are just talking like a weakling? You are going to Papa.
Even Atiku knew we will not be able to win.
That one must be, that one to me is the dumbest Nigerian project I've ever seen. For someone that has that much experience. Remember,
you know what?
Yeah.
I think Tinubu would have won better if not because of the last minute cash crap and everything like that. That one also pissed a lot of people up against it.
It affected them. It affected them in the north a lot. In the north, it affected it.
They would have won convincingly. It wouldn't have been like this at all. That is why I think Buhari did a very terrible job too.
But guys, hold on. Should we be thanking Obi?
No, I don't want to thank him. Why should I thank him? This is politics. So why should I thank you?
So
you play your card, I play my card, and I come on top. So why should I thank you? Can you ask Trump to thank Hillary Clinton?
But why wasn't if Atiku should have seen the writing on the wall now? Your VP should have been Peter Obi second time around. I don't know why.
That was not even Atiku's problem.
So he left before. He left before he could even pick him, Abi.
If he had picked Obi and second one, Tinubu will clear out the South also. You don't know.
Yes.
Because it's like cheating, okay?
The presidency going to the north was not on for Southerners. It was not on for Southerners at all. That was why that was one of the reasons he performed miserably poorly bad in the South. It was not on for a lot of this. Look, people voted in this election on certain issues. I've never seen it before. Religious issues. People went to the polling unit to vote on religious issues. Yes. North and South divide. People also took it into consideration when they were casting their vote in that election. And if you can tell from the pattern the vote went. If you look at the North, the core North, where Atiku did very well, right? That was all because of Atiku being a Northerner. The Northerners also cast their vote based on their own affiliation to a Fulani person. Imagine in areas where Atiku lost woefully to Buhari, in states where he lost poorly to Buhari, he was winning those states against Tinubu.
But to me, I think the hero of this election are the Northern people. When you look at the spread, you can also see that Tinubu was very competitive in Northwest and Northeast.
That was the only reason is the president elect.
I categorically say these people, they know the politics more than we.
Remy, you know what? And we are here as people from the South. We always say, "Oh, we are the most educated."
No,
in that political space, they are masters.
They are masters.
They just. I mean, look at
they have the number. They have the number. That's what.
It's not even about numbers. Look at how they vote.
It's the politics of it. There was no noise. They didn't shout. They were very quiet, just looking at everybody. They never said a word. They never shouted. There was no yelling. There was no abuse. They came out.
Why all our Pentecostal leaders, they were shouting? They have seen the leader. He's a tall man. He's wearing.
That was the most annoying thing that happened.
His name is in the Bible. His name is in the Bible. I don't wait. Sorry, don't forget. Don't let me curse today. Mike can curse and let you.
So when you look at it at the end of the day, you see they are why can't Obi go there and say, okay, the North and the Northwest and Northeast, they rig it for Tinubu or rig it for Atiku. If you want to win election in Nigeria, those two regions, especially, if you don't win them or you don't have a very good vote in them, forget
it. It still remains you must win Southwest or Northwest. They are the two largest, I believe, right? Northwest and Southwest, right? Is it South?
Even
Yeah.
the Yorubas are quite liberal, and they still voted for you guys. Look at the vote that come out from the Southeast. It's like, oh, it's all our son alone. We don't care about any other body. So just vote. How can somebody get 94%? Are you telling me APC, PDP, they don't have what do you call it?
Do you know how PDP in Enugu, that is a PDP strong state now. Enugu is a PDP hold now. How do you get
Enugu is a Yoruba state, to show you now.
Really? I didn't
Yeah,
know
they
that.
say Enugu, that means the mouth is long.
Enugu.
So everybody is laying claim to any state now.
Even in Anambra, are we talking the APGA state? They don't even vote for their own presidential candidate. Everybody just voted for one person. It's Obi or nobody. Are you kidding me? So it's all lies. Or they just connect to use this propaganda.
Yeah, it's called politics. Let me put it that way. But it's off-putting because politics.
I think everybody had their own fair share of the vote, because if you look at some states also in the Southwest, let's be honest with ourselves, it was Tinubu. Like if you look at a place like Ekiti now, I'm not even sure what if PDP and Labour Party got 25% in Ekiti.
No.
So,
but they still have a lot of special vote. It's not like 4,000 APC get or 5,000 in most of these Southeast states. So if you look at it, you still get like 30, 40 or 40,000 votes.
Yeah, but then if you go to the north, there were Labour Party were getting 6,000 and 5,000 in some states as well. So it
was just
but ATIKU is not getting 97% of the vote.
No, that was because APC was very competitive.
Sorry, guys. Even Tinubu in the Southwest never got over 60% of the vote in any state.
Yes.
Yeah, so Tinubu only won because Tinubu won by second place vote in the north. Is what getting the
that's what I'm saying, because it was very competitive in the north. Even
in the south, in some state it was competitive. I was even surprised in Edo it was competitive in Edo state.
You see the problem, the reason why this guy actually won this election was that areas where PDP was very competitive in the north, areas where PDP won in the north, APC came second, but it was a very close second, right? Very close second. And if you look at a state like Kano, even though NPP won that state, I think APC got about 800,000 votes or so, whereby PDP did not even get up to 100,000 votes. Labour Party was
maybe does not even make that 5% in Kano.
Labour Party was near zero there. So if you take that 800,000 votes APC got, even though they lose Kano to NPP, take that 800,000 votes. Do you know how many states you have to cover that 800,000 votes?
So that is why
that was the state that came second.
The petition is already dead on arrival. I listened to so many lawyers, senior lawyers. Out of the 5 cases, 3 they said 3 is a non-starter. You talk about certificate forgery, they have dealt with it a long time ago. Double registration of Shetima, they have done it a long time ago. Tinubu that they have done it. The only thing they say is that how the proof of polling unit that you said you want. That is the only thing.
That is it, because they have to go by each polling booth. You must prove every single polling
booth. Yes, you must prove it. That is the only thing. The other
one, some people are going like, oh, Lagos State. I say, I'm looking at them and shaking my head. They don't do it state by state. They do it polling unit by polling unit. You have to present. Apart from that,
you have video. If you present, how many videos do you have? We have video.
If you are countering. If you are countering the number,
at the end of the day, Obi is just disputing 84 polling units in Lagos alone. 84.
Really?
No, hold on 1 second. You see those polling units. You see those polling units that he said is disputing, right? Even if you say the number on the EC8 form is wrong, how do you check for the right figure? You have to bring the ballot boxes into the court. And they count it, because that was where they print for political party. That is the only place where you will find
a video interview of this lady in Abia, one lady like that on Channels Television, when she was testifying that in some area in our state that Labour Party threatening people not to vote for any other party other than Labour Party.
They had it on video. It was on video.
The lady even said,
They beat one guy like this in a polling vote. The guy came there to vote for APC. Omokonsi beat him. For voting for APC in that polling vote. He was bullied out of the polling vote.
Guys, the ABC talk that was killed in Lagos, who killed him?
It is them.
The one that was.
We are not sure that guy died, but if that guy died, they are the one that beat him to death. The video was was viral. I mean, everybody can see. It is those people that.
You see, when the INEC staff was refusing to go into that estate to conduct
yes.
you know, the excuse was that they want to rig the election outside the estate. No, because you guys threatened these people before during the presidential election. So these guys are scared now. You don't want to say that. As soon as those guys enter inside that estate, they say they just lock the gates and then they just threaten them. They'll start threatening them with all sorts inside the estate. You know? So all of these things happen, but for me, I say, okay, put that aside. Let's look at the results. Areas where PDP won, where APC won, where Labour Party won. Let's look at the level of competitiveness among political parties. Yeah. If the Labour Party, perform abysmally in the north, in the core north, let's call it a spade. Let's call it a spade. They perform abysmally in that area. People come up with over 2.something million votes in one region, and then maybe you get about 50 or 60 or 80,000, or maybe let's say you get 300,000 votes because you did a little bit well in Kaduna. You're already far behind. That number that Asiwaju came out with in the northwest, right, had already covered whatever we got in the southeast.
And the most important thing is that the result released on the IREF and with the collected result in every polling unit agent, nobody has come out that the result on IREF is totally different from what they have in their hand. Nobody come out.
I said if you want to dispute the result in the court, how did McAfee, how did he get rid of Dati Ahmed in that Senate race? They physically count the ballot paper inside the court. And that was how they find out that he rigged the election because the vote.
What did you say? They physically count the ballot paper inside the court.
Inside the court, inside the court, they count the ballot paper inside the court.
It's a consistency stuff now. It's not like
No, that time they were rigging election every now and then before this Beavers machine. This Beaver machine really.
That was how they found out. That was how they found out that the election, the numbers for Dati Ahmed was the wrong number. They gave him they gave him the wrong number, and that was how he was kicked out of the Senate.
The guy did now. He only spent 3 years in the House of Rep, right? Before they kicked him out.
It was in the Senate for 1 year.
So why? How can you be the one then complain of rigging? The one that.
No, I think the narrative they are selling is this. They are selling their propaganda. It's like we lost, but let's destabilize everything. That's what they are playing at. Let's destabilize. Let's interim government come in so that.
I don't mind the propaganda, but we start mentioning the military. Now you've gone too far.
I think that is their end game.
How can you go for military? Come on.
Let me say this parable. Wọ́n ní adẹ́tẹ̀ òde fún wàrà, ó lè dá wàrà nù.
That's what they are doing. That is it. That is why APC and the government are trying to be careful.
Did you not see them when they marched to the defense headquarters begging the military to come and intervene?
That is why I asked the question earlier. I said, how old are these people? Did they grow up under the military like we did? If you grow up under the military like we did, they will never do that. If you had that experience you never dare to even want that. People were, how do you think I got to America? They were looking for us. My dad was an article in the Guardian. They were looking for us. We escaped. And me, I'm not support that kind of government.
I told one guy, I told him, I say, if military come in, is this your Obi they will carry first?
Yes, sir, they will lock him up now. And do you know what is even funny? Even if you have a military that comes in, the person will not be an able person. So what's the point? He will probably be a Fulani man, Abi. He brought a Fulani president. Okay, so what's the point now? Did you? So what's all this? I don't understand this.
You know, I mean, you know what the when I what happened, because last night I went back on YouTube just to watch the video of what actually happened on that day, that February 25th. Every wahala that happens in Lagos. The case of Rivers State, the case of Ogun State. No, Ogun State was was governorship election that the little fracas.
Edo also has some.
Edo has some, area, but those are very, very, isolated cases. You can't use Lagos to adjust because in some states the election, were peaceful. Take for example the one in Ekiti State. You remember Ekiti State was the first state that uploaded their result, right? So, but at the end of it all, somebody in those state of Ekiti State would now say, well, the election was free and fair. You said no, it wasn't free and fair because people were snatching. Oluomo was speaking. Oluomo is now the most reference name now. If you go to
the way they call that guy's name, man, I'm tired, man.
Oluomo is actually getting refined. Oluomo was raw before, like a raw Agbero, but now it's getting reformed. He's getting, because he knew that power sometimes you have to.
Adiwale, please let me say this. Somebody came on this platform that he saw a governor snatching box in a video, and we did 10 hours section. I was asking for the video through how he couldn't provide the video. That he saw a whole governor of a state, a whole governor snatching boxes. Wait, please, hold on, please. Which governor will stoop so low with their subordinates, with everybody they employ? They can't even designate people to go and snatch boxes. But a whole governor of a state, executive governor of a state, went to polling booth and snatching boxes.
And there was no video. There was no video recording of him doing it.
And the guy said he saw the video. I said, provide the video. I was so angry that I said, please,
Thomas,
provide the
something.
video.
You know this election, right? When our people in the South, when we are talking about this, it's almost like election did not happen in the North. It's almost like they will say, did you not see what happened in Rivers? Did you not see what happened in Lagos? That's it. And I'm looking at it. Do you understand that there's another part of Nigeria?
They will say, we won. I say, how did you win? We won Lagos now. Lagos is not Nigeria now. There's other states too. Lagos is the only state that voted.
Did you not see what happened in Rivers? Did you not see what happened in Lagos? So, what about Kaduna? What about Katsina? What about Zamfara? What about Kano? What about so did you not understand that there are other part that side are still Nigeria, or do you think they are Niger?
So that is why we always say that the South always make the noise, and that is why we are not organizing the South. Every time it's fighting among ourselves for unnecessary things. This is just an election. You lose today, you might win tomorrow. To me, Obi has disenfranchised himself. I don't think nobody will take him serious in the next 4 years. We already know the kind of politics he can play. So nobody can play religious card anymore in Nigeria. The one thing I'm happy about this election is that you can pick anybody you like, whether a Muslim or Christian or an atheist, you can pick anybody. Nobody care about religion. If you want to talk about religion cannot make you win the election. And those people, disobedient people, you can still see that a lot of young people are already, I go on with my own life. The election has been lost.
If you remember earlier, Babati said he said he had already given up trying to have a conversation about the election with people like that. So I don't blame him, because sometimes it's almost like you're just hitting against the brick. There's no going back. These people will just hold.
How can you have a conversation that the first statement that will come out from his mouth is to insult you? What do you want to do? It's like you're just wasting your time.
It's like you're wasting your time.
insult you.
The
You don't need
man,
to talk to such a people. I don't even talk to them. If I talk to you, your first statement or sentence is insulting me, I will just go ahead. I'll just leave you. So I don't need to waste I have a lot of things to do. Why should you insult me? So I think it's very clear. If you are having a conversation with who and he insulted you, you just leave and let him be, because it's not going to change it. I think after the swearing of Tinubu, I think the law enforcement they will clamp down there. I'm sure about that.
Now
And
they are saying Tinubu should not be sworn in.
Social media. All countries are regulating them. They have to regulate also.
Wait, Tinubu should not be sworn in. The court should be sitting 24/7. They should sit on Sunday, sit every day, do everything in 7 days. What are you
Because we
talking
know where
about?
some of these lawyers are. They were even said they should televise it live. In America, do they televise everything live? Do they televise the
and
court?
Court of Appeal, no.
They are saying,
Even
look at
Court
it.
of Appeal, no. Do you know how long it took the, what do you call them?
Supreme Court.
Supreme Court to even have audio transmission?
It took a while now. Diwali, I'm not even against people who are questioning themselves, but I'm sorry to say, please, I'm not against freedom of speech, but that Twitter space in Nigeria, they need to not shut it down, but start picking people
You
up.
see the way the government, Buhari's government, shut it down because
Yes,
of
no,
this
go and type
thing.
rubbish there, they will pick you up. No, don't close it down. Oh. If you're typing rubbish online, they just come and pick you up. We will kick government. They will, once I picking them up, that madness will die down.
I think social media in general, for you to register in social media in general, you should be able to upload your proof of ID, just like you're opening a bank account. You should be able to put
the owner of that platform himself is the chief bully of Twitter. Look, everybody will start going there with betu. There's no. Oh, Pẹ̀lú Àwòdì, you will be having it on your left hand. Say, with that gbogbo, you want your voice go. I'm telling you, those kids, they have no respect, man.
Ọmọ orígbà orí di jókòó, ṣáàtì kan ò ní polo, jáde kan ò ní jákàn, bíríbírí lójú rí bọ̀bọ̀ làgùntàn wò.
I know a country where the social media was well regulated. If you speak out something, the platform will automatically shut you down. And before
China.
Yes, of course, police are already they'll pick you up. You cannot talk any rubbish about them.
Remy, I don't mind you posting. You can post it, but have at the back of my mind that within 3 days they'll come and they'll see you at Okwe. What's up? We won't talk to you. That's once you know that somebody can come talk to you, what you have online, then you stop posting rubbish.
And then in that country, you cannot use fictitious name. You have to use your real ID card or passport to register.
That's what I'm saying. It should be identity proof. You have to upload an ID.
Stop posting.
You have to upload an ID to register for those social media. That is what they need to do. That is what they need to do. Put either your driver's license or your international passport. Put it there, and then verifiable.
They will moderate.
If they start doing this, you'll see people behave themselves within a minute, because it's not sensory. It's not like your sensory free speech, right?
Yeah,
it's like trying to guide against this extremism. This extremism. Anything. Look, extremism is on both sides, on the right, on the left. But anything when it comes to being extreme, when you get into that extreme attitude, it's dangerous, because it's almost like you don't understand what you are doing. I said, when I saw young kids, people who were born which day year, if you see the way they were going at WOLE SOYINKA, they were going ferociously at this man. I'm looking and say, are we still on planet Earth, or have we transformed into a different planet overnight and I'm not aware of it? Do you know WOLE SOYINKA is an institution? That man is an institution.
The progressive.
And these guys just open their mouth.
Progressive, forget them for a second. Look at even the older ones like Charlie Boy. Forget the younger ones.
I was better. Like anything. You are bringing Achebe's name. These are the people that, they won't support all this rubbish.
Why the comparison? Everybody respect both of these guys. Why? Oh my God.
Even if you disagree with him, have some respect.
They said,
even if you disagree with SOYINKA,
But hold
Absolute
on,
respect.
guys. Progressive. They always said they don't respect elders. Don't you hear it from them? They don't respect elders. They never do.
But Thomas, that's what I've been saying.
Babati, she was here on the platform.
No.
We don't respect elders.
Thomas, but I said it before.
Why you guys surprised? Why are you surprised?
Cultural awareness is very important in Nigeria. In our law, I can actually go to Kano and be a Nigerian, right? But I know fully well I will not go there on a Friday night to go and eat pork in front of the mosque. Even though I can do it by law, I can do it. But I know there are peculiarities to that space, right? I will not go there, even though I know I can. So
go to Kampala and do it.
But legally I can do it, but I know culturally that is dumb. So what I'm saying to them is this: you need to understand other people's culture in Nigeria. You cannot say because this is the way you behave, then anywhere you go in Nigeria, then you must take that attitude with you. You must modify your stand to fit where you
Or
are.
even if the constitution or the law permits you to do certain, but you have to take the cultural attitude of those people into consideration. You cannot just walk into a mosque naked now because you say, "Oh, Nigeria allow me to do anything I like." No, it's disrespect. You have to show respect to other people's way of life. It is anywhere you go, any country you go to. Even if their laws does not say certain things, when you go there, you look at the way the people behave, what they accept and what they don't accept outside of the law. And then you have to respect their way of life.
Progressive. Oyinbo said, charity begins at home. I've listened to many people on this platform, not other platforms, that we don't respect our elders. Why are you guys surprised? They say it on this platform. We don't respect our elders. So somebody that doesn't respect his own elder, so wants him to respect other people's elders, they will never respect them.
Yeah, but Thomas, what I'm saying is this: you are accusing a man like SOYINKA against somebody who is an election rigger, right? Somebody who is confirmed to rig election. But you are saying to us that we are the problem of Nigeria, that we are the one who don't want Nigeria to change. But you are supporting somebody who is an election rigger. So who is the problem among us?
Can I just mention something? You said when you said they should respect the culture. They don't respect anybody's culture. They don't care about your culture, and they don't want to care. That's the problem. But they're always demanding. They're always demanding. You must care about my culture. You must know my culture. You must know this. They're always demanding. But never. They don't care about anything about you. When their elders want to talk to them, they insult their own elders. So if the elders cannot teach them, who will teach them? Nobody.
Sorry, let me ask you.
It's just going to continue.
Sorry, let me ask you. This is what we're trying to make. If you're that way in your own area, that is your problem. But when you move to other people's areas, is the bone of contention. Yeah, I don't care if you do that in your own area. That's your problem. You get my point. But once you move to other people's area, you can't have that same mindset in a different location.
The problem is that
you can't give what you don't have.
No, the problem is that
you can't give what you don't have.
The problem is that they think because they have been told everybody is the problem but them. So if they think that everybody is the problem, they feel they don't need to respect anybody. Even if you tell them exactly what the problem is, they are already brainwashed that they never did anything wrong. They will never do anything wrong. And even if they catch them doing something wrong, they will still lie and defend the person. And everybody will support it and say, "Oh, let's cool down, let's relax, let them lick their wound." They don't feel like they did anything wrong. Everybody is wrong but them. Every tribe is wrong but them. Everybody, anything anybody do. Even Wole Soyinka, they don't care what he did. As long as he does something tiny, he must have bring their problem one way or the other. Everybody is the problem.
One person said to me, one person said to me, he said, "Listen, I don't care about the past. It's about now." I said, "What? How can you say you don't care about? Do you even know what this guy did for your own cause, for Biafra?" He said, "What did he do? This guy went to jail for Biafra, for God's sake. What are you talking about?" He said, "Forget that one."
They don't know.
Hold on. What you guys don't understand I was listening to Dr. Rudolph on the weekend, and somebody was saying Wole Soyinka had prostate cancer. That in Yoruba land, there is no how your elders are terrible. You don't use their illness to mock them. People were mocking the man with his prostate cancer on that platform.
How do they know it? Even if he has that one at 88 years old, there must be something that will kill a man.
No, the man, when he had it, he's no longer having it now. But then he said I think I watched that interview. It wasn't a hidden stuff.
Yeah, so what's the big deal with that one? I did the
They said when he came back,
it's when you don't have anything to say. You say stupid.
When the
you
man
say
came
stupid.
back,
That's
as if Soyinka that I know, that when he came back, that he was the state was sponsoring him flying private jet. Look, recently there was a story in the news where Soyinka happens to have sat in one young man's seat. You guys remember that story? That was a commercial flight. All right. Soyinka sat in the one young man's seat, and there was a brouhaha in the news then, and it wasn't even like that the way it was reported. So at the end of the day, it was a simple minor issue. This same Soyinka that was said was the flying private jet. Then this man lived. In fact, his children don't let even talk about how much is he get paid for speaking. Yeah, for all those. I mean, at 80 something, what else does he need?
Yeah.
It tells you that.
Let me. I want to say something, right? You see this whole situation that is going on right now. People need to understand when you are talking about patriotism, we are talking about people who have sacrificed for Nigeria, people who have been in prison, people who have had to exiles, who have to run away, left everything, right? You cannot mention Peter Obi's name. You cannot mention Dati Baba Ahmed. People who gave up everything.
They are opportunists, and
people who gave up everything.
They were just opportunists, and they want to take the unfortunately, and they also use religion and other things, and they didn't come out.
People who gave up everything. This man, do you know what some people lose? Do you know how many people lost their life? People have lost sight. People have lost family.
To me, I think I'm so sorry to say this, but I think Nigerian, we need a new orientation. It's even by force. There must be something we have to cajole our youth to work. Send us to farm, because we cannot just be looking at where our youth are running away. In Lagos, I was watching a video recently. I see most of our young people, they were taking a lot of crack, a lot of hard drinks, and they were just like it. And when they were just jumping all around. They are jumping dead. I don't know how to use it, how to say it. It was, oh my, I can't believe it, and they were quite happy. I don't know what is really going on.
Even Showore, right? I would rather support somebody like Showore than to support such certain candidates in this election. Because when you talk about people who genuinely care, who believe in the right of citizens, who fought against the military, people who you are condemning today are the people who even make sure that you got the democracy, that you want to cast your vote, you come on Twitter to speak. I told somebody, I say, you that is talking about military. If military come, can you talk on YouTube?
No, nobody just say rubbish. You
who born you? Can you talk on YouTube? Even if you are not in Nigeria, they will go and carry your family
immediately.
Even YouTube won't be in Nigeria.
Yes.
If you are not there, they will go and carry your family.
They should tell them the era of Abasha. Who born monkey? Yes. If Obasanjo, they should ask him. The whole big Obasanjo is supporting their Obi. Where did they find himself that time? Where? Obasanjo was in jail.
Funny. Do you know what's funny? Let OBJ disagree with them on one issue. They will turn on that guy very soon. Just
Yeah,
one
of
issue.
course, they will.
They turn
They
on
will
you
call
very
him
soon.
down.
That would be the end of Obi'S for them. One man look back.
You know the
obedience.
problem. These are children. These are
I've
children that
always
came
said
out.
this,
You see,
that
these children came out of. Let's be honest with ourselves. They came out of well-off homes. A lot of them studied. A lot of them gained some level of education abroad. So they're not taught that they have this exposure. They know it all. They can say or anything. They have no respect. They don't abide by the culture of the people. They don't respect the culture of the people. They don't respect elders anymore because they now have this Western, so-called Western education, and
yeah,
they can do
but the
whatever they want to
progressive,
do.
but the progressive, most of them are not really educated because a lot of them are in Nigeria.
Yeah,
I think this is just how it is. I don't think
it
it's
is
because of Western.
because they feel like because they have that education, they understand the political space, whereas they are so ignorant of the political space. Because if you have knowledge how the politics of the country work, nobody will need to tell you how the reason why Obi did not win the election. People are saying we want to retrieve our mandate. Which mandate are you retrieving? Just first of all, open your mind and look at the petition before the tribunal. Tell me which aspect of it favors Obi. The one I'm telling you, the one Obi submitted to the tribunal himself, the one he used his own hand to go and submit to the tribunal. Somebody will
That's
tell
the
you
problem. They don't understand the
Obi is so
petition.
people
They
will tell you
don't.
Obi is so smart. They never saw Obi coming from a distance. The man is
They
10
don't
steps ahead of them.
understand the petition. They don't know what is in the petition. Only what they know is that we want 1 million in Lagos and they cheated us, and we want 2 million in
No,
Lagos.
this is it. They will tell
They
you
don't know.
Obi is 10 step ahead. The APC camp, they are jittery, they are pissing in their pants. They don't know what to do. I'm looking at you, I say you're stupid. Tell me what part of this petition that Obi used his own hand to go and submit. Tell me where he favor Obi is asking for disqualification of Tinubu. If the court say, okay, you know what, Tinubu, you were not qualified to participate in that election, they will declare Atiku the winner of the election. How does that favor Obi? How does that favor
No,
Obi? If you say Shetima was not qualified, then the Tinubu team will be disqualified. They would declare Atiku the winner of the election. If you say 25%, INEC should not have declared election. Okay, let's have a rerun. You will not participate in the rerun. It will be between the first and second person. So, what part of that petition you want to turn around and say this petition, this one favors Obi? That is the petition Obi took to court to. I'm
the
just
one
saying,
of
let's say
the
they
one of
grant his prayers.
the drug issue, dead on arrival. The
No,
one of
let's assume that they even succeed. How does it favor you that is number 3?
No, they want to do Hope Uzodinma at the federal level. Number 4,
okay.
that's what they are hoping for now.
No, but
So that
even
is why
Opus
Atiku
is a
kept
different
quiet.
case.
You know, Trump will always say big league. This is a big league.
They are on
You know,
Twitter,
so
all
how
over
does
the
it
space,
favor
reporting to
him?
everybody
The one
that
who we
nobody
will
voted
retrieve,
for Tinubu.
we will retrieve
Reporting
our mandate.
everywhere,
We will retrieve
reporting
our
to
mandate.
all American social media accounts, just saying 99% of the country didn't vote in this one, and there are plenty. I've never seen this amount of just plenty. I'm just wondering, don't other people in Nigeria use internet?
They are using fictitious name. Fictitious.
Sorry, do you know
No,
what's
they are not
funny?
using fictitious name. They are using their real name.
Yeah, but you know, you
And
guys
their name is
remember that was
Do you know what is even funny? Some people like I won't mention his name more. Then I say, Yoruba should be Omoluabi and gentle. I say, forget gentle.
Who me?
I them back, Jerry. All this your Omoluabi.
Baba T, are you talking about me?
It's just a way to take advantage of us.
Yes, now. So you know when I think it was you and I were debating Chief Gomez on the platform, and I was saying that we are I said, Baba, forget Omoluabi. Forget Omoluabi. We are past that now.
No, they are fighting their back seriously on Twitter.
The reason why I'm even mad now was not because what happens, whether you can bash Tinubu from now till tomorrow, but when you are now beginning to touch Soyinka, we will fight today. It's not because the man is Yoruba. This is number 1 export icon. Okay, don't let me use the word. Number 1 icon, and then did I have right now? So you're not going to talk down on this Baba. no matter what, just like Adebanjo is entitled to his opinion, he is also entitled to his opinion. And for crying out loud, this man was not even supporting. He didn't come out categorically and say, "I'm supporting this individual." He was just speaking to the civil issue. There's nobody that you watch that interview of Dati that will say, "Okay, this is cool." He didn't really say much. There's nothing
That's
that
what
he
I'm saying.
said.
How do you
So
look at?
what
How do
about
you
it?
listen to that interview and say that is all right?
This man went through bush, through the what is it called, Cotonou bush, to escape Abacha.
And you want him to be quiet.
For democracy.
You want him to be
and
quiet.
Somebody is treating that with levity and say democracy would die. Are you kidding me?
Are you
Are
stupid?
you kidding me?
Well, in my opinion, like I said, Tinubu has already won, and they are licking their wounds. So we should just wait till May 24th. After the swearing in. Me, I'm not holding myself back again. If they continue, they should clamp this space down, especially that social media. I didn't support it before, but now I support it because I can see the damage that it can cause, especially with that propaganda thing. They need to be fact checking it. They can't be fact checking every day, because if you allow them to do this thing, they will do it every day if they can.
No, I think this is why if you see the guys from the north now, they are very happy because they are saying that during Buhari time, that these guys were able to just run riot over Buhari, but they are seeing the level of response from the Tinubu people that they say yes, this is what they expected from the
progressive.
Yoruba.
They will say Tinubu is from Cameroon very soon.
But these people are. Let me tell you, you see the Tinubu, the APC. I think what APC have done, or the Tinubu camp have done, is that they've invested into the social media space as well. Look, if you go into Twitter, you see serious counter, and people are almost beaten to submission sometimes in that space now. So if you see the northern guys are coming out and say, "Oh, this is what we expect from our Yoruba friends." Now we are going to just relax and support them behind the scenes.
Even on Clubhouse, progressive.
They've moved away from the Nigerian space. They've moved to American space now.
We have IPOP converts to Tinubu's space. They are every day. They are just going after them. Even the strongest of their IPOPians, they are converting them to Tinubu fans now. I'm not kidding you. I have a friend of mine that I know from Houston. He used to be a very big IPOP person for years on Clubhouse. Now he's now praising Tinubu. I say no way. What happened?
They are beating, but I'm telling you, they're beating them to surrender on Twitter space.
What happened to
They're
Dreamers?
beating them to surrender.
His name is Dreamers on Clubhouse. He's a very big IPOP guy for years. Now he's Tinubu. I said, my guy, what's happened to you? He said, oh boy, I have seen the light too. They went after him for years. You will change by force. Changing. No. You can't keep doing this.
Because you are fighting people who are very sophisticated.
Come on, guys. Just to balance the platform, you guys all of you cannot just be in one place, one side now.
Help us balance it, please.
I will play the catalyst right now. Don't do spinner thing. Spinner is the one that always doing that.
No. Okay. Let's
yes, what please, I balance it. Don't
no, I have to balance it. I must balance it. Because our side Instagram will not be happy because it's not fair. Nobody is here to defend them, and you guys are just lashing.
You are good obedient. You are not yabbing anybody now. So
I'm not obedient. Who told them obedient?
It's not obedient.
You are obedient. You are obedient. You are obedient. What is not obedient?
You want to be obedient for today.
I'm going to sue on this platform.
Have you get your lawyer? Get your lawyer.
You forgot. He's comparing the list of the people that he will take to court. Don't worry, your name will appear.
But anyway, what is? You know, it's difficult to be obedient. You can't even say it outside. You are obedient if you are a normal person.
Yeah, but there's no difference between the obedient and the pacified. Now, let me come down to Oga, our prof. Yes, what they did to the guy is not fair. Insulting that guy like that is not nice. And these obedience are too frontal, But we must understand that right now, many people are taking advantage. Mostly the southwesterner brother now that cannot speak because of the cultural system that they have that is so good that they respect their elders. They have not found a platform now to hide on, to disguise themselves now and lash on their leaders they don't like. That's for a fact. If you go to TikTok, if you go there, the Obedient, if you see their tonation, you will know this one, no, it's not Yoruba, no, it's not Igbo. But yet they are together firing one person, you know, they are to express their vaccination. Now, but let me come to Prof. I didn't listen to all what Prof said until Ekene came to explain the both sides. And that was what I was having in my mind. Like, how could a Prof just, even anything Prof would say, they will take it out of context because it's election. This time is a tense time, you know. It's season, a tense season. Whatever you see, they're gonna see it from one angle. Whatever I say. I was thinking like Prof should have come out and caution both the Obedient and the Batify, because we are looking for either statement that will come out and make a statement.
He did
now. What the whole thing now?
Yes, now you listen to what I'm saying now. I said on my take, I said I didn't listen to the full interview because nowadays you hear you can't even get full interview again on the social media. Everybody will cut it before news come out from our eyes. Everybody have cut and cut. You don't know which is full.
I know what is basically what he's saying is that the case is still in court. Before you make any argument, just wait for the court to decide. Then you can make your point. No, don't start jumping the broom. That was the whole point of this statement.
Yeah. No, I was listening, and when he was making that statement, like, oh, they will come for this man because they will read minutes to it. And again, I say who those that want equity will come with clean hands, right? And those that live in a glass don't throw the first stone, because he still has his own about guy, Prof. With all respect, not disrespect. Now, when he was making those statements, like the Obedient should share their sword. It's true, they have to calm down. It's getting too much. Their space is becoming too toxic. But again, if you don't go to their space, you won't hear what they're saying. Now, and he was saying this, and that, and the Obedient came after him. But for me, I was like, a Prof would have come out and called both the Obedient and the Batify and say, hey, you guys should stop this. You guys cannot set the country on fire. There's a president-elect. Let's calm down and let's see how things go. Hey, Batify, stop this. Obedient, you are too much. Like that, you cannot blame him. He's taking side. You know, they will not have strong excuse to say he's taking side. But when the came to explain more, that the guy actually said something that's close to like that, like he wanted a young president. He told Tinubu and Atiku, you guys don't have business running,
right?
But at least it's their right for them to contest.
What is listen? You said one word. Maybe let me just repeat what you just said, so you know where they're coming from. You said you should have said we have a president-elect right now, right? That is where they will not accept. even if you know, listen,
yes, we know they will not accept.
Listen, even if you said on both sides, though, once you say we have a president-elect, almost don't enter trouble with them.
Yeah, I understand. But
it is a no-win way.
Yeah, but on that first day, you know, I was on the show for like 3 days. When they bring this topic, I don't speak. You know, I was just watching how, you know, time is everything. Time will always tell. That the white man that said time will tell, and they shall say, how they say this? I can say, Sole or Ota Sole. How they say, you know, time will tell. You know, now. The next day came out again, or 2 days after, is asking Dati, challenging Dati to a debate. I said, no, Prof is too much on this now. For Prof age, Dati should supposed to be like his second son or his first son. You know, at least we are all traditional people in Nigeria. You are supposed to call Dati to talk to him like a kid, not tell him to come and challenge you for debate. That means you are coming to Dati level. Instead of that to be coming to your level, you are coming too low to that level. No. As a Prof, no. Now you are doing things I don't like. Now, if you do this, what we I looking up to you would do. That was a wrong move. I don't know who wrote that, but that was a wrong move from Prof. To challenge that for what now? They come and sit down and start speaking to each other. By the time you start speaking with a madman, you're actually a madman. You know? That's it. Prof would just make a statement. Caution Nigeria, because in this place we are saying we need an elderly statement to calm everything that is going on. The Tinubu, I'm not saying Batify have the right to campaign, to be on social media, Twitter space, to be saying anything they're going to say, just like people on comment section here. But the Tinubu team should put into work to calm the situation down to they swear the president-elect in. Like I said this thing before here, like reach out to these people, they always insult you. People will say that you are reaching out, they're insulting you. By the time you come into power and implement law, nobody will cry that you why you didn't implement the law. In short, you will win the will of the people. That's the first thing the government want, to have the will of the people. They'll say, yes, I want to do too much. I don't do they cause this person. Don't reach you now. This, don't tell now this one, they cause. Not be only one in this country. Now, not pull up, say anybody will shout for, show me that they will arrest them. Hey, go shout now. That's how you win the will of the people. You must reach out first, so that people see that you are reaching out. It's a present for everybody. And you are a public office that will insult you the most. In public office.
Can I quickly interject?
What piece?
Can I quickly interject? Please.
Yeah, everybody can interject.
Look, Soyinka is trying to tell Dati that I am also an activist. I've been in that position for a long time. If you want to play that role, you cannot blame Soyinka for saying that. Because to him, fine, let's debate it. I don't see any big deal about that. In fact, Soyinka was even trying not to talk about, okay, I'm older than you. Don't just face each other. Let's talk about what has been happening in the past and in the present and what is going to happen in the future. He's trying to tell him that I'm not even saying I'm a Nobel laureate. I'm nobody. I'm just an ordinary. Let's come together. Let's debate. You can't take anything away from him like that. And you telling the APC to take it slowly and blah, 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 like that. No, politics is not like that. When you are delegitimizing his mandate all over the world, do you want them to fold their hands? No. You fight your war when it's still new. You don't fight a war when it's over. You fight it now because you have won. You cannot just keep quiet.
That was the mistake Buhari made. They now went to the point of saying it is no longer Buhari that is in office.
Yes, it's a Sudanese, it's a blah 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 like that. You fight your war when it's still new.
This is an attempt to delegitimize your government. An attempt to delegitimize your government. You cannot allow that. Don't allow it to even start at all. You have to fight it, fire or fire. You have to fight it to stand still. As soon as you allow it,
it's for sale, man.
as soon as you allow it, it will stick on you. It will stick on you, and Buhari is paying the price today. Look, you One Piece, you are from Benin, right? Some people, there's no pleasing them. It doesn't matter what you do for them. You're never going to please them. So just say, okay, you know what, this is you. I'm going to put you on your lane. Put them on their lane and just deal with them that way. That's all.
Yeah.
And move on with your government.
I got progressive. You are right. But this is what you guys want to understand. We are practicing true federalism, true or false. And the white people know the kind of people they put together. We used to have a system that can contain it, but they said should not say that Agurossi brought the government down, or just make it more worse by turning Nigeria to whatever, federal whatever. Anyway, when we have this kind of system, these people will still talk. But what the president will do when he get there is to implement law to cut these people down. As simple as ABC. Of course, I said you cannot stop the Batifier and the Obi'S on the Twitter space not to make noise. They will keep making their noise, but the presidential team, they have a bigger role to play. The other guy is coming on TV, but then they go shouting. Press government say we'll come fire for fire, propaganda for Uganda. They don't accept Bati. We move past that now.
But you know the funnest of war piece. The way things are now, it's no longer about the way gentlemanness, the way everybody's calm. Even if the Batify spokespeople coming out with olive branch, the obedience is still going to deal with them. Remember, these are the people that they don't want to hear any excuse.
That was why I just explained to One Piece now. I just explained to him, like, look, people they will claim that enemy space for the rest of your government. They will claim it doesn't matter what you do. That's your enemy position. They will claim that lane. It doesn't, whatever you try to even do for them, they will turn it to negative against you. So you know what? Just do your government for the people in general. And then just make sure that these people, whenever they say, just make sure you tackle them. Because look, social media is a very powerful space. If not, they will take you to the cleaners. And they've done it to Buhari successfully. The Northerners are now praising the Yorubas on Twitter, saying they never expected that there are people who will be able to fight these people to stand still. Yes, look, I don't want it to be like that. But when some people have taken the position of not
opposition, but enmity to say, no matter what you do, we will not give any form of credence to your government. You have to fight back. You cannot allow that. You can't allow, you must fight back, because if you let it stand, it doesn't matter what you do, it would, all you will see out there will be negative information, and negative information.
Yeah,
As soon as you allow that to stand, your government is finished.
And also, you got to the foreign press is also following those people as well.
Yeah, so, of course.
I know. I got progressive. Yeah, we know. Let me go back to Prof a little bit. In 2015, here he called Jonathan King, how you call Bukonizer, what they call that name, or whatever. Then call his wife Hippopotamus. They said all kind of 6 years of Jonathan regime was torn on the flesh. They campaigned vigorously for against Jonathan, insult the hell out of Jonathan. It did all. We saw these things now. We are not happy it's continuing. And this team right now, they'll do something different. This space, that space will always be like that, and it will come down with some good policy. If we continue on this trajectory like facing, I said this thing before, like if the TINUBU team, if their goal is to bring out the Labour Party, that's what they will not be there in the next 4 years. Nigeria will be the same way it was in Buhari regime. It will not be different, just a little different. But if they ignore them and put good structure on ground for the government they are elected they were elected for, that space will die by itself. That space will die by itself.
It takes months and years.
Hold on. No, does not mean they will not stay at state. Does not mean people will not. In any good government, there's people that are still against you. Benin will say, my brother knows what I'm saying now. They said the king does not leave this palace, but you have a lot of enemy outside the palace. The king that is inside palace, every day locked inside palace, so you can't even see him. But still have people that don't like him. It's every government. Some people will not like you. That's the government. If you have a government that have 65% of the citizens that like him, that government is super government. Go check America.
One piece, I'm sorry to interject. I think you are getting it wrong. This is not about like or no dislike. This is the mode of operandi of obedience. We are saying that when you have conversation with them, they abuse you, they insult you. They only believe in one narrative. Anything apart from that narrative, they don't want to hear you out. So the most important thing is that you have to fight them when the war is still new, fight them to the end, so that they will know that you are not going to take anything from them. So all these things you are putting out here, there, is just like a gentleman's game. Politics is not like that, and governance is not like that. Before you can put infrastructure down, it takes months, it takes weeks. Are we going to wait until 1 year so they continue to insult us, or they continue to degeneralize the government of the...
One second, please. People that were celebrating, they were celebrating soldiers on the street for election purpose. They were celebrating that Buhari was sending soldiers to the street to protect people for election violence. If you believe in, if you are a true Democrat, you believe in democracy, why would you be celebrating soldier men on the street to protect election violence? Do you not understand what soldiers is? Do you not understand the meaning of military, soldier, army in a democratic society? But these people were celebrating it. When the election did not go their way, they say, oh, where are the soldiers? Where are the army? What do you think you are, Sambisa Forest? We are a democratic society, and these are the people that you are saying, look, I've come to a conclusion that if the TINUBU government want to succeed, they have to do two things: work for the people, and at the same time fight the propaganda. Because they can, look, I've had a conversation with somebody who refused to believe that Buhari built Second Niger Bridge. He said it was Jonathan that built the bridge, that the bridge was almost complete when Buhari came in. He could not just bring himself to admit that it was Buhari that built that bridge. Those are the kind of people you are dealing with. So they will rubbish your achievement, no matter how much you do. If you even provide 24 hours electricity, they will tell you, no, it's rubbish. It was there before. Even if it was just to not give you that credence. those people, you have to, on one side, fight them as well. And on one side, do your job that you're supposed to do. Buhari as a person, as a government, it failed. In many majority of most areas of governance, it failed. Let's be honest with that. But even the little things he did, you don't want to acknowledge it. You will look for a way to rubbish it. If you talk about the railway, they'll say, where is the railway? Is it running? How many times is it running? What does it matter? It's running. The railway is there.
That bridge that they built now, Mambila Power Project. It is some massive power way to Nigeria. But we don't
Yeah,
know.
I know, but still, there's still. If you go and tell anybody now, they will rubbish. They will still look. If you tell this people, they will rubbish it as if they will look for a way to minimize that achievement. They will look for ways to minimize it, like to even say, if guys not taking, they will say it was Jonathan's project, that it was not Buhari that did it. Talk about, look, sometimes we have to look at it objectively. If it's good, you say, yes, I acknowledge that the president did well in that area. Then you can turn around and say, in the area of security, the man has been abysmal. Look at the killings here, look at what is happening here. You can do both things at the same time. You can acknowledge what is good and then criticize what is bad. But these people cannot bring themselves to do that. All they want to do is condemn and condemn and condemn. Somebody will tell you what did Tinubu do in Lagos. So Tinubu was there 8 years. He didn't do anything. Is that what you are saying now?
Progressive. Sorry.
Please.
Hold on.
Progressive.
Hold on, Solly. Before you come in, let me just acknowledge this. If I don't acknowledge it, that will not be good. When I was in Nigeria, before I went to Nigeria, my sister told me, because my sister is a gospel singer, he sings in all these churches, so he always travels to Lagos. He lives in Abeokuta. When this train started, Progressive, everybody listen to me, he stopped driving from Abeokuta to Lagos. He will catch the train from Abeokuta, and the train will drop in at Ido. I don't know, maybe if people know Ido very well, close to Costain. And from there, he can find a way. He will catch Uber, even maybe church that he wants to go and minister. They will pick her from the train station. He has stopped many things. She's a lecturer in a school of nursing in FMC. He knew he's very close to governor's house, governor's office. He said he saw many commissioners catching that train to Lagos. Can you imagine? Catching this same train, big dignitaries, people that has money to even line up 10 convoy to Lagos. But if we see this thing, let's acknowledge it now. It doesn't take anything. Security is worse. They are trying. But if we see some good things, let's just acknowledge it. It doesn't take anything from us. It doesn't take anything. The train is working perfectly. He catch this train almost every weekend to Lagos. So I just want to acknowledge that space, since Progressive thought of the train aspect. Solly, you can come in, please. Then we hear from is it Mark, or I can't produce the name. Moslaw. Yeah. Solly, coming.
Yeah. So the Progressive, the thing is that these people are very smart when it comes to emotional blackmail. So you can't go at them head on. They have the time, they have the energy, and they have the ability to lie, because you are trying to spread the truth and they are trying to spread lies. So they have more things to come up with. You just have to let these people set themselves up. You get? Because that's all they've been doing since the beginning of election. Let them keep on shouting, lying, complaining, and pushing propaganda till it causes something. When it causes something, then you can round all of them up together and say, okay, this is the reason why you're rounding them up. Because if you try to correct them, they will say, it's a lie, this one and that. If you try to catch them, they will say, they will do emotional blackmail. Maybe they will say it's tribal. Maybe they will say Tinubu is doing something. They will just try and blame something. You have to let them set themselves up
burn the place down, and then you can now grab them and say, okay, see what you did though, look at what you caused. I don't think we should be falling for their emotional, because they know how to trigger you emotionally. And once they've triggered you emotionally, in their mind, they've won. Once you've responded angrily, once you've insulted them back, once you've shouted at them back, they will say, you see what I said? So you have to just relax, wait for them. They'll always, that's one thing about them. They'll always find a way to mess it up. Because they are
So
going
sorry.
Yeah.
So I want to ask you a question. During the NSAC's protest, Lagos was burned down. Do you know how many millions it cost Lagos to rebuild? So you want it to be burned down again before we act? I don't believe in people messing up before you mess them. I don't believe in that.
The thing is, Remy, yes, Lagos was burned down, but that is an unprecedented incident. Nobody could predict it. But now we can predict it again. So what I'm saying is that they should just let them do something again, and this time fully clamp them down. Be prepared. Because you can't grab these people without, they will look for a way to emotionally twist it and blackmail you. So this time they have to be fully ready to clamp down the space. They just need something. You can't clamp these people down without full evidence. You need video, you need facts, you need witnesses. Because that's how they used to. If you don't have video, they say, where's the video? If you have, even if you have video self, they will still try and look for a way. So you need to let them do their thing. That's just what I'm saying. That's my own opinion anyway. You can't be arguing with them. They will always beat you because they are going with lies and propaganda.
Sorry, you made sense. Not like you not been making sense before, but today you make some good sense. Anyway, Mr. Law, before I continue, because today I'll play the black sheep. Mr. Law, please can you interject before so I can round up?
All right, thank you. Let me start from that NSAS issue. I'm from North, so that it may not sound as if I'm speaking against Buhari. I love him. I voted for him. And even up to tomorrow, I'll keep loving him. But I believe what happened in Lagos is as a result of his carelessness. Because he allowed it. If they had an issue and they brought tender it before you and you have spoken and they refuse to leave the street, you shouldn't wait till every hick and hurry get to the street before you did the needful. He delayed that protest for too long before he take an action. That is the cause of what happened. And I told people that care to hear that thing can never happen again because the government have learned from their mistake. There is no government in Nigeria that will allow a protest to continue for one week again because they've learned from that mistake. And as far as I'm concerned, I give Buhari all the blame 100%. That is that for that. And let's go to the Tinubu government. If Tinubu want to succeed in this government, he must not by any means make any attempt to please these people. There is no way he can please them. If he likes, let him concentrate all his 4 years in Southeast. They will never appreciate him. So, an election is a game of number. It's what you bring in that determines what you get. If you are trying to please someone that will never give you vote no matter what you do, you are making those that already love you to work against you. It's as simple as that. So I don't expect a brave politician like Tinubu to waste his time trying to please people that he knows there's nothing anyone can do to please them. Let me give you a clear example. Can you imagine, I live in Lagos. Can you imagine a situation whereby you have 10 people working in an office and 4 is from this particular region we're talking about? Probably we have 2 Yoruba, 2 Hausa, and 2 South. Right deep inside their mind, as far as they are concerned, the only qualified people working in that office is the 4 people. The rest just got there because of quota system. They don't believe, no matter how educated you are, they don't believe you are qualified as long as you are not from that particular region. How do you want to please such people? Let me give you another scenario. What happened of recent? What is this lady's name in America that wrote a letter to his slave master? Chimamanda. Yeah. There was a time I listened to Chimamanda that he shared a story of the danger of one-sided story. I was so happy and clap for her that that means you have somebody that have knowledge of how we can transform the world. But unknown to me that is even a slave to one-sided story. I was so shocked when I read that letter that came from her. I said, wow, that means this lady that taught me about one-sided story is even a slave to one-sided story. You can imagine that. And when it comes to these obedient people we are talking about, I don't discuss about the illiterate among them. I want us to talk about the allies among them. Okay, you can imagine people that you think they are very, very intelligent. They will analyze what the people that make up Nigerian youth and forget that we have 3 regions in the north and forget that we have southwest. As far as they are concerned, the south-south, the southeast youth are the youth in Nigeria. I kept telling them, I said, when you want to mention youth in, remember youth in the north too. Don't just say because you see 90% of those 90 people are from the same region, and you said Nigerian youth have spoken. Does that make those in the north not Nigerian youth? And when you talk about the Professor WOLE SOYINKA, I was not surprised though, because even if Obi make an attempt today to say anything contrary to what they believe, they will disgrace him to the whole world. They don't have respect for anybody. As if you don't want them to insult you, just say yes to whatever they say. Once you have opinion, contrary opinion, you are in trouble. I think this one man can testify. What is it called? This man's page, Dr. Damage. You must not have contrary opinion. If you make an attempt, they will lash. There was a day they insulted me, insulted my
chamber. Echo chamber.
They insulted my father, insulted my father, insulted my children, even unborn children, just because I told them this. What is it called? This this appeal that Obi is appealing to court. What do you call it? This court issue is dead on. I read every page of it. They're all dead on arrival.
The prayer.
I don't see the prayer. I don't see anything there that the judges will waste their time. In fact, I'm even going to be surprised if Supreme Court will not ask him to pay TINUBU at the end of the day for waste of time, because there's nothing there to discuss. So to bring it home so that someone else can talk, as far as obedience are concerned, as far as their cases are concerned, I see them as consequences of bad parenting. And when you have a parent that lack good parenting, you can imagine what the grandchildren will be like. These are the grandchildren of parents that lack good upbringing. So I don't expect anything different from what they are doing. Someone like me anyway, I don't have name, just like them. If they come for me, I don't have option, I'll go for them. It's Bas Bos we do every day here. So
teach for that. Teach for that.
And I agree for you. I don't because there is no way. 3 years ago, that is immediately after Buhari second election, that is around 2000. I told them, I said, the only man I know if you come out in APC today who win election is TINUBU. They lashed me. And the few ones that have brain asked me why. I said, because you see that NSAS that happened in Lagos has made a lot of northerners to fall in love with TINUBU. They've seen him as someone that received the punishment of the hatred that they hated Buhari, their person. And TINUBU as a big politician manage it to the point that even when he sees where Buhari is going wrong, he will go to Abuja and speak to him one-on-one. He never come to public to disgrace him. That is how people that have foresight works. He never behaved like Baba Obasanjo that will come to public to talk just to win people's people's accolade. I don't know.
To score some mark. To
score
mark.
some cheap propaganda, cheap mark. Yes. Before this election, because I'm from North, I know how people of the North love Tinubu. As a matter of fact, if not because of this money problem and fuel scarcity that came before election. But what is it called? ATIKU will have been far behind Tinubu in the North. That is it. In fact, as far as I know, because I voted in 1993. After 1993, the next time I voted was 2019, and this election. This is the most credible election ever conducted in the history of Nigeria. Anyone, you can imagine, since IRF were posted, since they posted all the results on IRF, I keep asking people, out of 176,000 polling units, no one, not single one polling unit, any party have brought out and said, this is what you get in our polling unit, this is what they posted, and this is what is different. Out of 176,000 polling units, not one. Where is the rigging? They should at least show us that in our polling booth, we have 500. Out of these 500, Obi get 490. Tinubu get 10. And in IRF, we are seeing 490 for Tinubu, 10 for Obi. Then I will know that there is rigging somewhere. Not up to today, none. Not single one. Okay, let me stay behind and continue listening.
Moslo, thank you. Well, the angle me I'm coming from is different. Anyway, coming back to
what do you think the best approach for Tinubu government would be in addressing this? Because that would be the next question, obviously. Because he has to address it. He has to.
Yes. Yeah, Tinubu government should be a government, not what they are doing now, challenging or beating that does not have a stake in the government. For last time I checked, they're doing when they're just people that's making noise on social media, Twitter and all that, and which they equally have their made the party that will challenge them back. So that should not be Tinubu problem. The Tinubu problem right now is to face the government. It's got the bad system on ground right now. That's why all these things are happening. If you put good policy on ground, hit the ground running, and everybody's busy in trying to make the country move forward, you see all these things will be relevant to us. We have so many deficits. Infrastructure, big one. Security, big one. Our roads, dead trap. Our institution, don't just go. You don't sick. If you sick, you are gone. These are things that Tinubu will get yourself involved with. People don't even mind the Batify. If they are shouting, they are not shouting. When you put these things on ground, then you are the president. You can put, if you put these good things on ground, and when you are putting law to cut that Twitter space, you will win the will of the people. Like I said, I don't like this one thing about this Batify stroke, the IPOP session. They insult anybody. Not that we are free. We the those are not free. It's just that this is the first time you guys in the West are tasting their insult. We have been.
Yeah, used to it that way. Yeah, used to it.
Is it?
Is it? Yeah, used to it that way. Yeah, used to.
Yes, so these people have caused big division. This is what people were just saying. Your own is just insult you now. They have brainwashed a certain local government to make them feel that they are not they are IPOP member. And you could see when I was challenging one on the platform.
In Edo State.
Oh, okay, you guys don't know what's going on.
No, I'm asking. I didn't know now.
Yeah, so they will tell you.
I watched that session. I watched that session. I was very shocked.
It's deeper than what, like I said, it's deeper than what you guys are saying. It's
Wait,
crisis.
wait. How is Edo IPOB?
Okay. People are claiming that they are IPOB. You can sympathize is different. That's okay. But to say you are, that's unacceptable. Unacceptable. They will say a car is Igbo land. You Biafra is Biafra.
Oh, they want to
One
break.
piece.
Okay.
One piece. Sorry, 1 second there. You know this thing you said now. There's somebody. I don't want to mention them. There's you that's an Edo man who come from a kingdom that have been so dominant, right? So dominant in the past. Like, when you say a kingdom has been there, I'm not even sure there's any kingdom in the sub-Sahara Africa that was so dominant as the Benin kingdom, right? Least it's not even like saying it. It's like it's written down. You can still read it. You can see all the traces are there, right? And then you reduce yourself. These guys, you reduce yourself to now say, hey, you are IPOB. You sympathize with this. I said, do you even know where you come from? Do you know who you are? Do you know who you are? No, my brother, it's not funny. I'm telling you, it's not funny. I said,
Progressive,
do you know who you are?
Progressive, if you are talking of I'm sorry. If you are talking of Benin Kingdom, how did this equate to Biafra?
That's
Benin Kingdom is way back.
Progressive.
You don't even.
That's the reason why I am shocked hearing that from what people. Like, even I cannot believe what I'm hearing.
You were not a platform.
So one guy was telling me if Biafra break up, he will move to Biafra. He will move from a different. I said, you guys dumb.
I said, God, that will have to come on platform and tell them like this is not right. If you want to do referendum, you're not doing at those states. You are going to do in your 5 region. Patrick almost ate the guy raw. I don't believe the guy is this side. Says this side. What we spoke this side, you don't understand it. I spoke Benin, you didn't understand it.
What is? Hold on. Let me understand you. So they want to break part of Edo into Biafra land.
Yes, now. Don't already claiming it as Biafra.
I'm confused now. I'm confused. What is going on? Are you Thomas? Thomas? Is he joking or is he serious? I never heard of that.
I don't know. That's why I put my video on. I don't know.
The first time Mama was putting me back off, the first time I was using a vulgar word on this platform, I was insulting the guy on Benin language, English language. I said, Patrick almost ate the guy raw.
What is concern Edo for? I don't understand.
Patrick,
some people they get easily. I don't know if they get easily carried away or they're just dumb or stupid. It doesn't make sense.
I listened to that conversation that day, and the guy was telling he was a Biafran from Edo State, and I think 2 other guys were really, really, really fighting him. That what do you mean? So that is the problem. This tribe continue to do business all over Nigeria, and Nigerian people.
These are land grabbers, They are land grabbers, my brother.
Nigerian people need to give the opportunity to expand.
They are land grabbers.
And now they want to get they want to get the people's land. I don't understand.
You remember?
So now,
when people keep
everywhere
quiet,
they go, they want to.
When people keep quiet, they think you are stupid. When you say, "Okay, let's keep quiet," they think you are stupid. You were fighting for Biafra. Tell me, what were Biafra soldiers doing in Benin?
Mm-hmm.
What were they doing in Benin?
To partake already.
They were going all the way. It was from already that the Nigerian army started fighting them back. What were you doing in that place? Is that part of your Biafra land as well? If you go to Edo State, I think Edo State in the southern Nigeria must have the most military base. That was because of that. They are one of the stupidness that happened then, Trying to claim another man's land, saying you are fighting for Biafra. What are you doing in Benin? So you turn around and listen. When I listen to some of these people, sometimes I just say, you know what? It's not worth talking to these people. Some people they don't know themselves.
Hello. There's something that you are not getting. There's something you are not getting. The Benin is very, very important to Biafra. Not just Benin. They need part of Kogi, part of Benue, and some area like that. They are very important to Biafra. The reason why is that the only live without fight is to have small minority groups that they will catch as a slave. Otherwise, if it's only Igbos, they will always fight. But if they have minorities join them to the Biafra, they will unite because they are majority. They will unite together against the minorities. That is their plan. That is why they realize that they can't stay alone without having some minorities among them, because those minorities will unite them. The hatred, no, they will team up against the minorities. That is what will unite them. But in an absence of minorities, then everybody will be on his or her own. That is the reason why they don't want to be alone. They always want to have some minorities among them, so that the same thing they are crying for today, that they are minority, that people are marginalizing them, so that those minorities will now be marginalized by them. That is their main reason why they really want other minorities to come along with them. And until they catch one or two minorities, they will never want to go out of Nigeria, because they can't cope without minorities.
Anyway, yeah, we are not minorities. We are too big. We are too big for them to even.
No, by the time you move to Biafra, you are minority. You become minority.
What did you move to Biafra? If they were to look, if there were to be any movement, it would be the other way around. Not to move to Biafra. What are you talking about? Move to Biafra?
They don't even know their. They don't know themselves. What is it they are saying online? They can't even try it in their own land there in the five eastern region. Then they would tell them that, you know, funny enough, the Igbos are not even. Well, they're not here. I cannot speak about it. Let me know the debate.
No, you have a point. You have a point there, because last year, I remember last year, 2022, they brought a bill to National Assembly and Senate precisely by a northerner that they should insert a referendum in our constitution. At least I know that we have 15 senators from Southeast. None of them support it. None
of them voted.
No single one. I was now wondering, I did not this that want referendum. Now somebody have brought it to the table. Instead of them, at least instead of them to support it, not single one out of the 15 senators from Southeast.
It's land grabbing expedition, man. Look, the whole of let us be honest with ourselves. The whole of the Southeast is not, Borno State is twice bigger than not one state, Borno State is twice bigger than
the entire Southeast.
Borno State is twice bigger than the whole Southeast.
No, that is overrated. Kogi State is bigger than the entire Southeast.
It's land grabbing expedition.
So these are people that don't know their identity, so they have an identity crisis. We understand that they have this problem. They are too frontal, as Mr. would say.
They are from Israel. They are Hebrews.
Anyway, they are too frontal. But anyway, they move that into that's the problem that's the problem I have with the obedient LP Peter Obi narrative. So that's the problem I have with them, because these people that was IPOP, which they here, suddenly they want to become Nigeria. Nobody will trust you. It will take time before they trust you, and you are still possessing that character, insulting everybody, bullying everybody. When you don't get it, war will start. But again, what I was telling my Patify, not even Patify, they have to be doing what they're doing, but the government, the TINUBU government, they should leave these people and face the important thing. Forget Nigeria president is the most powerful president in the world. All the bills is on his tip of finger. Once you pass a bill or makes some executive orders, all this nonsense will die down. But by the time you go into their element, these people, don't forget, their element is to shout. Like Solly said, why I tell Solly it makes sense. When you counter them, they will claim the victim. And when you follow them to talk, you put fuel in their fire, because that's the fuel they're looking for. You always, because they want to talk, they will need a noise in this. They need that space, that noise. So the government should face the government election. We are all hearing it. We are all feeling it. We need a better country. At least if the country don't get better, let's see the country will of the government is beginning to move a little bit, so that we start having hope towards that country. Let's okay, things will work. There will be policy. There will be infrastructure. There will be opportunity for business. There will be opportunity for investment. There will this arbitrage that is in our dollar and naira is killing us. You should, and our dollar, I mean, they should find a way to curb it. Not only the fuel scarcity. Leave these people should be talking. Let them be talking. Like I told you that guy that day, 2 Nigeria was talking like, oh, we'll take our country back. I asked him, if you walk to Dada Barrack, can you count 10 generals that you know personally? He said no. I said, how are you going to take the country back? This is what we shout and shout.
Take it
That
back
shouting is always their undoing.
What is take it back from who? Take it back from who?
And then that's what they're saying, you know. So
you want
now
to
that's their
no. That's my point. This guy did not grow up under the military. That's why they don't understand. If they know the way the military did with people back in the day, you think they have time for Twitter? If you have, they will just pull everything down. They will say no Facebook, no Twitter, nothing.
They don't know. They don't know. So that I don't have problem with the pacifier engaging them. Our problem I have is the TINUBU'S campaign team. Nani? Toilet paper in nine. Hold on, please. Let me get my toilet paper. I'm coming.
Thomas, are you there?
It's all right. You can say, you can carry if you want to say something.
No, because what you guys from Edo are saying is coming as a surprise to me that I didn't even know.
so they're saying, so Baba T, you people are just noticing it now, feeling the first time.
I'm shocked. No, I'm shocked though, to be honest with you. I never had this
there's a reason people don't even know this kind of these things, this behavior. That's why we created on nature. Because of this behavior we created Ogota, because of this behavior we created Enugu, because of this behavior we created Iseluku, because of this behavior we created this outpost to checkmate in the old, because of this attitude. We've been receiving this heat. When the start and the canoe came up, it was our body, our back. We don't receive. You guys didn't feel anything now. Then they will abuse us. They will leave Buhari. They will abuse us from head to toe. I don't know what we did to them, but we do. Our people too. Our Benin people too. They are equal to the task on social media space. And they engage them. But you see, the government and the other people were doing other things. They could not say inside Benin. They could not try it and say it out. But they were brainwashes of stupid people. Communities now. They will go to a car. We have Igbo in the car. It's Igbo land. Not if we have Igbo, not descendant. Descendant is okay. You say it's Igbo land. The car is Igbo land. These are our people. This is, you know.
Brother, what peace? You know, they don't jam their match now. Yoruba, nobody get bad matches. Yoruba.
I know.
They don't jam their match, and they are giving it to them to back. So let it just continue like that until they don't. Because you cannot be doing it every time. You can't be doing it every time. It's not allowed. Yes, I understand. Tinubu have to face governors, but this space whereby, look, my brother, you know, we are cultured people, right? We understand the word elder, where we come from. We understand what our culture and tradition means, right? But when you are dealing with people who don't have borders, they don't have boundaries, nothing they cannot talk about. Listen, my brother, when I was small, growing up, I attended Ola Primary School. Behind my school was Yoruba's Palace. You will pass it, they will tell you cannot point. You cannot point at that place. And that is how you keep your hand down. My school was sharing fence with Yoruba's Palace then. You know, that was the level of intimidation that was in us when it comes to cultural values, behaviors, and how we respect our tradition. Somebody will just come on the space and just talk as if it doesn't make sense. You know, there's a limit. You can allow such nonsense. You get to a point, you have to start fighting back. You have to say, no, enough is enough. We're not going to take this anymore. We have to put you where you belong. You have to respond, because they did this to Buhari, and they look, media propaganda destroyed that man's government. He himself did not help himself, but they kind of ruined. Oh, how do you successfully tell people that the president that was in power is not the president, that it was somebody from Sudan, and you will successfully promote such propaganda? and people will believe it. You can't allow, look, they're already telling people that Tinubu is no longer alive. If not because these people are fighting back, they are fighting back seriously, that news would have flooded everywhere. But as soon as that news was going out, what did you see? You see the Yes Daddy came down now. Thank you, Daddy came out. They started fighting that Thank you, Daddy, and forgot about that Tinubu illness. That is how you fight back. Give it to them the way because they started coming up with the image. Oh, Tinubu is no longer alive. Oh, his wife is this. These people drop Yes Daddy on them. Then you are. Look, they have to do this. For me, they have to. If they don't, these people are so sophisticated. They will destroy his government. That's the truth.
Well, that is on the Twitter space. Nobody can control that. But when it comes to creating policy, the APC government should face the government, because when they are doing this, it's like they are going to dictatorship style of government. They cannot be coming to media and be making remarks on what people are saying. On, I don't say it's not their duty, but now they are president-elect. They should face how to move the country forward. Not coming ranting. Kayamo is ranting. That's not what we want right now. That's not what we want right now. Let's face government, how to build that country. Anyway, I've talked so much of that part. Let me move from that one, and let me move to this FALEKE and bring it's over for me. Let me move to FALEKE and bring in now. Sorry, hold on. Let's talk about this FALEKE. I don't know why they have to. I know the president have to. John F. Kennedy appoint his brother at Secretary of State. I know Tinubu wants to appoint somebody he can trust. For me, I don't really worry about whoever hold up. Is this Secretary of State or
Chief of Staff.
I don't really worry about that. But the areas I'm looking at are the vital area that matters to all, like the healthcare, like Minister of Health, Petroleum, Humanitarian, and all that. Now, the first I'm hearing, the one I'm hearing is not. It didn't go that way with me. That hold on, please. This guy, Sanusi. I don't know why we have to recycle all this wood card. I'm expecting to bring some brilliant names. All these people should be on the kitchen cabinet. I know you people have to keep these people close, but if you want to do something very great to at least, first of all, let people respect his government, pull these people, most of these people will be in the kitchen cabinet, which is very, very powerful, and bring new faces. Look at the Jonathan regime. First time we were hearing of Kojuela, it was Jonathan regime. He was never in government before.
No, Obasanjo regime. It was Obasanjo regime that brought him first. That brought her first.
Really,
Obasanjo brought it was Obasanjo that brought her first. That was what Atiku was saying, that he was the one hunting all the talents, not Obasanjo.
But that was the tail end, I believe, of Obasanjo regime. But the first
tenor, she worked with Obasanjo. The second tenor, she worked as Minister of Finance before Obasanjo changed her to another ministry, and she resigned.
Okay, but you see this guy Akinwumi, that is late now. Is it Akinwumi or what? Dora. I know this was Obasanjo regime first, and they did very well. These were fantastic people we didn't know or don't know them. Now I expect something like that to blow. The element of surprise I'm expecting from Tinubu, like surprise everybody, bring the sharp mind, the brilliant mind, bring them, or the brilliant however, bring those people in. These people that will know this old guy, put them in your kitchen cabinet. Of course, that will not stop them sharing the dollars. But then going about the guy again sitting in the office, let's say the fact, for too long, that ministerial office is there, has been a place of doing nothing or is a place of talking about tribal settlement, land grabbing, and share of money. They don't really do anything that concerns the country. If you have opportunity to go into these people's office, you'll be surprised what they discuss there. You'll be surprised. You go to a minister office, like minister of, let's say minister of, let's say minister for Greek. You see that he will be there sharing money to people that come to his village. As far as people against for vote, you know, that's not what we're supposed to be doing. When you please hold on, go to the next person. I'll come back to you guys. Let me take care of my son. I'll come back.
Concerning,
so
concerning
let me say.
okay.
So
I would have loved
someone
concerning the okay.
Someone I would like to see. Someone I would like to see back. To be honest with you, is that Kemi Adeosun. If Tinubu bring her back, I won't have issue at all. I understand about the NYC.
No, for me, when she was in Ogun State, she tripled their income, their GDP, tripled. She's very good. But that NYS
even when she was the finance minister, things were even better than after she left. Things were better, far better. She did a very good job earlier, because if you remember at earlier stage, they were managing the economy pretty well at the time.
Right. And that man from the African Bank, Akinwumi, whatever, the agricultural guy, that guy needs to come back. He needs to come back. That is a brilliant man that needs to come back. That's a very
Babati, that is my family.
Oh, really? Akinwumi?
Yes. My firstborn in my house married to their family.
Oh, your in-laws. Oh, okay.
Yes.
Is
their in-laws.
Is a brilliant. I mean, when it comes to agriculture.
Oh, very brilliant. He even invited us December last year, because
sorry guys,
our mother passed last some months ago. He's a very good guy. Yeah. So somebody wants to say something.
There's something I want to ask here.
Oh yes, yeah.
This
go on.
This Dangote refinery, are they not going to start pumping fuel? I don't, because we're in April already. Or is this man waiting for the government to remove subsidy and then it will be selling at that price?
Progressive now, bargaining cheap now. You see, when you're private business and you have leverage, what do? You wait. So what he's doing is this: he needs more funds, obviously, but he knows once they remove subsidy, guess what? Where everybody's looking, Dangote. So he has leverage. So it's not a bit TINUBU versus him negotiating. Remember, the government has a seat on the board of that refinery. Remember, they gave them 2.1 billion.
Yeah, but what I understand is that right now there are already some modular refineries across the country that's already pumping product out. So why is the prices in some area not cheaper? Because I know that in Edo, as we speak now, we have two functioning modular refineries that are working currently. So, but the prices of maybe, I know that these are not like petrol, they are more like diesel refining, but the price of diesel is still not down in this area. That's what I don't understand.
But first of all, you're going to ask yourself, what quantity are they producing? And
no, it's not like huge. Like I think one of them is 6,000 barrels a day.
So the quantity and who regulates the price? You know, they have regulatory body that set pump prices. So but
if they are producing it if they are refining it in house, it should not be, because all those landing costs and the transport costs from outside, it's not there. So
that's what I'm saying. That they are progressive. If you have 1 million people selling something at 10 naira, and you are producing it at 15 naira, that means you will sell it at the same 100 naira, you'll be making 15 naira gain now. So they are making more money at the expense of that. So they're not going to go down to 15 naira to sell it. They will just match the price to make more money. But if Dangote comes and does the same thing, then there's more leverage. But with that Dangote, with this massive 600,000 stuff, they're not going to bring it down.
Because that is crazy, man. They need to see. They need to sort that.
There's no way you're going to expect someone that is making it for cheaper in Edo to go down in price. It will maximize the profit now. So it will maximize profit. That's just capitalism. It's going to maximize.
Yeah, yeah. I totally agree with you. Initially, the price might be up, but with forces of demand and supply, I think the price.
But guys, do you think maybe Dangote is even waiting for Tinubu to come in? Maybe they've already struck some deal.
No,
That's
no,
my
no,
point.
no, no.
Leverage.
It's not waiting. The anticipated time is around June to around September for him to start for petroleum products. So that's when they will start. They are not really waiting for him. But I think initially the price might be a little bit up, maybe around 300 or 400 naira per liter. But with time, everything will regularize itself. At least it will save Nigerian government a lot of money. But as you know, Nigerian people are those people that most Nigerians, they are like, okay, I can make money from this one. They don't really care about what ordinary people think. This is just my opportunity. For example, look at the Naira swap. Look at the POS operators. So everybody will force, okay, it's opportunity to make money.
But what I don't like, what I don't want to hear is what they are saying now, that the money from that subsidy they're going to use as palliative. Don't do that nonsense. Don't try it.
No,
okay.
They want
they are different. They are different.
Don't do it at all. Don't even try that nonsense.
No. The palliative money is 800 million they say they got from World Bank or whatever. But the money they will save from subsidy, they are going to plow it back into infrastructure, education, and health and everything. Because I like it this way now, because Nigeria are more aware, everybody is politically aware, everybody wants good things. Like I always say, the most important person that everybody should hang their neck is our state governors. You don't need anything. You don't need to bother yourself about federal government. Because federal government is just to go from state to state. What is your governor doing in your state? That is the most important thing.
Let's be honest with ourselves here. We still need some restructuring to be done for us to fully hold the governors accountable.
I agree. But it's not going to be a restructuring overnight.
No, that's what I'm saying. We still need some.
Electricity.
Do you know what's going on, Remy? Do you know what's going on? We are doing a test run right now. You know, now they are giving them power to go and create their own power now.
Yes.
So we will know who is lazy and who is doing the work.
We know which government is doing.
Exposed now. We're going to wait until we know the work. We go see how.
Because if Lagos State is giving 24 hours supply, that people in Ogun State will start handling their government. What are you doing?
How far now?
Lagos State will say, how far now? How come with the sea life for Lagos every time? We need the sea life for here.
But you need to understand something. If Lagos have 24 hours electricity, Ogun will have 24 hours, because whatever that it's easy, it will just flow into Ogun State.
But it's not so easy like that. So we first our state before we sell
progressive. That is what I'm saying. That will force Ogun to go and collaborate with Lagos.
That's what we are saying.
That's the point. They have to start.
They will force to either collaborate or buy electricity from them. They must do one.
So
that is the beauty of
this. If you go and vote for a lazy person, we know who's not innovative. You don't do it for your people.
Even majority of the federal roads. Majority of the federal roads need to be given to the state governors as well. Yeah, they need to return
Give them education, give them health, just give them more money that comes from that ministry. Give it to them.
The road should be maintained by federal government. If that is a state highway, federal highway. So
no. There are some roads that are inside your city. There are some roads that are inside your city that federal road. Those ones should be given to the state. There are some roads that have no business.
Like you know what? I have what you just said now. I have a good example for you. There's a road in Ibadan. It's from this road is from J Allen to Akpata area. They call it a federal road. The road is so tiny nowadays I cannot contain enough motorable. I think the state governor should have do the right thing. He has been. That's the one thing I don't like the present governor about. To me, he didn't do nothing. But he was lucky because your state always play their own politics in a different way. But he was lucky that he had a very good bargain with TINUBU and they voted for him again. So you don't need to wait for federal government to do any route for you sometimes. You can also use your state resources to do it. And then later you can find a way to claim the money. For example, look at what is happening in Rivers State.
Fashola said it's not paying, the federal government is not paying, will not be paying them that money anymore.
Yeah,
So
I know,
that's why a lot of
but it doesn't
government.
stop you. Does this stop you from, because when you build such a road, you are also improving the state road, and you are also opening up a lot of new opportunity for the people in that state. So what I see is that most of these state governors are very lazy and they are very corrupt. Look at Delta State.
Federal government
No,
should give up on
let me
this road. Leave this road alone and give it up on this.
I'm not talking about, when we talk about federal road, how many federal roads are there in a state, inside the state? There are not so many. What about all the
you're getting it wrong. Let me explain it to you. Let me explain it to you, right? You see, in Benin now, a lot of our major roads, many of our major roads are federal roads. Majority of our major roads.
How? The road within Benin City itself. The road within Benin City.
Yes, within Benin City itself, a lot of them are federal roads. If you enter,
how come? I don't, because most of the roads in Ibadan does not belong to the federal. Or maybe
if you are coming from Lagos into Benin, that road takes you all the way to somewhere we call Iyaro, Dawson, right? It goes in front of people's house. It's all federal road all the way. Then the road that takes you from Benin to Auchi, it has not gone. It has not cross-cut any other state. That road is inside Edo State all the way from Benin to Auchi.
So the example you are giving, you might be right, but let's look at states like Rivers and Lagos State.
Hold on, that one is federal road as well. Then you talk about Sapele Road.
But they are doing it. They are doing it.
From Ring Road. Sapele Road from Ring Road all the way down. It's still federal road. So
what I just want to tell you, don't let us have excuses for this governor. Don't let them be saying, okay, because it's a federal road, I'm not going to do it. What about the state road? Which one have they done? At least you are from Edo. Which one has this your present governor improve upon or open up new roads?
Let me tell you something. All our major roads in Benin, let's be honest with ourselves. Right from the time of Oshomole till now, we don't have bad major roads. All our major roads are tarred road. All of them, except maybe you will call maybe one or two, which I'm not too sure. But once you drive into Benin, all the major roads in Benin are tarred road. The governors from Oshomole time till now, they've tried their best in terms of road construction, right? But the problem we have now, during Oshomole time, they used to fix federal road. But since Fashola made that comment, you have, not that all of these roads are bad, but the Sapele Road one, you have a very bad spot, which the governor is saying, look, we cannot put our resources into that place because we won't get the money back.
But progressive, you can repair bad, you can repair federal road if you get their permission and they are going to pay you, isn't it?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying.
I think there's a way you can talk to them. At least they are an idea. No. The reason why Fashola just said they don't pay the money because some of these governments are asking for unreasonable amount. I think if you want to repair this kind of road, there's a way you can talk to Federal Ministry of Works and Housing that, okay, this road we want to repair. Let's sit down. Let's discuss about it. That is what he was saying. That
my brother, what I'm even saying is that just give the road back to the state so that there will be no excuse.
Okay, fine. I think that is one aspect. Let's start from this electricity we are talking about. This electricity is very important. For every country to develop, at least you must have up to 20 hours of electricity supply. Hello?
Yeah.
A lot of noise. Okay. You must have constant electricity supply.
Where is the noise coming from?
I don't know.
Yeah, if you are not talking, can you please mute yourself, please? Thank you. Go on.
Okay, at least you must have 20 hours of electricity supply, just as minimum. Let's say we are developing countries. Once we have constant electricity supply, there will be a lot of improvement in everything. Artisans, they were able to buy machines to do their work, and a lot of things will come into play. So that is the number one thing. For example, states like Delta that get a lot of money and nothing to show. I can't believe it. Even look at Akwa Ibom. That is one thing I always give it to Ebonyi State Governor. This man, look at what he did in 8 years in Ebonyi. and the people repay back.
Look at Wike. Look at Wike.
Yeah, I'm talking about
Look at
money.
Wike.
Look at Wike.
I said even Wike. Look at
Wike
Wike.
that is commissioning projects every now and then. I want to
Every
ask you
week. Every week.
Progressive, this is a question for you. How do you feel when you hear Wike commissioning projects weekly? As a person from Edo, how do you feel? And your state government is not doing nothing.
Okay, no, to say my state governor is not doing nothing, I think that is wrong, because for me, I am a supporter of the governor, and I think the man has done very well. Because what I'm trying to look, everybody have their area of specialty. The Wike is building bridges, right? Before Obaseki became governor, a lot of our institution that promote human development, the capacity development was not functioning. We did not have a school of nursing in Edo, that a functioning school of nursing in Edo when Obaseki came in. People wanted to do nursing, they used to go to Kogi State to go and do nursing. Today we have one of the best accredited school of nursing in Edo. The Benin Technical College that was built by the Dutch years ago was down. It was Obaseki that brought that school back up. I remember when I was in school.
Your government is that most of these projects are half done or 20% done, and we jumped on.
No. They are all fully functioning. And you see, the thing about him is that when he builds something, right, he doesn't do it to local standard. It's all international standard. Go to these places,
really?
You will see it.
Really?
Yes, I'm telling you.
This is interesting. But
listen, go to YouTube, yeah. Go to YouTube, right, and type in College of Education Igoriahi in Benin. College of Agriculture.
I went to YouTube to see all the state capital in Nigeria. I want to see which states are really improving in infrastructure and everything. And I found that Ebonyi State have done a wonderful job apart from Lagos. And when I check Edo, I'm sorry to say, I'm so sorry, I did not see any visible improvement. All your roads are in bad shape. There is no no structure very well. It's not. I'm sorry.
Which road did you see? Can you mention one of the roads?
It's very easy for you now. There's a lot of what I call it, maybe blogger, or they will go to each state. They will go there with their camera. They will show all the state capital, this road, that road. I cannot remember. I am not from Edo. I cannot remember, but I've seen the video from Benin City.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you go to
Benin City compared to the capital of Ebonyi, Huma here. Oh my God!
Can I interject, please?
You can.
Okay, this is what I remember when Tinubu came to Edo State to campaign in the last election. He said something that Obaseki used to commission street light. Is that true?
No. Where was the commission?
That used to commission market. That when he was a governor, Tinubu said that he does not commission market.
Obaseki has not even built market, let alone commissioning market. Which market did he build?
That is what he said. I'm talking from what he said from his mouth. I don't have anything. But I know. What about the street light?
I want to tell you something. I say go and check. Go YouTube now. Check College of Agriculture Igoriahi. If you can find any other College of Agriculture in the whole of Nigeria that beats the standard that's there, come and tell me. Okay. Go and check it and come and tell me. If you find any College of Agriculture that can beat, look, at those states as we speak right now have 24 hours power supply. Benin City. So
that is very good.
Benin City, you see, when Oshomole was there, our street light, they used to use diesel and generator to power our street light. No, now it's powered directly from an independent power plant. 24 hours electricity. All the street light. So when people just talk, because the man, you know, the thing about the man is that the man is very quiet. The man is very quiet. Okay, look at the internally generated revenue. Edo State is the only state that have raised minimum wage from 30,000, which federal government approved, to 40,000. And it was during this Obaseki that they raised it from 30 to 40,000 for the civil service. So the man is not someone who makes noise, but he is doing a lot of the job. Don't forget, I just told you now,
that we have 2 modular refinery in Edo State as we speak right now that are functioning. They were not there before. They came during Obaseki.
Look, no, that one is wrong.
No.
I know about a refinery when Oshomole was there. It's like an uncle to me that they are building it. They are like 4 people. That has been, they have already erected in those State since I think 2014 or 2015. That one is being back. That one is true.
Even Oshomole was. Even Oshomole was.
That I don't know about the second one, but I know one of the 2 was there before Obaseki.
No. I'm telling you that's not the case. The 2 of them was there, came in during an Obaseki government. The 2 refinery, even the first one that was built, Edo State contributed about 600 or 700 million naira to that refinery.
Progressive. That is what I think Nigeria needs. We don't need to go big all the time. We need to go small and just make it car. Because guess what? Those modular refineries, you see, let me give an example. When you go big, let's say agriculture, and you do mechanized farming, it will only benefit middle class and rich people. But if you say, okay, poor people, we will supply you with soft loans, they will bring the goods for them, you buy it from them. That moves them into the middle class. So it's more effective. So let's do it across board. Modular refineries, small scale farming, soft loans, expand like that. But that means that your state governor has to be very active. If you go and put someone that is very lazy there, you won't get it. So that means the future of your state depends on your governor, not Abuja.
Exactly. So this is what I'm saying. So you have 2 modular refinery. You have an independent power plant that is expanded to 95 megawatt now. It started with 50 megawatts, expanded to 90. I told you, state places like the governor's office, the secretariat, the central hospitals, all of these places run on 24 hours electricity, not generator, not diesel, independent power plant. A lot of businesses along that supply road axis are not connected to that power plant as well. So you have a lot of hotels who are not connected to that power plant in that area. So gradually they are moving into people's homes. So that power plant is there. I'm not talking about the old Edo State now. I'm saying in Benin City. You see, with this law that is passed now, Benin City will be among the first state, the first city that will have 24 hours for its residents, because the plant is already there. It's working. The power is there. It's just that this law that have come into will make it easier for them now to distribute to people. So that one, that man has done a lot of job, but it's just that it does not talk. That's it.
Hello.
It doesn't talk.
Hello.
Before you go.
Okay.
What other, we have to talk about this recurrent lease and concurrent lease. What other power does the federal government have? Do you think they have to give to states or hands off from what they have on that? I think they have about 64 items, right, on that list. What do you think that they can give to the states from what they have right now, from that list, that you think they need to hand off, apart from security that we all know, the state police? But what else?
I think the state policing one, that one is one of it. Those road, I don't think those roads are in there. I think the government of the day can easily just take those roads and give it to the state, so that we don't have this excuse, it's federal road, that's why I cannot do it. It's federal road, that's why I cannot do it. No. The road that have to be federal road have to be the proper express road, your highways. Those are the ones that are supposed to be federal road, the road that are connecting state to another state, not those roads inside somebody's cities. You say it's federal road. Give all those things back to the state, so that we don't have any excuse as to whose road is it and whose road is not. Exactly. So take that out of it. Then you look at other areas, say maybe local government, right? Take the conduction of local government election, take it out of the hands of governor and bring that one back to the center, so that we will have off-season local government councils elections, so that we can have an independent local government. If we have an independent local government, then we can create local government autonomy, whereby whether the governor likes it or not, local government election will be conducted, and then people will be represented by their local councillors. So that one, we have to move that one the other way around, not the way it is now. So
yeah, but
that one
sorry to interject. There's a bill already signed already. The allocation from federal government will go directly to local government local government.
No, that was not part of the bill.
It was part of the bill. That is
No, it was not. It was
No,
not part
no,
of the
no,
bill.
it was not. It was not.
No,
So
that is the one you're talking about. Is
excuse me,
judiciary. The judiciary. No, it's the judiciary. The money that is judiciary, because you know the governors were the one controlling judiciary fund as well. So, but the new bill now means that the judiciary will get their money directly. So that is one of the problem, is that when a state governor have case in court, in their state court, 99.9% of the time the case always favor them, because they're almost the one funding the judiciary sector in the state. So, but the new bill now is that the cash, the fund,
I know about that. Yeah.
the fund will go directly to the judiciary. So the local government autonomy now.
All the state of assembly member, they voted down local government autonomy.
They vote that one down. So that one is one of the things that voted.
We have to retry. Local government should get their money directly.
Yes, so we have to continue to push. You know, when people just look at the way Nigeria is, and they just say, "Oh, we need a messiah."
Progressive. Wait, if I'm wrong, when OBJ was there the first time, they used to give them their money directly. Now, when did that change? They used to get their money directly before now.
It's changed during maybe
Yaradua time.
Or Jonathan.
Yeah, I think it changed after they left there. But the law gave too much power to the governors in terms of local government. I think that needs to change. You know, they need to make sure that we have independent local government, regardless of what the government
actually
does.
the money still go to the local government, but it's the state government that is controlling that local government money. Even now.
Yeah, but if we have an independent local government, what that does is that when the local government election are conducted, people run for office. These people will know that they are not answerable.
It's very funny how these state assembly people, they just voted it down. I don't understand them sometimes.
Because they are still paying local government. They still have a joint account with local government. That's why they are using the money. So they need to separate that account, that they will have their own direct account. There's no need to.
Yes, before I know that we used to vote for councillorship and chairmanship by ourselves, but now, even your state governor, even they won't do any election until
now appointment. They just appoint their friends. That's it.
But the beauty of it is that this electricity bill signed into law, we will see which government is really serious. Because if you are serious, 4 years is enough for you, at least to let your state have 15 hours.
Remy, do you even know what's funny? Forget Southwest. That's South. Now I won't watch, because now then get the oil money where they collect.
Yes, I can't.
It's not just the oil money. These guys, like what happened in Edo, because there's a lot of gas reserve in Edo. So those were one of the things that the governor took advantage of to bring in those power plant companies to come and set up Oshomo Power. So because you have the gas under the ground, so in Delta, in rivers, so they have abundance of gas in this area. So it should not be, there would be no excuse as to why they cannot, if not at least use the state fund, at least bring in investors, private sector come and take advantage of this and put in a power plant here. So there will be no more excuse. So if people in the north, you can say, okay, maybe they have issues when it comes to gas and stuff like that. So, but people, the southern governors, I think majority of them, I don't think they have any excuse on this bill. They have to, at least look, even if the South are now producing their own electricity, you can say, okay, federal government, whatever you have, give it to the North. There's nothing wrong with that. You understand? Whatever you produce as a federal government, supply, take that one to the northern part.
No. This is federal system. Every state, go your own way. Go and find resources. Produce your own electricity. We don't want to hear something like that anymore. Go. That is the beauty of federal system of government. So every state governor find a way to find resources and produce or generate your own electricity by yourself. If you have more than enough, sell it to other states. You make money from that. Let them be competitive. Not that everybody is spoon-feeding and other thing. Before you know it, now you will be crying, hey, it's not our electricity we are giving to the northern people. No, I don't want to hear that story anymore. Let everybody work. You work and people will see you are really working. Not you are so believing that I sit down and every month I collect money from the federal government. Go out there and find a way to make electricity for your people. That's how it should be. That's what we want.
Remy, even that VAT itself, that case is still in court, right?
Yes, it's still in court.
What do you think?
It's still in court. I think I don't know if the VAT go to the state. It's okay with me. So far, the state use the money judiciously to develop their state.
But they only say
For
that
me,
that happens
from
to-
day one, I always say that the problem of Nigeria is not even the presidency; it's always be the governors. Because as a governor, you are collecting money from the federal government. Nobody should have excuse for them that, oh, my money is too little or my money is a lot. People, South people are supposed to be enjoying. They're supposed to be a paradise. The
Yeah, but
money
the laws, now you see, I mean, now that they are unbundling the laws now, at least this is, I think, I've always have this belief that part of our problems are our laws. The laws that we had from day one was it gave too much power to the center, and we needed to kind of
I
unbundle.
don't think it's the law you're continuing. Look at a state like Akwa Ibom. Look at what Akpabio did to that state. Is it not the same South state? Are they not getting money from oil and 30% derivation? Look at your Delta or Edo state. Compare it to Akwa Ibom. Let's be objective here.
No. I think you're making wrong comparison there.
No. What I'm trying to tell you is this: Edo State also get money from oil, 13%.
When you talk, listen. When you say 13%, when you say 13%, it is based on your contribution. You know.
I understand you. Like
So
for example,
when you just say 13%, you just say it as if everybody get equal share of 13%.
No. Let me give you one example. That was the day I was talking about Lagos and Oyo State. I was expecting Oyo State to develop up to 50% of what Lagos has done. I wonder, as a Yoruba man, if you leave Lagos and you are going to Oyo, it's an eyesore comparing Ibadan with Lagos. You will not be happy. At least I want that state to at least 50% of what Lagos is at today. And when you go to South, I know it's not the same amount of money you will get. But when you say Akwa Ibom, I would like to see Edo State to be 50% developed as Akwa Ibom. But when you compare them, it's like 10 or 20% compared to Akwa Ibom. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, but what do you call development? That is the problem. What do you call development?
There's so first, how do you open up your state? When you talk about development, infrastructures is the basics for you to open up your state. If you go to anywhere in the world, you have good transportation system. That good transportation includes good road. Maybe you have a good water. If you have waterway, you have good waterway system. If you have an airport, if you can afford it, you also have a good one. And then you also have a good road into the inner town or other cities in the state. And when if you produce farm products, it will be easier for them to bring their farm products to the city capital or to any part of the country. So if you see any country that have developed very well in this world, even including the advanced world, they don't play with infrastructure that include basic amenities like good road, water, electricity, and the rest. So when you start with road, you open up your state or your capital easily. So people can do business. In couple with you have 24 hours electricity supply. Why should I live in Ibadan? If I can live in my hometown, if I'm from Obi'S and I have 24-hour power electricity, I can produce. It's even much cheaper for me to produce there than produce in Ibadan. So that's what I'm trying to say. I don't want you to be giving, okay, it's the law that is hanging us back, or with the 13% derivation we are getting is not as much as rivers or data or stuff like that.
Okay, what you need to understand. What you need to understand is that when you talk about development, Edo State, right, as a state, let me just Benin City because I'm more familiar with Benin City. Almost 90% or 80% of Benin is already developed area, right, with houses, structures everywhere. So, but when you talk about the road layout,
what I see, I'm not convinced. I'm sorry.
Hold on. What if you talk about the road layout, right? Like I said to you earlier, majority of our major roads, of our main roads, are not bad roads. They are not roads where you have bad potholes and everything. All our roads, majority of those major roads are motorable, except when you drive into Saple Road, as if you are going to Saple, you have one bad spot in one area there, and the governor have refused to fix. Apart from that, most of the road you drive within the Benin metropolis, your major roads, they are good roads. Right from, I just said to you, I'm not even talking about this governor. I'm talking right from the time of Oshomole. They've been doing roads.
No, I think what I'm trying to say, I'm not saying your governor is not doing anything or is not. What I'm just trying to say is very simple.
So, are you talking about overhead bridges? Are you talking about overhead bridges, flyovers, and all those things?
What I'm trying to say is very simple. With the amount of money coming into South, whether you are getting lesser of the 13% derivation, with the little you have, you should have done better. That's what I'm trying to say. So all these things you are talking about is look at Lagos State. Even with what Lagos is doing, a lot of people are still criticizing them that they should have done better than what they have. So you must be able to accept criticism and think that
you
what
can
your
accept
governors are doing
criticism.
is not enough. I'm trying to tell you, it's not enough. It's not enough.
Of course, you always listen. Of course,
enough,
Remy, you always want them to do more. Nobody's arguing that. But the way you're saying it as if it's just like there's nothing on ground, that is what I don't want to accept.
I'm not saying
Look,
there is nothing on ground. I'm comparing
there's an hospital. Let me tell you something. There's an hospital. There's an hospital that Oshomole built. It's called Central Hospital. That is currently this governor is running it now. Look,
I think you are just picking it one by one. I'm comparing I'm generalizing everything. And I gave the example of
when you are generalizing, you have to understand. You have to understand that Akwa Ibom.
There's a lot of there's some Yoruba guys here.
Akwa Ibom. Hold on 1 second. Akwa Ibom was a fresh land. Akwa Ibom was a fresh land that was easy for them to develop.
Guys, hold on. Everybody hold on, please. One after the other, please. So we can enjoy you guys.
My question is this. If you ask a lot of Yoruba people here, I know they will also not be happy leaving Lagos and going to their respective state. Maybe they're from Osun or they're from Oyo, Ogun, or wherever. If they want to compare Lagos with Osun or with Ogun or with Oyo, they also want visible improvement in all these states. Not that what we see now. So that's what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to tell you that what we see in Rivers and Akwa Ibom, I expect to see 50% of it in Edo State. But if you are just giving me example like, okay, you build a nursing home, you build this is just one. I want to see overall. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm not looking at it from, okay, build this school, we have this, we have that. I'm not saying
this is the problem. You cannot compare the resources that Rivers and Akwa Ibom get to what Edo State gets. It's not even close.
That is what I'm saying. I say I'm expecting.
Hold on. Progressive. What Remy is trying to tell you is that you are doing what about?
No, I'm not doing what about. I'm just saying the resources are different. Look, Akwa Ibom is one of the highest.
But that's what Remy is saying. It's not an excuse. They should not be lazy.
It is an excuse. It is an excuse.
Progressive.
If you say it's an excuse,
progressive. You know, remember I said earlier that your state will grow depending on how innovative your governors are. So the whole point is this: in that state, there should be something the governor can do to generate funds. So he has to think beyond what you are collecting from state or even allocation. He has to be very innovative.
Yeah, but I just told you that the state has grown its IGRO to the point whereby the governor was able to increase minimum wage of workers from 30,000 to 40. No other state in Nigeria did it. No other state in Nigeria increased their minimum wage.
Progressive. Do we all work for government?
Okay, put that aside.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Put that aside. I just told you that this man was able to attract 2 modular refineries into the state, which are functioning now. I told you that he was able to bring in an independent power plant, which is functioning. I told you that he has built a brand new college of agriculture, a world-class standard. I told you that he has brought back the State School of Nursing. I told you I brought back the College of Technical Colleges in Benin. The thing is, what you want to see, you will see. What you don't want to see, you won't see. Everybody have their area of specialty. The man is bringing businesses into the state. People are bringing money to invest in the state. So one of the biggest cassava ethanol manufacturing plant is going to be built in Edo State now. The construction work is ongoing. So the man is doing according to the resources that the state is generating, and he's trying to expand the state economic. Yeah.
Luckily for you, Obaseki does not have more than 2 years to leave that position. And
yeah, but
then
he will do what he can do.
Listen, we are in the era of new things in Nigeria with all these bills signed to law. We will see in the nearest future whether your Edo State, with all these things you are saying, investors will like to invest in Edo, Rivers, or Akwa Ibom. We shall see soon. So all of these things you are saying, is just resuscitating them. You are trying to say all of these things were moribund during the Oshiomhole 8 years, in which he was the chief of staff. So all of these things
It was not the chief of staff. It was the head of Oshomole's economic team.
Okay, sorry, I don't know. So you correct him. Thank you for that. Well, what I am trying to say is very simple. What I'm trying to tell you is simple, that development I see in your neighbor, I don't expect you to be at par with them, but at least for God's sake, be at 50%.
My brother, people from Delta are even people of Delta are even saying they wish Obaseki is the governor of their state.
Listen, your state does not have the money of Lagos State, but still, as a Yoruba man, I am not happy. I do not see that visible improvement in your state. I want big change immediately. Even if it can happen overnight, I know it cannot happen. What I'm just trying to say is that if your neighbor is developing at a percentage rate, then the next one should also develop, even up to half of it. That's what I'm just trying to tell you. I'm not trying to tell you, okay,
this is what I'm saying to you, my brother, that it's not the way you are seeing it. Edo State is not that backward the way you are saying it. It's not that backward. Look, I've just told you. Let me explain something to you. I want to quickly say something. I just said Oshomole, there's a central hospital that Oshomole built. I had someone that was admitted into that hospital recently. The facilities in that hospital, because I did a video call inside there, the way the person was looked after and treated, it's a government hospital, right? The facility in that hospital, you know, the hospital bed and the scanning and everything. The person did a scan, didn't have to leave that hospital. Let me explain something to you. This person was first of all admitted to a private hospital. When they want to do scan, they ask that person, somebody who broke leg, to go to how many kilometers to go and do scan. And the scan, we did not see the picture. So I told them, I said, no, move the person. Hold on 1 second, 1 second.
Hold on 1
second. And I said, hold on 1 second.
Rivers. That's what you are trying to say.
Hold on 1 second, 1 second. 1 second, let me explain something to you.
Let other people talk. We don't need to waste too much time. I've already understand you. What you are trying to tell us is that Obaseki is up to 100% or 80% of what is going on in Akwa Ibom. I agree, no problem.
No, I'm not saying. Look, I don't know what is going on. I don't know what is going on. Look, Remy, I don't know what is going on in Akwa Ibom. I don't know what is going on in Akwa Ibom. I don't know the level of development they have in Akwa Ibom. What I'm trying to say to you is that you are making a measurement that you do not understand the level of which the performance the man is working at. So me, I'm not saying he's doing 50% or 20% or 10% of Akwa Ibom. I'm just saying he's doing his best.
Okay.
So I don't know what level of development they have in Akwa Ibom. That's what I'm saying. I don't know what their development is like.
Like I said earlier, time will tell.
All right, yeah, time will tell. That's no problem.
Hello, can I interject?
Time will tell. I'm about to shut down, but yeah, coming. Yeah.
Okay, this is what I want to say about this Edo issue is that I remember before the election, people said that Seyi Makinde did wrong, that he does not perform to the par in Oyo State. And when I look at it, it's just because all the big politicians in the state, they are against the governor. Because Seyi Makinde did not help them. I think that is the same shoe that Obaseki is in right now in Edo State. Obaseki can be doing very well, but these people are not benefiting in the government, and they are putting him wrong to us that we are not in the state. That is how Nigeria politicians play their politics.
No,
people telling me that Buhari did wrong, Buhari did not perform in every way. That is wrong.
Femi, I was in Nigeria in January, and I know what I saw. I live both in Lagos and Ibadan. What I'm just saying, I don't care about any politician. I am just saying in my own simple mind that I expect your state to also develop at least up to 50% of Lagos State. That's what I'm saying. When you go to Lagos, you see a lot of visible improvement every now and then. Before, it used to take me 2 hours to drive from the airport to Oshodi. But this time around,
Remy, do you know what? You know what? The more powers they give the states, they will be exposed very soon.
Yes, that's why I say time will tell.
Very soon we will know who is really doing what at some point.
Yes, that's what I say. Time will tell. And by the time from airport to Oshodi, it took me 10 minutes drive. But when I get to the toll gate of Ibadan, I see a state very dirty, not organized, no improvement at all. From Challenge to Kiado to
Thomas, come and carry your
everybody
people.
that know to Shoshame to
Come and carry your
everywhere.
people.
No planning. So I'm not trying to denigrate Mikey. He would have done so many jobs in on the head because your state is quite.
Let me don't trash my state, yo. Don't trash my state, yo.
You are dirty. We know you are dirty.
Don't trash my state. Just
But what I'm saying is the truth. I'm not trying to do that place. So it's not about trashing your state. It's the
I
truth.
know. I was in Nigeria too now. I was in Nigeria November, December.
So how do you feel?
Or your state.
Environment extremely clean, and then you get an environment extremely dirty, and things were not organized. There was a lot of Okada everywhere. You are driving with Okada every now and then. If you go to jail, everywhere in Ibadan, Road, it's like
you see that now. You see that now. We don't have Okada in Benin. Okada, no, they don't operate on our major road in Benin. You see that?
Just leave your Benin now, okay? I'm just trying to tell you what I also see. I am from the Southwest. I'm not happy. I want all those Southwest to also develop, not only Lagos alone. Why do you want to realize Southwest dream? You have to go to Lagos. I want you to also stay.
There's already plan to develop the Southwest. All the Southwest states, they are now doing a transportation scheme plan. They want to have railway that will connect Ogun State, Osun State, Ekiti, like this light rail that you have in Lagos.
Yeah, we are already lucky. We are from Lagos State that pass through Abeokuta. We just have to connect.
No, Remy, wait. Not that Ogun signed a deal. You know that red line, right? You know
Yes.
But that thing is going to go to E4. So you can live in E4 and work in Marina. That's what they want to go that far. So they are combining, but the plan has already been. No, they used to have all this Odua group back in the 70s, 80s that they had Odua group that had Yoruba states come together for all these things. They've always had the plan. So don't worry, you will get there as a region. But
what I just want is very simple. State governor, you must work for it. Work, not the old time.
Yeah, but Remy, it depends on who you vote. So don't stop voting for idiots as well. That's very important. If you vote for someone that doesn't,
even if you vote for an idiot, if the idiot is not doing anything, you kick him out after 4 years. If you can kick him out in 2 years, kick him out immediately.
Yeah.
That is the beauty of democracy. So that what I'm just trying to say is that it's high time. People you voted for, you find yourself in position of a governor.
Remy, my worry is, you know what? Do you know what will happen? Let's say Lagos has power now and they have good roads. If they are coming in for you, we say we start questioning you from the one of campaign. How do you plan to match Lagos? That would be the. Now we start.
We must. It's a must. It's a must thing.
Why not? That will force them to start working because then they can't blame Abuja.
So for this singular reason, I also respect. I also give it to Buhari for doing, although it was a little bit late, but at least he did it, which is quite good. If Obasanjo have done something like this like 16 years ago, we would have forget about this electricity. It comes to too egoistic, nothing, and oh my God. So what I'm just trying to say is very simple. If you are a governor, go there, do the work, find resources, be innovative, come up with new ideas to make your state better. Not that, okay, and just sit down, fold your hand, end of the month, money is coming from federal government. What do you mean? So that's what I'm trying to say. And I don't like what I see. When you leave Lagos, you go to other southwestern side. I'm not happy with it. I also want them to develop. So if they can develop, everybody will be happy. Why should everybody have to go to Lagos? If your state is good, there's no reason for you to go to Lagos. Because Lagos life is also not easy. For those of us who live in a big city, it's not easy to live in a big city. But if your state is
but I mean, do you even know what is frustrating? States like Ogun and Oyo, they should be benefiting from Lagos because you should be exploiting that huge market that is very close to you. If I'm in Sango now, if Ogun has been, do you know what happened this past year? I was reading the records. Ogun State for the first time in 40 years, because they were showing state that got foreign investment. Lagos was number one, of course. Akwa Ibom and other states. Ogun got 0 foreign investment last year. I could not believe it. That my bedroom is the most.
And that is my state.
I cannot. Ogun State that we have all these manufacturing plants. We couldn't get foreign. No, for the whole last year, 0. The most useless governor I've ever seen in Ogun State. That Abiodun is a useless governor. I've never seen him in my life. Useless. So how can you have Lagos as your neighbor and you're not benefiting? I mean,
so that the truth is, that's what we should. That's what the citizens should put their mind.
And Babati, and they are both APC. They should be benefiting for them very well. It's not opposition party. They are both the same party.
At least Thomas. You know, Ogun has the largest amount of manufacturing plants for all these companies in Lagos. We have all the biggest.
Yeah.
Even the biggest churches.
In Ota has this, yeah.
Yeah, even the camps. So what excuse do you have?
I don't know why they are not even taxing the churches heavily. You should tax them.
In fact, that camp, they should be taxing them in that camp every summer. Tax them.
You want them to tax? Yes, Daddy. Yes, thank you, Daddy.
We must tax them heavily.
They should not tax religious organization.
What do you mean?
Thank you, Daddy.
We should tax them heavily.
No. We need our.
They're not collecting people money to buy private jet.
We need our religious organizations in that country. I bet.
Okay, Daddy. Thank you, Daddy.
No. Sorry for what? What do you need them for?
No, for the society now. We allow people.
What are they? Do you know what? If you are Catholic Methodist back in the days, you can see the kind of work they did for the community, hospitals, providing all these services, all these so-called. Where is their money going? Where is charity work?
Yes.
Okay, then they should force them to do charity work and community work.
Then you can't force them. Then we'll get the money.
Who will force them?
Solely help them.
Tax them.
We'll help you do charity by force. Give them.
Who will force them? Who will force them? Nobody can force them.
They should make a bill for that. You can't be.
How can you as a? I went to my primary school. I went to St. James. It was by the Methodists.
I also went to St. William's.
You see what I'm saying? But these churches, they have schools.
I went to Baptist. I went to Baptist primary and secondary school.
These churches, they have schools that even they can't even afford to go there. They can't even afford it.
Well, they should have a quota for free students.
Not a quota for free. Tax them heavily. We should tax them.
So how many countries are taxing religious organizations?
They are taxing them one way or the other.
Let's be the first. Let's lead the charge.
No, it doesn't work that way. These religious organizations help the society.
How do they help? How?
But sorry, let me say this. In diaspora, they declare religious as non-profit organization, isn't it?
Yes.
But it is not in Nigeria. They are profiting. They are making business.
But every religious organization is making profits now everywhere in the world.
No. It's different.
Are you paying money every Sunday?
Guys, wait. Remember, Thomas, you were talking about this hospital yesterday in Abusive, Lantoro.
Lantoro, yeah.
Lantoro is owned by the Catholic Church.
Yeah.
When I was born there, when you were born in those places.
Oh, you were born in Lantoro?
Yes. If you are born in that hospital, back in the days, the money was free for charge back everything. They didn't for charge back is free.
Wow. So Lantoro it's been long.
And that was a church now. How many of these churches have hospitals for poor people? Name me one that Redeem has or for poor people. For primary care. Where is it?
No, that clinic center they get hospital, that clinic they get.
So the
they only have clinic.
You know what I mean?
The white man church, they don't ask you to pay money every Sunday. In Nigeria, you pay money every Friday, every Sunday.
But nobody is asking you to pay now.
No. Solely they blackmail you now. They Solely. Let me give an example. I went to church long time ago, very long time ago, my first time in America. The guy was a guest pastor. He said, everybody come out. If you're a doctor this way, if you're a lawyer that way, if you're an engineer that way. So the highest people that had money, he said, you know, America, we use zip code now. We use zip code in America, your address. You said the law said that you should pay the last three letters of your zip code is how much you're going to pay. So if your own is
That is fraud. The
so if your
Lord.
own if your own is 999, they buy in here, you must pay $999. So and it was making people and people are paying.
Oh my
So they
God.
will blackmail you.
Fraud with you for you. Fraud with you for you.
They will blackmail you with the Holy Spirit that God told that you should pay.
Then you will
Babati, I'm a spirit. You know me. I'm a Christian. I'm a spiritual person. Anybody that tell you,
But you are not a pastor, right, Thomas? Or do you have your own church? Before I also attack you. Well,
I want to start my own church.
Religious person. No,
I don't really see any church in Netherlands, any Pentecostal.
You see, well, that's why you don't see what I'm saying. But you know, those churches.
Wait. I don't have a church.
Hello, Tom. You're breaking.
I'm the son of the.
You're breaking.
I'm breaking.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Much better. Yes. Yeah. I said any pastor. I repeat it. Any pastor that told you the Lord say you should bring money, immediately carry your Bible and leave that church. The world is listening to us. Any pastor that said the Lord has nothing to God to do with money. God can never instruct any pastor that you should give money. They are speaking of their own. They are speaking of their own. But if a pastor said, church, we need help, we want to buy fuel in the generator, he asks for help. But any pastor that said the Lord or the Holy Spirit just minister to me, that 20 people to come outside and give $1,000, immediately carry your Bible and leave.
So wait now, hold on. Let me ask a question. Because in my time in the church when I was younger, I used to work in the welfare department, right? And according to your Bible, it says the money from that 10%, 1/3 of it is supposed to go to the poor, the needy, and the foreigner, right? No, it was supposed to be the poor, the widow, and the foreigner, right? That was what your Bible says. It's supposed to be 1/3, and the last 10% was supposed to manage the preachers, the prophets in that church. What is the poorest department in church? Welfare. They're supposed to get 1/3 though, but they're always the poorest department in church because they don't get that. They don't get that 1/3. You never see that money before.
Never. They never get it.
They never get the money. They will still be begging you to come on, give us money for welfare department though. I say, why is welfare department always begging for money? You're paying tithes now. They should be getting their 1/3 from the tithes, but you never see that money. You never see it. We'll be begging
Babati, let me tell you something. The church I'm going here is a black pastor from somewhere, maybe Liberia or so. The tithe doesn't belong to the pastor. Is it any pastor that eats tithe? They are thieves. Even if people pay, the tithe belongs to the church. Our pastor is getting salary monthly. He owns the church, but he's getting salary. He's being paid every month.
And some churches here,
I repeat,
Thomas,
sorry?
Some churches in America here, the board member for the church, every year they change it. You can even be a board member in that church. It's open for all members. So you can be on the board of the church if you like, so you can know how much they are spending. They publish it every Sunday. You know how much they are spending. They have it in the open. It's not private. Everybody knows where the money is going. But Nigerian churches, nothing. You know, go hear anything. Nobody know where the money they go. Now saying that God's money, don't worry about it.
No. It is a lie. There is nothing like God's money. There is nothing like God's money. The money you pay in church is to maintain the facility in the church. Here in Australia, we use facility in the church. we on lights, we drink water, we go to toilet, we cook, we do everything. Who is going to pay for it? Is the Lord going to come down and pay for bills? No. So any money I drop in the church in Australia, this is my church I'm going, I know it's being spent judiciously.
Right.
They have people that come from the government. They audit the account every month. It's strictly here. The Australia, they are not playing. They audit account of the church every month
So why don't
in
they?
Australia.
Why don't they audit the one in Nigeria? Why don't they audit the account?
It's one man business now in Nigeria now. You know now. Yes, daddy said this is
Thomas,
what.
do you remember when that Ministry of Yes Daddy, the same guy, when he fired some pastors because they were not bringing enough money to church? You remember that?
Yes, he said they are blatant failure. He used one vocabulary for them.
For not bringing money to
So
the church. So it's about money now, Abi.
it's about Baba T. Let me tell you what happened this Yes Daddy's church.
But just one question: what do they need this money for that they are trying to gather? This because they are not.
They are saving for their children. They are saving for future of their children. Everybody listen to me. Pastor will tell you the Lord say empty all the money in your pocket. And you will trek home. Is that not juju?
Solely. I've seen a lady that sold her car as seed, and she was taking public transport in this country.
See, my uncle is one of the biggest pastors in Lagos. Let me just tell you what these people are trying to do. They are trying to buy their way into heaven. That's the problem. If somebody says you don't have to, but these people are trying to buy their way into heaven. And that's just the point. They are not trying to.
But you can't buy your way to heaven. It's not possible.
No, you can't tell them that. That's what they are trying to do. When most of these politicians, they give a lot of money. All these G-Wagon. See, let me tell you, most pastors, when they start driving big cars, and they have small church, it's somebody that donated that G-Wagon. There was one small church I was attending on that was on the island. Somebody bought this guy 2 brand new G-Wagon. That church didn't have up to 100 members. But they had the right members. 2 brand new G-Wagon. Another person bought a whole bus. Another person bought a whole building for children's church. So people are trying to buy their way into heaven. No matter if they just have bad conscience, should be Maharaja for pastor, and their conscience will go down.
But you can't buy your way to heaven. That is not possible.
It's all about their conscience. If they do something bad, if they buy something for pastor, they will start feeling good.
Thomas, why do you think pastors speak about forgiveness? Like, forget your sins. God will always forgive you no matter what. Why do you think they lay emphasis on forgiveness? You think they know what?
But that is God. That God will forgive you.
In terms of not being responsible, like you can do whatever, but just you're always there for God to forgive you. So I think about that. You remember this guy, the famous Shina Rambo back in the days.
Shina Rambo, yeah.
Shina Rambo was giving money to church. You know that, right? When he was robbing people.
Yeah.
He was paying tax. He was paying off. Yes, he was robbing.
But pastor of today, they are internet pastors. They are just everywhere they left face like Fatai. There's nothing brought them to limelight. It's just to grab the money. There's nothing else. You will see them, doctors, medical doctors, leave their profession, jump into pastorate, wherever. Because they know.
Thomas, let me tell you, I've seen the pastor's tax filing 1 year. The real money is not in offering. The real money is in tithes. Imagine if you just have 100 members.
That's what I said. It's one tithe.
All you need
tithe is 10%.
And now, every month.
So and apart from that, you all this pastor, they are making a lot of money. Why can't they generate electricity, create job, build companies for their followers?
That's my point.
No, I don't think so.
No. But Remy, they generate electricity, but it's for their own.
So what's the point?
What's the point?
Yes,
I don't think
Yes,
government will
Daddy.
allow them to
Yes,
use
Daddy generates electricity in his church now.
Why can't Yes Daddy go and buy tons and tons of acres of land and continue to do maize farming, put all these people there so that they can create wealth, so that people will be happy? What about the church? Everybody go to church every Sunday. They drop.
That is the work of the government now. It's not their job.
No,
Yeah,
They
and
will say it's not
I
their job.
don't think government will allow them to do that.
What do you mean government will not allow it? Government will allow it. Why not?
Remy, wait. Do you really know the history of across the world? The reason why they allow churches to be tax free, it was because of the very thing that you just spoke of. The reason government does not tax churches is because they used the money to help the poor. So places where the government could not reach back then, the churches were good there. So because if I say Thomas,
that was then.
I'm saying, but that was the reason. But back then, if you say
that was the motive, yeah, that was the motive then.
They say Remio, yeah, go and work in Abule. You say no. But if the man of God said, "Remy, go and work," you say yes. So they know that you are more. You can listen to your pastors more than the government. So they will now use that money. Okay, Remy will now go to that village with the money that they give you from the church to go and help them for they used to call it let's go out fishing. All those kind of ministries to help them out. That was the reason why they made it tax free. But the money is not being used for what it was meant for anymore.
So what is it meant for now?
You know now, FEZ now.
Jet fuel.
Yes now. Yes now.
Pussy and all these expensive clothes, right? Oh my God.
Somebody was speaking on one TV. In fact, I was so angry. I was almost going to throw. But the guy said, "Look at me. I am wearing $100,000. My watch is $27,000. It's Gucci. My wedding perfume. Yeah, it was just telling you how much he was wearing." He said, "Hey, you know his name, Ashimolo. I won't say Ashimolo. You know." He said,
Ashimolo.
My 1 minute is worth about 7K pounds. If I walk anywhere, 10 minutes is worth this pound. I said, who is this guy?
Babati, they are not going to heaven. They are just wolves. Owo no one grab. They are there to grab money.
People are giving their life savings.
But they brainwash them. They blackmail them. Baba Adeboye, I mentioned his name. Baba Adeboye, Baba said, if you don't pay your tithe, you will not go to heaven. And people want to go to heaven.
Where in the Bible is also bad?
Because there's nothing in the Bible.
Where is it?
But he brainwashed the redeemers. He brainwashed them. Baba said it in his own word that if you don't pay your tax, you will not make heaven. And people want to make heaven.
Thomas, what about if their follower did not have a job? What happened?
But if you don't have a job, you don't have to pay tithes. No, wait, don't get mistaken. If you don't have a job,
then
if somebody give you a gift, if somebody give you a gift, you still have to pay tithes on that gift. You can see how wicked this
enough for me. I still have to drop it for the church, right?
No.
Do you know how bad it is? There's some churches in Nigeria that back in the I used to know that their first salary of every year is for the pastor. They are very
of course, first fruits now. That is
first fruit knows the name. Fresh fruit.
That is regime.
That one, I think, according to Yoruba culture, if you are the first child, you're supposed to give it to your parents.
Not the pastor now. It's your parents.
It's for the parents now. That's according to Yoruba.
If you begin your job, your first salary is supposed to be for your parents, not the pastor.
No. Remy, everybody know when it comes to religion in Nigeria, we are brainwashed. We are brainwashed. I told you, if anybody tell you, Holy Spirit says you bring money, that pastor is the fake.
There was a guy I was dating before now when I was younger. I said, okay, let's be serious. So let me meet your dad. The girl said, forget my dad. I want you to meet my pastor. I said, wait a minute. So I must meet your pastor before I meet your father. She said yes. I said, no, this one is crazy.
Some Nigerian women would rather listen to their pastor than their husband.
Not rather, they will listen. Not rather.
They will. They will.
One day I won't now. Sorry. One day I won't. I'm telling you. No. Thomas, I played drums now. I was a drummer. You know that means I know how it works now. If your wife is tó bá kúnlẹ̀ fún pastor, tó bá kúnlẹ̀ fún ẹ, wọ́n ló yà wẹ̀. If it's calling
there's something going on.
If it's calling your daddy, to daddy, she must show you the same respect she's showing the pastor. If the pastor has more respect than you, that means they are banging. I'm telling you. Do you know how many appointments they do for pastors?
And even in the Bible, you must even listen to your husband more than your pastor. That is how even God even plays husband.
Thomas.
Why should pastor dabble into a couple relationship?
Are you kidding?
Let me. What is their own thing?
There was a couple. There was a couple to mommy by you. In fact, the man of God only pay on she married ni pé I want to settle down. Pé àwọn fẹ́ lo birth control káwọn lè ṣiṣẹ́ before they can have kids. The guy told them pé they must not use birth control. And they obeyed him.
I blame the couple.
In their bedroom, look at the bedroom, or pastor. What is
It's the referee.
I'm telling you. I'm not kidding you.
The umpire.
I'm serious. Only one put birth control because my share on immediately over. Imagine.
Is it
and the woman was kind of low unit you go to school. You know my daddy said
my daddy said thank you, daddy.
Why can't they just abstain from sex? That birth control this thing, I don't like it.
They are married now. You want to marry?
You can abstain.
You can abstain. Come on.
Yes.
Abstinence
or you use a condom.
No. Sorry, the man of God said that won't do any form of birth control.
No, that guy is manipulative. He was just playing
with
their lives.
That's my point. Do you know how I know?
That kind of person likes playing with people's lives.
So sorry. Do you know how I know? Because that was my ex. The same guy that was in the pastor. Listen, I love you, but I can't go down this road with you.
God will save you.
Because I will be competing with your pastor over you. And I can never win. If you are 2 years, I cannot win that battle. You know. I can't, but she will still call me and talk to me and complain about, this was happening in my money. Well,
it's quite very possible that pastor was a psychopath, because think about it, that would be the very, very best job for a psychopath. They can go there, they can lie, they can pretend to be the best, and everybody will be chopping That's very psychopathic. That's very psychopathic. That's very psychopathic.
The Lord say. It is well. I hope Nigeria will never wake up, and many of our people, many of them, their eyes open when they get abroad. But even though some is in abroad, they are still brainwashed. So much brainwash.
I'm telling you,
people are still sending dollars to Nigeria from America. They're sending money home every month to pastors in Nigeria from America here. I'm telling you, the 7 of them.
They need prayer.
I'm telling you, every month pray for us. So
they are trying to. Let me tell you, I'm telling you, they are trying to buy their way into heaven. You may not. You may not believe
it's not possible.
But they are not taking it like that. They are not taking it like that.
That's what they believe. Now, forget what you think. That's what they believe.
I don't know how to explain it. Next time you see them doing it, they are trying to buy their. I don't know how to explain. They're just trying to buy their way into heaven. They believe that.
Sonny, you are right. I don't agree with you. You are right. But it's not possible. You can't buy your way to heaven.
By the time they've calculated how much they've sent, in their mind, they will feel like, I've spent so much. I deserve. How can you say?
Let me even add to it. They will even fly. Let me even tell you, some of them, they are nurse doctors, so they will fly from America to
No, I've seen that one. I've seen that one.
Orioke to go and pray there, and they say, you know, kini adura yen o cost me 18K. For adura ojo merin 18K. Adura wo lo gba.
Babati, those are nonsense.
No,
if you are in your toilet or in your car, you can pray to God and God will answer you. You don't have to go to any Orioke. Because now.
You go to Orioke by yourself.
Thomas, see, Babati said about flying them. They used to fly. Some of them, they take it to another level. They will buy house for the person, so that they will say that it's better than him flying back, flying all the time. They will just buy house for the person, plain and simple, and give the person money straight up.
Thomas, you will see parts of that. If I'm coming from Nigeria, they will come back here. They will be on the first class flight from Nigeria, paid for by these people to come and pray from them in America here, and they will go back with money. I'm telling you, this happens a lot. You think it's a joke?
No. Babati, there's no lie about that. Of course, people, you know, that's where their prayer will not be answered.
Like I always say,
you can't idolize human being.
Yes, it is.
You too can use that same mouth and pray to God, and God will answer you.
Yes.
You don't have to. You don't need to contact God. You don't need intermediary. You don't need a third party.
When you know that God is more powerful and is the holiest one, look at this election. Most of these pastors predicted this is the person that is going to win. The person that they predicted is going to win came third, and still you believe in that kind of prophecy.
Remy, they still have members. Even after they were wrong, they still have members.
That's what I'm trying to say.
No.
Look at all this. Look at all this.
Do you know what they will say? They will say, "Awamari di lolo, bo se wolong lo shola." They will try something to prove their brain again. They will spin it around now. You know them now. They will spin it around. They will spin it around. They will spin it around. You know, you got along thing alone. That is why God is God.
So
He's a God of mystery.
Sorry, Babati. Like 20 years ago, there is Asian tigers. Most of these people in Asia, they don't go to church or mosques. They don't believe in their ability. And today, most of these countries have developed. And I always give example, like Vietnam is close to China. Vietnam is also developing at the rate of 5 or 6% per annum now. So what I'm just, and they don't care about any religion or no religion. Look at our Nigeria. Nigeria is the #1 country that have the highest number of churches or mosques or whatever in the world. We pray to God every day, but we still do terrible bad things.
Remy, let me give an example.
So when you look at everything and everybody says they will be holy, the hypocrisy is just too much.
Remy, let me give an example. Remember in secondary school, during exam, somebody will pray, "Oh God, come and be my biro. Come and be my editor. Come and be my ruler."
And you did not read your, you did not study.
God will not come down and say, maybe are lucky, C or B. And it was Holy Ghost. You now go and give testimony. Money, but the same exam, somebody did not pray and they still pass and they made an A.
Yes.
Oh, need the prayer, just read and pass. Logs of
Babati, tell me one African country that is religious that they were top 10 or top 20 in the world.
No, never.
If you are religious, Babati, when I got here, I saw people walking. If you say, Babati, I have 4 jobs. Are you hearing me?
Yeah.
I have 4 jobs. 4 jobs. But Nigeria, early morning, grown man,
Thomas,
church.
Thomas, Monday,
he will not go to work.
Thomas, Monday digging deep, Wednesday in the Lord, Friday, VG, Sunday.
No.
What would you
Babati,
for work?
Babati, let me tell you, I'm a spiritual person. I go to church every Wednesday, every Sunday. I sing in the church. I'm a choir. I still work. You have to balance your life. That church you are going, if they ask for $10 tomorrow, you don't have. Ìgbà yẹn ni wàá mọ̀ pé you are nothing. It's because you are still giving something to church. That is why they are still recognizing you as a human being. If you become liability to the church, they will pack you aside.
Thomas, sorry, I want to ask you a question. Why I'm not a Christian, but I also know that in Islam they also do their own shenanigans. But the question I want to ask you is, why do they select some people to sit in the front row and permanently they will always sit in the front row? Why others they keep them at back? Why are they selecting some people to sit in the front row? I want you to
what make them? I just think to the front as well.
VIP,
Because
VIP, VIP.
No, not VIP. No, as a worker. No. Hang on now. Hang on, please. Are you talking of normal people or the worker in the church?
No, I'm just talking about these big churches or no churches. There are some people that will sit in the front.
Remy is not all churches. Some churches.
It's not all churches.
Some churches
No.
they are putting like they always have people that are like ministers, prophets. Some churches have like
yes, like workers.
Or the wealthy,
No, that's why I said not all churches, but there are some churches that put only the rich people, the big titles.
They actually pay for that seat.
In the front. Yes, you are right.
I will not mention the church, but it's a big church in Nigeria. Those first 5 rows, you must actually pay to have those seats. So because they have 3 services, the Roman Pombe, and if they have reserved for the VIP.
See, let me tell you, it's not directly, it's indirectly. You see, when you are maybe doing donation to the church or paying tithe, they always give you like a
envelope.
Yes. So from there, you write your name, you write your phone number. So once you mark it,
they know you.
So next time you come to the church, so that you will keep coming, they will now look for you. They will now call you and say, "Can you come to?" So it's indirectly.
Because I know there was I was in Nigeria. I was wearing ileke, but Abada. It was for some kind of event. Ikomo, somebody had a bib I was there with. So we went to the party that day, but we still went Agbada was ileke. Once we enter with my uncle like this, Aneka Jokoni, no. Come to the front. They sent one usher from the front, and that one led us to the front rows to come and sit down. They took off from the back to the front.
Babati, anytime, anywhere you see anything like that, they are just hypocrites. They are not serving God. Everybody is equal in the eyes of God. You are a president. Let me say this. I know, I'm a Christian. You can't tell me what Christendom is about. Everyone is equal. Poor, rich, wretched, wealthy, everyone is equal in this. God doesn't know that you have money. We are all equal in God's eyes.
Let me give an example. Some people that will come to the front to come and give testimony, and you will wonder if it's testimony or if it's bragging. So when they now come, say, my son just went to America last week. Thank God, hallelujah. My first house, So the way they were saying it, so they will not leave. Guess what? Guess what the point? They say, church, you see, that is the person that is following my instructions.
That's one that is paying tithe.
That is the idea. So because they are giving, you must connect to the anointing. So they will now use that person to exploit everybody else. Guess what? If I can give money, maybe God will also bless me like this same person too. You start giving. Thomas, people borrow money. They borrow,
Babati,
no, Thomas, they borrow money.
Babati, I understand.
They borrow
They
money.
are all fraud, like Peter Obi. They are all fake. God does not need your money. God doesn't need your money to exist.
But to sow a seed now, Thomas, to sow a seed.
Any money you contribute to the church is for the growth of the church and to maintain the church. That is it. God doesn't need your money. If you don't give anything in church, God is not angry with you. They are just fraud. They are just brainwashing people. God doesn't need your money. What what is your money got to do with God?
But Thomas, I think I know the trick. See, this is what they do. All the man of God has to, not everybody, the fake ones, all they have to do is this. They have to convince you that no matter how much you pray, you can never be close to God and them. That you, in fact,
That is it.
you
So
need
you
them.
can be subjected to them. Yeah,
So
you can be subjected to them.
it's like some kind of dependency system where you need them to get to God. Once they can convince you of that, then you're their slaves without you knowing.
Babati, let me shock you. Some church members are even spiritual in God's eyes more than their pastor.
Well, let me
Yes.
let me even tell you a story about. I will mention the church. So back in the days, if you are that way, let's say you're a brother, to them, say pastor, maybe you're a minister, but only anointing you pastor law, and people know, or transfer a church here. Compete with the pastor.
At the conference, we can just hook up one story against you and just
there used to be
Babati, my house has seen many things.
But boy, they used to call him Brother Paul. Brother Paul. Brother Paul is on the school teacher. But if you lay hands on people, but boy, he was a regular pastor, the guy prays naked in church. Pray naked. It was like one of those back then.
Jim. Yeah.
One le
Coco.
But in that, it was a young guy. It was a young but he was kind of one anointed like that. One le ko Benny. Because once in a while they will give him time to preach. They will give him maybe once a month to preach. But when he's preaching, there's more money that comes in. When you say this week, Brother Paul is preaching from nowhere, overflow. I'm not kidding you. Overflow. Extra everywhere. In fact, the guy was even more popular than
the pastor.
No. Even the area pastor, it was his rival. Not even regular pastor. Even the area pastor, he was the rival of that guy, and it was just a regular Twitter.
Wow.
All the cool, it's not because over lossy Bible school it's easier to go to Bible school. Kilo month per ministry. All the cool Ben. Those were my days in the church back then when I was young, but now I'm not.
No, you have to go back to church. You have to go back to church. Babati.
I used to play drums by now. I man play drum by what?
You have to go back to church, Babati.
To church what? Ka fún Thomas Onsa.
No. No. Never dafa for me. No. Akọ̀ṣẹ́jáyé mi wà lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run. I think it has been a good section. I think we should just call it a day. Yeah. Thank you guys. Remy, thank you so much for coming. Yeah. Babati, thank you so much for coming. Solly, thank you for coming. Femi, thank you for coming. And guys, we have come to the end of the session today. Oh, 10 hours, 22 minutes. That has been amazing. Thank you for the super chats, our listeners, the viewers, the comments. If you are not there, we are not here. I wish everybody happy Easter. As a Christian, I will pray God will bring the blessings of this time to us. Thank you, everybody. May God bless you all. See you at the next session. I will leave you with this. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
When it offend them, it sweet us. When it sweet us, they never say something. As in the sweet us, you go to pay them. As in the pay them, you go to sweet us. As in the sweet us, you go to pay them. As in the pay them, you go to sweet us.